And welcome everyone in the satellites too. As I walked into this room, I saw on the wall a quote from William Shakespeare, Changemaker, who said, "Be as great in act as you have been in thought." And I thought that was particularly fitting for today as we start that process. First, thank yous before a few words about this amazing report and the work the team have done over now 3 years. Thank you to Warwick Business School in multiple hats, and in particular for a very generous donation of today's venue and facilities. Thank you to the Nuffield Foundation, not only for generous support, but wisdom and patience and kindness, really, as well throughout the course of the review. And thank you in particular to the Pissarides team, a consortium of universities, and also the team at IFOW, the core team. It's longer than it. The Pissarides review team is much longer than I can, I'm afraid, manage or have time for. But the core team of Kester, Abby, Bertha, Magda, Hong, Joe, and Oliver have their work on this report, and the conference has been outstanding. Today we launch this final report of the Pissarides Review and offer for the first time a panoramic overview, a state of play with a lot of extras, about technological disruption and transformation across the whole of the UK. We combine different perspectives and disciplines across 3 tiers: the individual, firm, and systems, or as Chris says, macro perspective, offering a multidimensional outlook on the opportunities, but also other impacts and the risks of AI and new technologies as they drive change across the country. This enriches traditional thinking and approach to calculating or assessing or forecasting automation. And it extends the Pissarides theory of frictions by unpicking the process of automation, looking inside the mechanics of change, going back in a sense to the basics, so we can think really hard about how tasks, job tasks, technology, skills and capabilities work together, and how change happens. And by doing that, begin to work out how we can shape better outcomes. In particular, we consider and forefront the human role, the role of human skills, capabilities of people, and the decision-making that takes place throughout the process. And this takes us to think about what we value and why. It takes us thinking from matches, just people to jobs, to good matches, and thinking about the firm as a whole and the situation, the environment in which this all takes place. This, we think, happens at a very good time, and an important time. A critical time, we've said. Globally, there is increasing interest in responsible AI, not just opportunities, but also increasingly the social and well-being and labour impacts of it, as we've seen in our own initiatives in the UK from AC. In the back of our minds, but today at the front of our minds, because we were bumped from today by Trump, President Trump, we have in mind, was propelled to power in part by votes from Rust Belt communities, so those communities that were most at risk of the downsides of automation. And we have that in our mind, at the back of our mind, as we think about the evidence today. The UK, meanwhile, is thinking particularly hard at the moment about growth, about positivity, about technology and technological opportunities. And we think that our report and our work will help build on that and think it through, building in risks, but doing so in a very constructive way, and aligning thinking about the human risks and opportunities, and those from the technology too. Our findings, insights will come out in the day, and I don't want to steal anyone's thunder. We talk about the pace, the complexity, the inequalities and hidden transitions. In particular, from a policy point of view, we are adding, we want to offer a new way of thinking about policy and organising material and approaching it in a systematic way, and a way that combines pro-innovation thinking, both in theory and practice, with capabilities approach. And we show, and you'll hear about more in the day, how capabilities in this context serves different purposes. It advances different ends. It aligns thinking about resilience, well-being, and productivity. And it gets us focused on the right things to overcome those barriers, to access and then develop the real human potential, of which we have much in the UK. And we do that from these different perspectives: job, firm, and systems. We're hugely grateful to the Minister for joining us today in respect of DCIT and the challenges and opportunities dealt with by DCIT at the moment. We do have particular recommendations that we'll be exploring through the day. Outstanding perhaps among those are how DCIT's new cross-cutting role could be built upon in terms of policy making and in terms of integrating thinking about our socio-technical vote and our capabilities approach to embed that across government. And we also talk about and put evidence out which explains our recommendation that about how and why the UK should see increasingly AI innovation and regulation together and move towards, in terms of both regulation, governance, good governance and innovation, a way of thinking and anticipating risks and opportunities together, and each responsible actor doing their bit to work towards clearer goals and better outcomes. And on that, I will thank everybody hugely, and I'm delighted to hand over to Chris, who has, I'm so sorry, Mark, and welcome, Minister.
Good morning. So the Nuffield Foundation is an independent charitable trust with a mission to advance social well-being, and we fund and support rigorous research and analysis which has the potential to change people's lives for the better. And we want the research we fund to ensure the development of economic and social policy is underpinned by robust evidence. And that's why we're so proud to be supporting the Pissarides review, and why I'm delighted to be speaking here at this important landmark event. So why did we support it? Well, work is fundamental to well-being, both as a source of financial security, but also in providing an enhanced sense of belonging and purpose. And given many of us spend a large proportion of our waking hours at work, it has major implications for our mental health, physical health and family life. Yet, at the beginning of this process, we didn't know nearly enough about the implications of work for the people doing it, let alone how workers, employers and policymakers should respond to the changing nature of work and technology. And now, thanks to this work, we know a great deal more. In my brief comments today, I'd like to focus on three big challenges facing the UK: inequality, skills and productivity. And my premise is that to address any of those, it's necessary to take mutually reinforcing action on all three. And that conclusion is not only supported by this work, but also other major projects funded by the Nuffield Foundation. And one such project, the IFS Data Review of Inequalities, which will produce its final report later this year, has shown that many people see large inequalities in wealth, health and success in the labour market according to where they live and who they are. And in many cases, these gaps are much wider than in comparator countries. And even if you think current levels of inequality in the UK are okay, and I don't, inequality isn't a steady state. If we carry on as we are, while the world changes around us, inequalities will reinforce and multiply over time. And it's where inequalities intersect across dimensions such as gender, ethnicity, disability, and place, that the impacts are the largest. And new technologies intersect with each other too. A key insight from the Pissarides review is how they combine to affect different jobs in different ways. And so just as jobs are not randomly distributed across places or social groups, neither will be the cumulative impacts of technology on people's well-being. And skills are a major part of the answer to this. So the Nuffield Foundation is supporting another major review, the Skills Imperative 35 review, which is looking in huge depth at future skill needs. And the Pissarides review looks at this issue through the lens of capabilities, the freedom people have to live fulfilling working lives. And groundbreaking analysis carried out for this project has found that those capabilities are lower for some ethnic groups than others, they're lower for people who hold less advanced qualifications, they're higher for people in managerial and skilled roles, and they're also higher for older people than younger people. In other words, many of the inequalities in the UK today that we see are correlated with or even amplified by missing skills and capabilities in the workplace. And technology can magnify these inequalities, but this review has always been focused on how it can also help to reduce them. Finally, productivity. Anna mentioned productivity, and I'm told it's National Productivity Week. As an economist, I think every week should be National Productivity Week. The Nuffield Foundation funded the Economy 2030 review by the Resolution Foundation and LSE, and that showed that all of England's biggest cities outside London have productivity levels below the national average. And that situation, while it leads to unequal outcomes for people, of course, is also entirely inconsistent with an economy achieving its maximum productive potential. So if people have the skills to do their job well, supported by the HR practices and investment being in place to use those skills, we can achieve positive outcomes for both worker well-being and the economy. And the Pissarides review shows that while there are clear regional differences in readiness to embrace new technologies, these are far smaller than the regional gaps observed in technological transformation and investment. So in other words, even given existing capabilities, the regional productivity gaps that we see don't need to be as big as they are. And while this demonstrates that the growth of some UK regions is being blocked, it also shows that the potential exists should they be unblocked. And I'd like to end on that optimistic note and by offering my thanks to Chris and Anna, but also, as Anna mentioned, the huge team at the Institute for the Future of Work, without whom this whole review would never have happened. I'd also like to thank Warwick Business School for hosting us today, but also, again, for some vital and central contributions to the review, and also thank Imperial College for some equally groundbreaking and insightful research, which you'll all be hearing more about today. So thank you very much, and I'll hand over to Chris.
Well, good morning, everyone. A very warm welcome from me as well. Thank you all for being here, those listening online. Special thanks to the Minister for Science and Innovation for being here to talk, give us the keynote following my presentation, and especially many thanks to my professor and friend here, colleagues over the last 50 years who persuaded me that well-being is a serious topic for economists to be researching and combining with our other things that we are doing. And this is what I'm doing now. So it's all your fault. Now, as you've heard, our study is about the response of the labor market to technology shocks. Our focus is on worker well-being. And our view at the Institute is that although productivity surely matters, I am a member of the Productivity Week, in fact, being the productivity section that is run from the LSE, headed by John Van Wienen. It shouldn't be all that we care about. The well-being of the population should be given as much emphasis as policy. Keir Starmer mentioned it in his conference speech in 2021, and hopefully we'll see more action from government. He said that every action that the Treasury takes, we should also be looking at the well-being implications of that before agreeing to follow it up. And our objective in this review is to find out what's going on in labor markets and help in the design of that policy. Now, following the COVID-19 pandemic, the shocks that are disrupting labor markets are technology related, especially automation technologies related to robotics and AI. AI developments will accelerate and the disruption will get worse. Governments worldwide are spending large sums of money on AI, led by the United States, China, Saudi Arabia, and here we are doing quite a bit. Last week, I was at the World Economic Forum meetings in Davos, and it was as if the whole universe was besieged by AI. I asked someone who should know how many sessions mentioned the AI disruption, who was there, and she said, "You are asking me the wrong question. You should be asking how many sessions didn't mention the AI disruption." And indeed, I didn't find any. Now, how would an economist approach the AI disruption? In the old days, economists would work out the impact of the technology shock using their supply and demand diagrams, and then conclude that certain well-determined changes would take place, which would give everyone higher income and prosperity. That's how we confronted electricity, for example. But now we know that this is not how the economy works. We know that the speed of response to technology shocks varies across regions, nations, demographic groups, and companies. We have a lot of choice, in other words, now. And we know that not everyone benefits from new technology. We attribute the reasons for this in our research, for this diversity, to frictions. These are impediments to the functioning of labor markets that need to be addressed by companies, workers, and governments. They vary across geographies, industries, and companies, and different actors address them differently. They include information about the new technologies and what they can do, what skills are needed and do workers have them, and where will companies be located and why. These are the things that cause problems to both companies and workers and which need to be facilitated by government policy. In our work, we surveyed hundreds of firms and workers and collected relevant data from secondary sources to find out what's going on with the new technologies. We worked at 3 levels: the national level, across the regions and nations of the UK, and company level and the workforce. You hear a lot about this, and here my note says I don't want to steal anyone's thunder, but Anna has already preempted me on that. But anyway, I don't. By telling you the key results. Not surprisingly, some places or demographic groups are faring better than others across all 3 levels. At the national level, the wider Southeast is doing much better than the rest of the country in terms of investing in new technologies, startups, and skills of the workforce. You'll hear a lot more about that in the discussion that will follow. At the company level, those that pay more attention to HR, human resource issues, in other words, that care about the well-being of their workers and their training needs, are doing better. And workers who work in companies that take a flexible attitude to work conditions and hours of work, which communicate with their workers more frequently, something that seems to perplex British managers, how to do it, and make sure that the technology that they're introducing augments their workers' skills rather than take their jobs over, are happier with their work and they're more productive. We call jobs that have these features good jobs, and if it's one thing that this review can do to justify its existence and resource cost, is this: make managers and governments aware of good jobs and help them work out how to make all jobs good. Thank you. I think you follow Patrick, but
many thanks for those opening remarks, and we are welcoming those from around the country. So just hand over now to Lord Valence. Thank you so much for a keynote address. Thank you.
Thanks very much. A few years ago, I was asked about the challenges of AI, and I said I thought there were 3 over different timeframes. The first is the immediate one that we have of issues of truth and deep fakes and validity of information. The second was the issue of work and the fact that work is going to change. And it was an area that in my opinion, governments weren't paying enough attention to, thinking about how this was going to change over time and what needed to be done to make sure that this was something that would benefit everybody. And the third was of the unknown future issues of things like autonomous harm and how that might affect society, which we just simply don't know enough about. So it's great to be here today at the launch of what I'm sure is going to be an influential report. And the timing's good. 2 weeks ago, the Prime Minister launched the government's response to the AI Opportunities Action Plan and said we're taking forward all 50 recommendations as part of our commitment to seize the opportunities of AI, to fix deficits in the UK economy and to deliver public services that are fit for the future. And we welcome the rigorous work that's been done to assess both the opportunities and the impacts of AI on the future of work and, importantly, as has been said, on well-being. And we welcome that this has been done at the level of systems, firms and individuals. It is that holistic approach which is important, and it's important that we take a human-centred approach. What is clear is that the need for a comprehensive approach is evident. We want to maximise the opportunities of AI and address the inevitable challenges caused by technological disruption and ensure that the benefits are felt by the entire UK workforce. Today, what I want to do is talk a little bit about how the government's addressing a few of the core themes that I know have been identified in the review. And in particular, I want to focus on some of the areas where AI can impact jobs, and I will deal with standards and governance, skills, well-being, and regional disparities. Recent years, and no surprises here, have seen an extraordinary progress in artificial intelligence. And we know that harnessed effectively, AI must have the potential to transform the lives of people, bringing about economic renewal, boosting living standards for people across the country. And the government is optimistic about these opportunities. But if we're to adopt and use AI, businesses, consumers, workers, citizens need to know that it is safe, reliable, and trustworthy. And this means that we must have the right rules in place to ensure the responsible development and use of AI. We must think about how to embrace innovation in the AI sector whilst creating a proportionate regulatory approach that can keep pace with what is a rapidly evolving technology. The government believes that the vast majority of AI systems should be regulated at the point of use. The UK has expert regulators who are very well placed to apply the rules to the use of AI in the context that they know better than anyone else. And that's why, in the published response to the AI Opportunities Action Plan, the government reaffirmed its commitment to supporting regulators in evaluating their own AI capabilities and understanding how these can be strengthened. And of course, it's not just the regulators who need to know more. A flourishing AI assurance system is critical to giving consumers, industry, and regulators confidence that AI systems work and are used as intended. The UK, in fact, is rather good at AI governance and responsible AI adoption. Our AI assurance market already generates an estimated £1 billion and is looking ahead, will itself actually be a key driver of economic growth. Indeed, the UK's assurance market is expected to reach £6.5 billion by 2035. To accelerate growth, build industry confidence and unlock widespread adoption of responsible AI, the government's committed to developing an AI assurance platform for businesses. This will provide organisations with the building blocks for responsible AI development and deployment, unlocking widespread adoption whilst ensuring the benefits of AI are shared widely and appropriately. But even with measures to ensure responsible AI development and adoption, we of course acknowledge that AI will transform jobs and the wider labour market in the years to come. Jobs in AI itself, jobs using AI, jobs inevitably disrupted and changed by AI. Between 2021 and 23, job postings requiring AI skills already accounted for over 2% of all job adverts across the UK economy, and that is accelerating very fast. With 1.7 million people employed in AI-relevant occupations as of July 23, and a projected employment increase of 13% by 2035, the sector's growth is very clear. But we know that there is a gap between the demand for AI skills and the current level of supply. Essential skills required for AI are relevant to many occupations, and employers are increasingly fishing from a small pool of suitable candidates. In 2022, the Employment Skills Survey noted that there are 3 occupations most relevant to supporting AI itself, where over 50% of vacancies were due to skills shortages. Those are design and development engineers, engineering professionals, and IT specialist managers. Small businesses, which constitute 99% of the UK's business population, struggle to compete for AI professionals, not least due to a 14% wage premium associated with AI skills. This economic barrier necessitates improvements to essential digital skills right the way across the board. And gender disparity remains a significant issue, with only 22% of those employed in AI-relevant occupations being women, compared to 48% across all occupations. This lack of diversity in the AI ecosystem can result in harmful feedback loops of social bias being built into machine learning systems. The government will begin to address these inequalities, and I will just in passing say the point that was made about the role of DCIT being not just a vertical department, but a horizontal department across government is absolutely right. This is what is required in an area of rapid changing science, technology, and of course AI. So the government will begin to address these inequalities by increasing the number and diversity of students studying AI from school right the way through to higher education to address the AI skills gap and to meet growing demands. As outlined in the AI Opportunities Plan, we want to equip workers with the right skills to do the jobs of the future, which means working with industry to identify how AI can be adopted across sectors responsibly. This report, I think, is going to be absolutely crucial because it provides an evidence base. And Chris and I were just talking early on, and it's quite nice to have policy informed by evidence. And it doesn't always happen. Work being undertaken by the now Government Chief Scientific Advisor and the National Technology Advisors on technology adoption will recommend actions to increase adoption of automation and AI across businesses. This will include a focus on equipping workers with the skills they need for the jobs both within and with AI, and will build a better picture of gaps in our talent pool. Over 2025, Skills England will be working closely with DCIT and the Industrial Skills Council to bring businesses, training partners and unions together with national and local government to develop a clear assessment of the country's skills needs for AI and map the pathways by which they can be filled. And there is some urgency in this. I mean, this isn't something that can take years to get right. Changes to the labour market are to be expected, and we absolutely must remain mindful of them and their impact on people in work and those seeking work. Where people do face disruption in their role, the government will support people into work and provide comprehensive support for people to find employment and access skills training. My view is that we should always remember that one aim of AI should be to increase the time available for the things that only humans can do, especially human-human interaction. And I've looked at that very carefully from my own professional background of medicine. It can't be about displacing everything. It has to be about, in that case, increasing the very thing that has that effect on well-being and health, which is human-human interaction. It should not aim simply to displace humans, but enhance the role that they can play. A labour market priority for the government is to ensure that people continue to have access to good, meaningful work. This involves adapting structural changes in the labour market now and in the long term. The government's plan to make work pay makes clear that workers' interests will need to inform the digital transformation that's taking place in the workplace. Our approach to new technologies is to protect good jobs, enable good future jobs, and ensure rights and protections keep pace with technological change. Not easy, given the pace of change. Safeguarding against discrimination and putting the worker's voice at the heart of Britain's digital transition. The plan to make work pay includes 2 specific proposals on technology and surveillance. One, to examine what AI and new technologies mean for work, jobs and skills, again informed by this crucial and authoritative report. And 2, to safeguard against invasions of privacy by making the introduction of surveillance technologies in the workplace subject to consultation and negotiation with trade union or employee representatives. We will be consulting on how to implement these measures in an upcoming consultation. We're committed to strengthening collaborative domestic and international relationships with a spirit of real partnership and building strong ties with partners across the AI sectors. The government will continue to engage with all relevant stakeholders in relation to the potential impact of new technologies on the workplace, including civil society, trade unions and business. Under existing data protection law, organisations are already required to carry out data protection impact assessments for any monitoring activities which are likely to result in high risks to the rights and freedoms of employees. We're seeking to strengthen data protection law by introducing a new bill, the Data Use and Access Bill, to unlock the power of data to improve people's lives, help create a modern digital government and grow the economy. The measures in the bill, such as new smart data schemes, digital verification services, and the National Underground Asset Register, will support innovation and growth and empower customers across a range of markets. And these measures, importantly, will be underpinned by a revamped Information Commissioner's Office with a new structure and powers of enforcement, ensuring people's personal data will be protected to high standards. Existing data protection legislation and the proposed reforms will ensure there will be stringent safeguards in place for individuals when significant decisions are made about them using automation, including in the workplace. And looking out, and you can't do this, but I can, looking out from the tallest building in the UK, it would be remiss not to talk about how we can ensure the benefits of technological advancements reach people in all corners of our country. And that's why we're launching the AI growth zones across the UK, which will be dedicated hotbeds of AI development, where government support and private investment will rapidly accelerate the construction of data centres and the infrastructure needed to power and train cutting-edge AI. The growth zones are designated areas that will rapidly accelerate AI data centre development and the needed infrastructure, and ensure that this crosses all communities as we harness the benefits of what is undoubtedly a revolutionary technology. But, as Chris has said, it's not the same as previous ones. It does have differences, and it's important those differences are recognised. By focusing government support on planning and energy and committing to scaling each zone, for example, to 500 megawatts of power in collaboration with network operators, these zones will create local jobs, attract significant private investment, and strengthen the UK's global AI leadership, delivering opportunities for work right the way across the country. And it's worth reflecting that we are currently the third country in the world in terms of the investment in new companies and startups and growing companies in AI. These growth zones will help us deliver secure, dedicated public sector computing power that will be necessary to help drive forward AI innovations. And regional growth is, of course, one of the objectives of the industrial strategy. The strategy will unleash the full potential of our cities and regions by attracting investment and creating the best environments for business to thrive. It will concentrate efforts on places with the greatest potential for growth-driving sectors, city regions, high-potential clusters, strategic industrial sites. But it will spread far more widely than that. It will take advantage of the UK's unique strength and untapped potential, enable the UK's world-leading sectors to adapt and grow, and seize opportunities to lead in new sectors with high-quality, well-paid jobs. All of that requires thinking about in terms of skills, works, job, how we actually do this. After 14 years of living standards essentially stagnating, only bold bets will pay off. And that's why we really welcome the AI Opportunities Plan, and of course this report to help us get it right, and why we're taking immediate action to take forward the 50 recommendations as part of the plan for change. AI does have the potential to change lives, but for too long we've been curious and often cautious bystanders. That changes now. We will become the agents of that change. We will capture AI's full benefits and turn them into real opportunities. And those opportunities must be for everybody. The wealth generated must be shared, and the opportunities must be there for working people. Thank you.
Lord Francis has kindly said he'd take a couple of questions, so if there's any, please do raise a hand. Chris, please, yeah.
As a woman, can you tell us something more about the AI growth zones?
Yeah. So the idea of the AI growth zones, and the first one will be in Culham, is to try and create an infrastructure and a series of opportunities in relation to planning and other things that allow the facilities needed to have not only data centres but small companies, the application of the output of AI in those zones as well, and to create the power and environmental conditions necessary to make this work effectively. So the reason Culham was chosen as the first one is that is the site of the nuclear fusion work that's going on, and it has 100 megawatts of power that's available to do this. So it's already there. Now we need 500 megawatts of power, so there's more to be done, but there are opportunities there to grow that. Other growth zones will be spread around the countries, and we'll start to develop a whole host of different jobs, new jobs, and we hope not only with the infrastructure of the data centres, but also the start-up of companies around that, relating to every aspect of what those zones will deliver.
From the Health Foundation. Clearly we need AI for GDP growth, that's the priority. But the biggest industry in Britain is in fact the National Health Service. 180 billion, 1.4 million people. To what extent is the strategy, the industrial strategy, going to be focusing on helping the NHS release the AI potential of it, and therefore save the country hopefully a bit of money in the future to spend on investment in business?
Well, I think Wes Streeting's been very clear about his three areas, and one of which is from analog to digital. And in that, of course, there's all sorts of things around data and access to data. But AI is already part of that. And you can see it beginning to do the things that I talked about. You can read scans much more easily now with AI than having somebody just ploughing through lots of scans. You still need humans to look at some of these things and to be able to be part of it. You can do certain types of pathology much more easily. There was a rather wonderful story actually from Harvard of, I think it was the MIT, where really world-leading geneticists, clinical geneticists, were faced with a child that they didn't really know what was wrong with the child. And they put the information into what was, I think, GPT-4 and asked the question, what's the most likely genetic problem? And the answer came back, well, I can't tell you the most likely, but I can tell you some of them that might be worth looking at. And first on the list was a particular gene defect. They tested for it, and that was the cause. And these were real experts, and this was helping them do something that probably would have taken weeks or months to get to the bottom of and to come up with a cause. So I think AI is going to do everything in healthcare, from improving processes, the ways hospitals run, the way the efficiency of the system works, through to high-end diagnostic assistance in it. And I think there's no doubt that this has to be a big part of the NHS reform plan.
There are concerns in the British creative industries about what a text and data mining exception would look like. So how are we going to ensure that AI growth does not come at the cost to the intellectual property rights of the large British creative sector?
Yeah, that's important. It's obviously a very live topic, and it's why we've got a consultation out on that very topic with very broad areas covered, which is due to finish in end of February. And it's very important people feed into that, because this is a very important area to get right. I mean, just to be clear, the copyright on the output of AI is very obvious. I mean, you can't copy things, full stop. So that's clear. The debate is around the inputs, in other words, the training areas. And if you look at countries like Japan, Singapore, and South Korea, they've taken a view that the use of or the access to things for training models is non-consumptive and outside copyright. So they're very clear on one end of the spectrum. The US has a sort of fair use approach, which is being tested in gazillion court cases across the US, and it's unclear which way that's going to go. And we need some sort of certainty to allow this to work properly. And we need to provide control to creatives of their IP and their creations. We need to make sure that there's accessibility, because if we close off, we're going to be the laggard in the world in this. So we do need to be able to have accessibility, and we need transparency. And that's the key thing. There are now technologies to allow transparency, to say, well, what have you taken? Where has it gone? And what the output was. So I think those things together form the foundation of the consultation. And it's very important we do that consultation, and we don't rush into knee-jerk reactions on this. And it's important that we recognise, and it's no surprise that the creative industry is one of the sectors in the industrial strategy. The government's very keen to protect that. But we've got to do it sensibly, we've got to do it in the right way, and we've got to actually get the information to be able to do this in a way that's easy, machine reading, so you can't have people sort of saying, with a bit of paper, I've got something, it just won't work. It has to be a machine-readable version to be able to do this properly.
We have a question from Edinburgh, from one of our satellites. Can you give us a bit more detail on what you mean by an AI assurance platform for business? What does this look like in practice?
So this is the many companies that have started up which help other companies work out whether what they're putting in place is actually a system that does what it's supposed to do. And there are some standards developing around this. And this is going to be increasingly important. Otherwise, it becomes completely chaotic, and you end up with things being used which don't work, which don't actually meet the specification, that can't do what's required. So that assurance industry around AI products is becoming quite a big thing, and I'm sure will become a bigger thing over time, as I said. And will be important, and the government itself is doing some work also to make sure for the government applications of AI, we've got a means to test that they actually do what you say within the bandwidths that you want it to. I think the risk of having completely unregulated, unassured use of this is quite high, because you'll get a backlash, things won't work properly, they won't actually deliver what's required, and also, of course, it could cause problems if you've got things like inherent bias built in.
I think we've got a question from our satellite in Cornwall as well. Over to Harry, if you can unmute.
Thanks, Kester. I'm going to throw it open to our floor. Matthew Thompson here has a question.
Thank you. Good morning, and excellent opening. Can I ask, when you talk about clusters and the interrelationships between the growth zones and the capabilities and skills zones, are you looking at adopting AI principles of, for instance, holonic, decentralized approaches, which might therefore allow rural participation in what you've otherwise described as fairly metropolitan opportunities?
Yeah, absolutely. And welcome, Penryn. I grew up a couple of miles down the road, so I know it very well. Yes, the review that's being undertaken by the Government Chief Scientific Advisor and National Technology Advisor is precisely about adoption of AI broadly across the country, what needs to happen. And I've got no doubt that needs to be locally led. It needs to be locally led together with universities and others to make sure that we have a system to share knowledge, to make sure we do a bit of hand-holding at a sort of sensible local level as this goes on, because this is going to be something that needs to be right the way across the country, not something highly localised. That said, there are bits that will be highly localised. I mean, you're not going to have the invention of very, very high-tech things everywhere in the country. They may be, in some places, more likely to occur. So I think we need to do both of those things. And the more we can get this distributed, the more we can get this locally owned and locally delivered, the greater the chance that we can deal with some of the things that we know we have as issues in the UK. We have a long tail of low productivity related to low uptake of technologies. This could be an opportunity to tackle that. It could be an opportunity to allow small businesses and others to get right in the forefront of this and to use this to improve their performances. So long answer, simple answer is yes, local is crucially important.
Got time for one more question. Yes.
Nina Jordan, University of Cambridge. I'm wondering how the AI growth agenda is in conflict with all the environmental goals that we are having, given that a ChatGPT question takes up, 10, 20, up to 90 times more energy than a standard Google search. So how is the government thinking of linking these quite conflicting goals together?
It's precisely why, as part of the action plan, we're creating the Energy Council, which is jointly between the Secretary of State for DESNZ and the Secretary of State for DCIT, to look at the entire process of how we get these things supported, because it's going to have to be renewable energy. There are obviously lots of talks about things including small modular reactors to provide output for this, and it's going to have to take into account things like water and other environmental impacts. There are lots of technological advances that are occurring, like closed-loop systems for water, like separating heat and cold in data centres to make sure it's used properly, and of course massive efficiency gains occurring in the hardware itself. So there's a lot going on, but that council is precisely to recognise that very important point. This can't be a sort of put a 500 megawatt data center in and then worry about what's going to happen afterwards. It has to be done at the same time to get this right.
Many, many thanks to Lord Valence. Thank you so much. If I could invite the members of our first panel up, please, who are going to give an opening kind of presentation, 20 minutes here. Then we're going to have an offline where satellites are going to be doing their own discussions, and then a virtual plenary where we'll invite a discussion from across the UK. So Isabel, Chris, Bart, and we've also got Tara and Maurizio. Yes, in the middle. Yeah, thanks.
Get my clock going. But we're going to keep exactly to time. So this is great so far. I'm Isabel Berwick. I work for the FT. I write about work and the future of work. So this is a very pertinent panel. I'm going to ask the panel to briefly introduce themselves without taking up too much time. So on my far left.
I'm Mauricio Barahona, Professor of Applied Mathematics at Imperial College, and I've been part of the Pissarides review throughout.
Tara, Senior Advisor to McKinsey and Chair the Productivity Institute's Advisory Committee, also Chair of Pro Bono Economics.
Chris Pissarides, LSE and IFOW and
all that.
And I'm Bart Vraark, and I'm a Professor of Productivity Studies at Manchester and the Managing Director of the Productivity Institute in charge of this National Productivity Week that was already mentioned earlier.
Great. So we're going to have a short discussion about how national policies can support skills and innovation systems to reduce some of the regional inequalities we've learning about from the report and enable a kind of transformation for everybody. So I'm going to start by asking Chris to give a little bit of an overview of the research. We've heard a few things, but perhaps you could drill a bit down deeper into the interplay between the cross-nation labour markets and some of these sort of national and regional inequalities.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you very much. Well, as you heard, this is stream one, that is at the national level. We looked at the regions and nations of the United Kingdom, the old NUTS 2 areas that now have a different name. And and the objective was to find out, somewhere we call it disruption index. We constructed an index, in fact, for each one of these areas. And the objective was to find out what's going on with technology and how ready each region does it. I should say, I'm pleased to say that the hard work behind it was done by Bertha Brockenhall, who is sitting out there. Very pleased to see you here. And what I would like to do is to tell you how we constructed that index and the main findings, and then bring other things in the discussion. Well, we collected data for two kind of issues, if you like, that connected with each geography. One is how much technological disruption is taking place, and the other one is how ready each region is. In the technological disruption, we looked at the investment in technology products, how much private sector funding to these tech sectors is going, how much venture capital is being invested, how much R&D is being done. We looked at innovation activities, businesses undertaking innovation activities, employment, how many people are employed in R&D, technology adoption, how many patent applications there have been, how many new to the market goods and services are being supplied, the number of startups in the tech sectors, and finally, employment issues, employment in technology, knowledge-related sectors, demand for tech skills, and so on. On readiness, we looked at human capital, basically, what basic skills are there in each region, what's the demographic structure, how much investment is taking place in education, in post-secondary education, adult education, all kinds of education that affect the workforce. And the second main component of readiness is how good is the infrastructure in each geography, how good is the 4G mobile coverage, the internet download speed, the ultra-fast internet availability, number of internet users, and so on and so forth. Now, of these two, perhaps not surprisingly, there is a lot more inequality across the country in technological disruption, how much technology is being taken on, than how much readiness is there in each geography. The differences across, although there are differences across all these things I mentioned, it's really two things that drive the differences. On technology is how much investment is taking place, venture capital investment and other technology-related investment, which is, of course, related to R&D and so on. And on readiness is human capital, how many highly qualified people live in the area and work in the area. The two are correlated. Where the investment is going, there are also the people. And when you look at it, it's really depressing. It's like a two-state country. The widest southeast, basically the Golden Triangle of London, Oxford, Cambridge. There is East Anglia, Berkshire, Buckinghamshire, Oxfordshire, Inner London West, Inner London East. That's it. They're way, way ahead. Everyone else is below. There is some green shoots appearing in places like Manchester and Bristol, which of course is very encouraging, and I can say something else about policy, how to encourage even more later on. But the gap is still very big. That's also investment. When it comes to readiness, the difference is that the wider southeast that I mentioned does have the more qualified people. Of course, it's backed up by universities of Oxford, Cambridge, London Imperial College London, and the London School of Economics. And then regional economies are disputing whether highly qualified people outside come down to the southeast to work or not. I believe that it cannot be that they don't come out. It's not that the southeast and London have cleverer people than or more successful graduates than the rest of the country. I think there is migration in here because this is where the exciting jobs are taking place. I think I've exhausted my 3 minutes, so you better stop me, otherwise I'll go on forever.
I think you had 4, Chris.
Oh, 4, there you go. So I stopped myself.
Perfect timing. So I'm going to move to each of the panellists to give their own sort of short comments on the topic. I think I'm going to start with you, Mauricio from London, and then we'll move across the panel and end up in thriving Manchester.
Green shoot here.
Stop me after 3 minutes. Okay, so as you see, I'm in the mathematics department, and I'm not an economist. So it was actually a privilege and a challenge to be part of this review. We actually were privileged because to bring what we thought we could bring into this review, you have to have very good partnerships with the people who know about the problems and the data. And this actually took a lot of effort, conversations, and a lot of patience, actually, from Chris, Jolene, James, the other people in the team, Berta, and we trying to learn. Because what we believed, and that would be my main point, really, is that perhaps if we wanted to approach this problem at a more systems level, there are now resources that are becoming increasingly available that are extremely data rich. And that could allow us to get complementary views, not at all taking away what traditionally has been done, for example, surveys and all this, but that could actually give us a different picture of perhaps what the market, in terms of skills, is actually going through. And just to give you a scale of things, so one of the main data sets that we have been using, which became apparent actually when we began to look into this, is effectively online adverts, that are available. This covers 60 million adverts over a period of 4 or 5 years, and across all sectors. And they are quite detailed. So they contain descriptions of jobs, of required skills, geographic, like name, like salaries, etc. I would say that our contribution in this has been, in a sense, a methodological peek into possibilities on how these things could be used to complement and give in a sense, more detailed, more kind of like up-to-date, perhaps, snapshot that could be used to actually guide our inquiry into what skills are required together, where, certain, then the policy comes later into interpreting this, and I think you will hear a lot later on. So,
thank you.
My 3 minutes.
Thank you.
So first of all, thank you very much, and I really want to congratulate the team for what is a very ambitious piece of work, a very nuanced piece of work. I think the systems approach is really bringing a set of insights that we need in order to come up with actual policies that will work in the real world. If we ignore those complexities, we're never going to get policies to work, and the solutions aren't going to be sufficiently granular. There are plenty of recommendations in the report which are great in the sense that they're bringing together pro-productivity and pro-well-being policies in one place. I think that joint aspiration is really critical to making these tech transitions both effective but also fair. When I was looking at the report, there were kind of 3 things about the UK's, let's call it, skills and innovation landscape that really struck me as important in then refining and taking those recommendations further. And the first one is that we must not get kind of sucked into the hype cycle. It's so easy to talk just about generative AI and what the latest ChatGPT model can do, when the report and the analysis here is very clear that the impacts will come from a much broader range of automation technologies working together and basic digitization as well. And for example, McKinsey Global Institute expects that maybe about 20% of the productivity gains will come from generative AI, and everything else is coming from just other kinds of technology. So having that broad lens, I think, is really, really important. And of course, linked to that, the fact that technology transitions are ultimately all about people. Having the technology does nothing until you get people to have the skills and change their workflows and behaviors in a way that delivers productivity and better jobs. And I'll come back to that in a minute. The second thing that really struck me is that we start from a really challenging position. So we tend to think about the UK as a higher education country, and we are, because lots of young people are going into higher education. But if we look at the stock of people, rather than the flow of new people into our workforce, then only about 40% of them have higher education degrees. And their skill levels, as measured by PIAC, are the same as those people in Finland with secondary education. So we have a huge skills deficit. 20% of our people don't have the basic digital and basic adaptive problem-solving skills to deal with these transitions. So any solutions will have to be at a significant scale. We can't just tweak around the kind of system at the margin. And the final observation is our labour markets are hyper-local. I was actually shocked when I looked at this number. Out of all of the businesses in the UK, 2% have more than one site. 2%. The average person, like out of all of the workers in the UK, about 6% move every year. 50% of them move less than 5 miles. And the average commute is 20 minutes. Sorry, the median commute is 20 minutes, 5 to 6 miles. So that is the level of granularity at which we're going to need to solve this skills and technology transition problem. And so when we talk about devolution, it needs to go well beyond local authorities, is my view. And so coming back to what does this mean for kind of policy directions? Well, first of all, human centricity, you emphasize it in the report, so critical. My colleagues at McKinsey suggest that for every technology investment, you need 4 to 5 times as much investment in the human capital to get any benefits out of it, let alone to make those transitions beneficial to the people who are involved. And then we need to simultaneously have huge, large-scale systems change while being hyperlocal. And that's a challenge for us that the report is starting to give us a glimpse of what are the mechanisms through which we have our job centres work as skills and capabilities centres and not just kind of plugging people into jobs over here and there. And how do we get businesses to invest orders of magnitude more in human capital?
Thank you. Bart.
Well, first of all, I'd like to thank the Institute for Future Work for joining us up with National Productivity Week. Mark said it's only a week. Sorry, I should use the mic. So again, thanks to the Institute for Future Work for joining us up with National Productivity Week. Mark just mentioned that it's only 1 week. Thank God it's only 1 week. But in 1963, there was a whole productivity year. So maybe we should think about this, that productivity is indeed something that has to be continuously on our mind. Now, our tagline for National Productivity Week is working smarter and better growth. And I think that's actually quite nicely summarizing what this is all about. We need to think much smarter about how we use AI in our business processes and in our daily life, but we also need to make absolutely sure that it leads to a kind of growth that is a much better path to growth, that creates good jobs that the report is talking about. So it's a very, very relevant topic. When TPI, we believe that productivity is really a long-term issue. It's not something, and that's perhaps something we should be aware of. Sometimes it's being presented like if we just rush this thing through on AI, wonders and miracles will happen. And that's not the case. We know from all the past historical experiences that technology will take its time and need its time to work itself through, particularly if you want to make that more inclusive. And at the Productivity Institute, the way that we think about making more inclusive, having productivity contribute to more inclusive growth, there are 3 things that are important. First of all, it's very important that we maximize the amount of access that people have to the tools and the methods they need to use technology well. That's obviously skills, but it goes way beyond that. Certainly when we go out of London, also in London, we think about housing and transportation and infrastructure and proper innovation structures and business support programs. So this access really needs to be widened and broadened. The second important thing is that we need to sustainably transform the technology into better outputs and better outcomes for people. And that sustainable thinking is the key of business processes that firms have to think about every day in how they're using that to create the outputs that create the outcomes that we would want to have. And finally, once we have the outcomes, we need to make sure that it sort of cycles back into the system, that people get rewarded for the investments they actually made in those kind of skills. So if we're still in an economy where we're asking people to invest in skills, but wage levels are not being translated in rewarding for that, there is a break in the cycle. So how are we doing? Well, when we had National Productivity Week 1.5 years ago, we published a national productivity agenda where we said there are 3 things that are really important here. First of all, we need to ramp up investment. Now, truth to be told, this government does realize that, has acknowledged that. There's been lots of demand, lots of criticism and discussion about how the budget is playing out. The spending review will all tell us what basically can be delivered. But investment, both public and private, is clearly on the agenda. That's good. Second, we need a much better functioning knowledge diffusion system. At the moment, the knowledge diffusion system that the UK has primarily serves the firms already at the frontier, not the firms that are following and that are trying to catch up. Business support programs are too small, they're underfunded, they're too fragmented, and so on and so forth. So we really need to work on better knowledge diffusion systems in the UK. And finally, somewhat related to the second point, we need to deal with our very fragmented institutional system when it comes to governance of places around the country, and when it is about how we're going to investing in people's better living standards. Productivity is about scaling up. We can't just devolve to the lowest level of local authorities. It gets way too fragmented and way too small. So what we're doing with combined authorities and mayoral combined authorities is a step in the right direction, but there is still way to go to realize that skills programs and innovation programs are going to be scaled up to the level that at a regional level we can really deliver. And on that sense, we do have examples around the country, including Manchester, which I'm happy to talk about when we go offline, because I think I did my 3 minutes at this point, so I'll leave it at this for the moment.
Great. So we're going to wrap up this little bit of the discussion, we're going to address one key question about what are the key policy gaps that would support a thriving national and regional innovation ecosystem, and how do we address sort of these productivity and national and regional skills gaps. So we can perhaps return to that. And I'm teeing up our satellites who are going to go offline and discuss this point, and then they're going to come back later and talk with Chris and myself. But for the people in the studio and for the people here in London, we'll just address that question first about the key policy gaps. Perhaps, Tara, I'll start with you.
Yes, I mean, in some ways, it's less about gaps, because there are policies all over the place, and we've got Skills England, we've got UKRI, we've got AI zones, as we heard earlier. We've got a ton of policies. I think the flavour that I'm picking up from the other panellists as well is about making those policies joined up in a way that actually delivers on the ground the benefits to the people on the ground, whether that's businesses, benefits to them in being more productive, more competitive, able to grow and export, or whether it's people actually working in those businesses and therefore it's better wages or better quality of roles and, you know, more meaningful work. The one area, though, Bart talked a lot about investment, and one area that gets constantly overlooked, if I put it that way, so it's not about a gap, but it's more a kind of balancing thing, is around employer investment in skills. We know that it has positive net present value. In other words, businesses should have an incentive already. 75% of upskilling and reskilling, things that they could do, would actually make them more money. And of course, it would also make that person who has those skills then have more personal human capital that's valuable to the individual. And I don't know what the exact right answer is, how we get that investment to be drastically increased, but it seems that the incentive, like the carrot, is not enough. So maybe there need to be some sticks or some kind of minimum level requirements for businesses to be investing more in people's skills.
So when I talk to employers on my podcast and for my writing, they often talk about people leaving.
Yep.
Is that one of the main barriers? They don't want to invest because people will leave.
Well, that's a perception of a barrier, but when you do the calculation, even if the person leaves in 3 or 4 years' time, you will still get a benefit for your business. Sure, some of the benefit goes to that individual and goes to the person or the business that person goes to work for in the future, but enough of it accrues to you that you should still do it anyways. Now, it's a fair point in the sense that there's what economists call market failure. So, because some of the benefits do go to potentially your competitor, businesses can be reticent in doing this, but if they all did it, it's a collective action problem, right? If all of them did it, then, you know, kind of swings and roundabouts, everybody will actually benefit from that.
So if there were official carrots and sticks?
Yes.
Got you. Anybody else want to come in on the sort of policy gaps? Marithia?
Perhaps on the side of data, I mean, one thing that perhaps has become quite apparent is like there is also fragmentation at the level of data, which, you know, it's difficult to come up with a policy. We understand there are lots and lots of issues there on how to bring the different aspects of the data together. But if anything has emerged from our analysis during these 3 years, is that somehow there is a lot to be gained by actually considering data that is quite diverse. And it's not so easy. And this is actually goes all the way to the top. There are certain types of data that are not integrated by design with other parts in the UK. In other countries, they are. I'm talking about things that have to do with proper sort of following of jobs and salaries and all this. Here, they are very well separated. This puts quite a lot of limitations on how to, let's say, take a more, if you want, causal/policy implications of the data. So there is lots of data around, but perhaps a kind of like a global thinking on what kinds of data could and should be put together. I think it's an important consideration.
So joining it up, Chris.
So can I connect the issues, if you don't mind, can I connect the two issues on investment and data? Because first of all, I agree with Tara that we need investment. We're pretty much underfunded everywhere. So certainly we're also underfunded in the skills agenda, and also agree that data are absolutely necessary to better understand what's going on. There's actually some really low-hanging fruit, and that is that at the regional level, we don't really have a very good sense on a day-to-day basis, if you like, of what the skill needs exactly are. We know what we try to figure out from businesses what they need. We try to figure out from colleges and FE colleges what they can possibly supply, but we don't have a kind of continuous process to actually assess this. We have the occasional study. Of course, we have LSIPs who also try to take care of this. But it would be an enormous step forward if we would actually use the technology to begin to understand what businesses need and what schools can provide, and try to really have that on a much more continuous basis than what we're currently having. And in fact, in our regional productivity agenda, we actually have made some suggestions on how to possibly do that.
Thank you. Chris, would you like to round off this part of the panel?
Yes, I mean, we identified two problems, and both I think are extremely important. One is investment overall, that not only, as I said before, the key driver of the differences across the regions and nations of the UK is in the investment that is so concentrated in the southeast. In fact, even if you put all investment together, it's just not enough. We need more investment and we need better distribution. There is the issue of investment in skills as well. I could spend the rest of the morning talking about this. I can point out some really interesting work by the McKinsey Global Institute, if you heard about it. And essentially, I'll just say the main thing, actually, which I thought you were going to come to. The challenge we are facing now is one of transition of workers to different types of roles within companies and different jobs. But the main one is different kinds of roles. If a company is big, then the incentive that it has to train its people to do the new roles is the carrot, basically. If you do this training, you're going to get promoted. That's where the company is going. That's why communication is important, and provision of training that I mentioned in my initial remarks. How do you do that? Well, the McKinsey, of course, have an amazing data of big corporations. You need size. You need a big enough company that will adapt the roles within. Think IBM, Amazon, that kind of thing. But also smaller ones, not just the massive ones. And then what companies do, and they've been very successful, set aside something like 75, 80 hours a year on the intranet. Workers take their own initiative. They know there is a reward at the end of it. If you spend, the time I mentioned is about 2 hours a week of the working week. Spend 2 hours a week educating yourself with things provided, courses provided within the company, by the company, that will be useful in the new roles that the company will develop. And those are the successful companies that provide the good jobs, because they communicate a lot to their workers. They give them flexibility when to work and when to do the training, and eventually get promoted, and they don't leave.
So I think that's a great place to break. We're going to let the satellites go offline and talk about some of the things we've talked about here, and we'll come back and discuss that with them. But here in London, we're going to keep talking, perhaps dive a little bit deeper in some of these things we've just raised. So one of the things we wanted to touch on was, how do we align, this market policy in making people work harder, better, and happier? How do we get that in line with the technological transformation that's needed? I don't know, Bart, but is that something that you've been, how do we align everything? How do we time it? How do we, make it all work? What are the particular initiatives we can think about?
Yeah, I think that's probably the hardest question of all, is that how do you get a process going? I think the report is excellent in describing, the path we can go if we don't intervene at all, and technologies will, AI will definitely have huge effects on productivity, but the benefits will be limited to a limited number of firms, limited number of people, and a limited number of places. So the question really is, how do we make sure that we take a much larger group of regions and firms and people along with this process? And as I made up in my opening remarks, I think there's a huge role here for combined authorities, and I say specifically combined authorities because as I also mentioned earlier, we need to scale this up. I mean, this is a very difficult process. It's something that you can't really do at the local authority level. And you mentioned Manchester as a green shoot, so let me sort of play that at the moment a little bit. We are a national institute, but I like to talk about Manchester. Well, it's big, but green shoots grow very fast. I think, first of all, we of course have the benefit, talking about long term, that Manchester already has a combined authority for more than 10 years, well, 15 years. So it takes time to build, an infrastructure, an innovation system that really works. We have the benefit in Manchester of a large education system, including a university, but also Manchester Metropolitan and a large amount of FE colleges around it. So there is a clear education system that is increasingly beginning to work together. And we have the benefit of, at least have a pretty good agglomeration that is attractive for businesses to begin to invest in. So those are the preconditions that you need to build before you can really start developing a program that pulls as many people along as possible. Without that, it's very difficult. What we now see in Manchester is that the university has started a project called Sister, which is really focused on bringing university and AI investments together to have them benefit from all the research that is done, including the inclusiveness of these technologies. And we started something that we call Unit M, with the M standing for Manchester, which is directly meant to collaborate with the Greater Manchester Authority to really build programs around skills and around innovation and involving a lot more business in this. Now, this is just Manchester. Luckily, there are a few more even slightly light greener shoots around the country, but we need to really work on trying to figure where they are and see if we can begin to make this investment. Again, don't expect miracles overnight. Don't overdo expectations that you're having. I mean, that's just not realistic, and it only leads to disappointments. But if you get committed to that kind of building of a regional innovation system, you can definitely bring a lot more people, places around, and firms around.
And just to dive a bit deeper into that, what are the specific policy interventions you'd like to see to make sure that no region of the UK gets left behind? Because obviously Manchester's doing well.
So can I say one quick thing before you, and then I'll shut up. It is not quite fair to say that we can't leave anyone behind. Technology leads to inequality. Whatever we do, we can reduce that inequality, and we should. But the aim for government to say everybody will be pulled along, every region in the UK will go and massively benefit from it, is just not fair and not honest to what we can expect. There will be agglomerations that benefit from these technologies. We need many more than London and the South East, and the green shoots are there, but we also have to make choices.
Thank you. Anyone over here? Mauricio?
I mean, I was curious because you are talking from the perspective of some actions in Manchester where you believe that change has been produced. Coming from the other side, that was the part that we haven't explored. Like in a sense, we identified patterns, and actually we have gone to a quite sort of like detailed level. So even to the level of cities. So we took the 63 cities in the UK all the way to, I think the smallest is probably 125,000, according to the definition of cities. And we explored skills and skill turnover in those quite relatively small kind of levels. And you see things there that are very reflective of local economies. But this is purely, if you want, an observation. The local environments contain these kind of requirements of skills in the local economies. you have talked about, like how in Manchester these things, perhaps without this reflection on this data or only partial knowledge, actions have been taken. And I think that's probably a gap that is important to take, which is knowing the local economy, knowing where action can be taken, what is the right policy actions that could translate into an enhancement of things that are already there. I mean, coming from the outside and saying, look, guys, you have been doing things in this area. No, move on. The new thing is this. Everybody, shift. I think that's usually not a good recipe unless, politically it has happened in the past. But, I don't think that's the current recommendation, right? So knowing where you're starting and where, because, we're talking about AI a lot. It's natural. It's going to have an impact across many, if not all, sectors. So I think it is this kind of like a pervasive kind of influx of technological advances that have to be harnessed. I think that's the key. And for that, you have to know where you're starting and what industries can really absorb this kind of like positive influx. So I think that there is something there that is, further work and for people who know more about the local things, but I think that's potentially something to explore.
So there's the danger with the top-down approach is that some people are not even starting and then everyone else has moved.
If you come with a very general policy that says, okay, this is a set of skills that everybody should be acquiring, it will be good for you. That tends to be, some of these things are good. I would say people should learn math. I think that's good, right? It benefits me also, right? But nevertheless, I think that's actually a good recommendation. But I would do this for people who are now 18, right? That's okay. But that's not what we are discussing here, right? I think knowing what is the local kind of environment and how this can actually could be well linked and matched up with opportunities, I think that's where the effort of people should be put.
How far down should we drill then locally?
Yeah, so I think very far. But there's, as has become, I think, apparent in this conversation, it isn't either top-down or bottom-up or national or hyper-local. It's all of these things together because different things work at different levels. And I think that's why, having a current framework is so important. I think what I would add to what we've already heard is, first of all, that it's always been a kind of holy grail of economists to understand how do we regenerate regions and local places that have been left behind. And of course, an obvious place to look is, can we look at case studies of countries or localities or cities that actually came from having been left behind and now actually thriving? And the fact is that there are very few of these. Things are very path dependent, and so it's really, really hard to change. But where we have seen it change, I think 2 or 3 things have been the case. First of all, there's been a coming together of government, universities, business people, philanthropists with money, basically, and other kind of local infrastructure and institutions like, health services and whatever, to create a vision. And there's been local leadership. And that is the most important thing in my view, because remember, if we set policy in Whitehall, the ministers come and go, the policy officials come and go, things get reinvented, and the same policies kind of get talked about, nothing gets implemented. At the local level, those people will still be there in 20 years' time. And they have such a vested interest in actually bringing all those actors together that it's much more likely that they will deliver the kinds of solutions that work for their region, much more likely they will deliver any solutions at all, because they actually have that staying power. And it comes back to what Bart was saying earlier about it takes time. So at a national level then, that actually does mean just devolving powers to a much lower level of government. And I have to say I didn't used to believe this to be the case, but having looked for solutions top down and having found that they don't exist, I think the only solution has to be there for local and bottom up.
Thank you. Chris, have you got? Yeah.
Yeah, if I could ask you this here. One of the most striking statistics that I saw in the Draghi report on European competitiveness is that 30% of European successful startups, unicorns, they migrate to the United States, mainly California. And when you ask them why, they say because there are more skills there that we can use to expand our business more. So the secret, as Mauricio was saying, is to if we're going to get outside the Southeast, is to sort of construct areas, if you like, find areas where there is an agglomeration of skills, where people stay there and companies move in, and that becomes a virtuous circle. That's why I thought, and I asked the Lord Valence about the AI growth zones, because those zones could act like that. In fact, we experienced the Knowledge Quarter here in King's Cross, that kind of area, because it would be, because even a place like Manchester, Liverpool, Merseyside is too big to be an agglomeration. I mean, Silicon Valley is a small place compared with what they're doing. So what you need is concentration within those areas, just like in London, there is concentration around King's Cross and Canary Wharf, and that's it. Where the whole of the south is, and then a little bit around Cambridge or something. So, for me, something like the knowledge zones or the AI growth zones, and getting some successful companies there, that will create the agglomeration that will come along. Why is Washington State in the States one of the three most successful ones? Because Microsoft is there, and it created the positive externalities, and all the others are congregated there to work. Why is Massachusetts one of the top three? Because it's got MIT, Harvard within walking distance of each other. It's not only Silicon Valley, but the rest of the US is almost like a desert.
So an anchor,
so you
a
need,
big employer.
Yes, you need a big employer there. So get one of the wealthy Mancunians to go up there.
Yeah, well, I so much agree with the need to meet in the middle when it comes to top-down and bottom-up. So if you sort of drill down a little bit on the Greater Manchester story, right? It's a hugely diverse combined authority, right? I mean, the inequality within Greater Manchester at a regional level of boroughs is huge. And therefore, what we've seen there, one of the initiatives is starting, small Silicon Valley between hyphens called Atom Valley, which is basically Rochdale and Oldham, which is one of the poorer areas. And we actually did some research there. Maybe our Manchester colleagues will be talking about this later on as well, because we were interested to say, okay, if you put an initiative like that, major investment in high tech, in a place like that, what does that mean for the actual place where all the basic conditions are not in a good place? Skills are low, housing is bad, transport infrastructure, lots of problems. And what we find out there is that what is really missing in a place like that is what we would call a sort of integrated investment strategy. So at the level of the local authority, we need to have a real debate between schools and the business community and the local authorities about how do we make sure that we match up investment in skills and investment in housing and infrastructure so that people can begin to benefit from that initiative that is out there. Can they get jobs there? Are there spillovers from Atom Valley to other businesses in the region and so on? So it's very detailed, granular level, which is really bottom up, but it needs to be scaled up to the level of something like a combined authority to really see the long-term productivity gains from it.
So I'm really interested in just a bit more. We've talked a bit about combined authorities, but how can institutions work together best, and does that happen? Do things start and then stop? What's the best way of all these institutions working together? What have you found, Tara?
So I think every local place finds its own way. Really, genuinely, the kind of long-term persistence of changing a place and improving it and coming together with lots of actors it's painful and hard work, isn't it? Because it's easier to work in your own silo. It's harder to work across those boundaries. And so I believe in finding leadership in some people who are passionate about the topic. And they create their own way of doing it. If you try and impose to them a cookie-cutter way of doing it, actually you lose all of that passion and all of that energy and all of that kind of change agent aspect of it. The one thing that we could do much better nationally is celebrate success stories and really talk about not you should do this or you should do that, but look at the place over here that has done something extraordinary and interesting with very limited resources, because then that would give people almost like they would believe in themselves as well better. They say, well, we don't need to do it the same way they did it, but look, they did do it and we can learn from it. I think that kind of, I can't think of the right word for it, but it's kind of not competition, it's positive stories and positive role models that people can look up to, but then take what they want and do their own way.
So sharing best practice.
Yeah, the learning element is really important. So, for example, in the Northwest, we see now a lot more initiative about Greater Manchester and Liverpool City region work together, but partly to collaborate and scale it, but partly simply to understand what did you try and do, and did it work, and why did it work, or why did it fail? These things are really important. And by the way, this is true for other combined authorities as well. Think about West Midlands Combined Authority, for example, which again has huge opportunities to actually step up in this
So the combined authorities are taking a lead.
I think at the moment, the combined authorities is the game in town, and we can discuss whether that's right or wrong. We would probably think that combined authorities on the whole are still relatively small as an economic area to really have an integrated investment policy that brings technology where you want it to be. But given the fact that's where we are, also politically, this is our best bet. And I think we really have to work on that and make sure that there's sufficient funding and sufficient learning going on so that these technologies can really be implemented in an effective way.
Chris, have the last word. What did doing this report teach you about all these different synergies?
Taught me that it's very, very difficult to change anything. It needs patience. And what we identified, I guess, with this investment level and distribution and also the skill requirements is at least we identified the problem. And then, obviously, how you approach it is, I don't know, may succeed, may not. I mean, my view really is what you heard, is that we need to get a critical mass somewhere, and then that then will just take off on its own. Going back, in fact, to work we're doing at the Centre for Labour Economics, I remember in the days that unemployment was the big problem and there were no jobs coming along, and we were saying, how can we do it? And the government had the view of establishing job-creating schemes by moving public sector jobs to Sheffield, I think the Manpower Commission or something, which were a complete failure. so there's no guarantee that you're going to succeed with these zones, but at least that's... I think it's worth trying.
So we already have the clusters in sort of King's Cross, Cambridge. Are those the models that we can manage?
I think so. And there is one in Manchester, one in Liverpool, not as active as the ones in London, but at least they're there and going along with the infrastructure that Valence mentioned. Combining the two, I was tempted to follow up actually and ask them if they're doing anything about the knowledge courses with the startups accumulating them, but I thought let's leave it for another occasion. They could be providing critical mass, and I think it's best to start with the big ones like Greater Manchester, Merseyside, and then West Midlands conurbation. Don't forget Glasgow, Edinburgh, of course, is big, and Glasgow is coming up as well. At least those three. Well, and then there's Northeast, but the Northeast is the one that's further behind the others.
We'll talk to them later. Okay, well, I'm going to open it to the floor. That was great. Thank you so much to everyone. I'm going to open it to the floor for questions. I guess there's probably a mic. Is there a mic? Yes. Or is the mic here? Bart's mic, yeah. Thanks, Kester. Right, thank you. Right, front row was the first hand up.
This was great. Thank you very much. One of the things to connect the pieces that's been brought up by the panel and was brought up by the minister is, what are we going to do to build capacity in the regional, local authorities for AI? We've talked quite a bit about the need for skills upgrading across the country, but there's some real work that needs to happen in terms of how we have these kinds of conversations. One of the things I've been quite struck by is when government say we need AI for healthcare and education, there's not an immediate call out that those are devolved powers. We have enormous capacity for growth in the country, But what are we going to do to help devolved governments meet their skills need for helping to put these things into place? And those local and regional authorities who don't have the AI experts to help in building these zones. So how are we going to square that circle?
Who'd like to take that?
I think it's useful to make a distinction between production and use. It's always good to do that when you talk about technology. So when it comes to producing AI in terms of producing goods and services that lead to better outcomes, as I said earlier, I think we need to make choices. We can't do this everywhere. We can't have a Silicon Valley everywhere. We don't want a Silicon Valley everywhere. So we have to, and I think in that sense, I also applaud the initiative on the AI growth zones, and I think we need a few more of those around the country where you concentrate skills, but also the energy usage issue that was mentioned, that is a big challenge as well. Then there's the usage component, which of course is everywhere, because every place, every firm, every person will be touched one way or another by AI. And that's why I think business support programs become a lot more important. And as already mentioned in my introductory comments, we have loads of business support programs in the UK, but they're too fragmented, they're too underfunded, they're too short term. And we really need more of a strategy around this. This is one of the key issues that I think the government should take on in addition to the industrial strategy to make sure that these business support programs are going to be effective, are going to be accessible for as many places as possible. And then finally, there's your point on the public sector. We do some work on the public sector and the use of technology in the public sector. Well, it's a whole level more difficult there. And the ambition that the Prime Minister showed last week, is great in terms of ambition, but there's a long way to go before public sector organizations will be able to really use this technology in a way that the productivity can go up, right? Of course, you want better outcomes. That's where you want to start. But in order to actually, streamline processes so that we can get better outcomes with fewer resources, will take a very long time. And again, we'll need a lot more collaboration at the public sector level, also between different types of public sector organizations to do that. So here's a couple of key elements that I think are really important policy-wise.
Thanks, Bart. The question on the end of the front row. Anna.
Thank you very much. There are a wealth of policies in the report, which I won't ask you about, except for a few, pulling out a few that link, I think, to what you've been saying. Obviously, the background for that is more integrated future of work, growth and capabilities strategies, and a sort of shift in thinking about skills from just snapshot views to longer term views where you access and develop capabilities. Three things I would really welcome the panel's view on. Three policies that perhaps were, less usual policies and we haven't had before. One was a super deduction, a tax deduction, to encourage businesses to implement certain types of training with a particular emphasis on socio-technical types, and within that, augmentation and high discretion automation. The next was access to data. So access to data and combining data sources, so work, well-being, and skills. And the last one was, as well as mapping and supporting local institutions, we've heard for the ones in about Manchester, we've also been thinking about ones in the southwest and Brunel, how we could plug institutional gaps by establishing labs with a remit, with socio-technical remits, aimed very sharply at what we've identified as the most important thing. So I don't know, that's a bit of a mouthful, but if anyone wants to comment on any of those, that would be great.
Very practical. So the data point, Marithia, was interesting.
Yes, I already think, Anna and I have talked about this before, so she is prompting me almost to say what I already said previously. I would say there are clear gaps in there in connecting these things. I don't know enough about the intricacies of the policies to actually make those things work, because this is political. There are certain things that are, out of remit. ONS doesn't have access to certain things. HMRC are separate completely for completely understandable reasons. But there are certain things that, going through proxies in the data makes it very complicated. And actually, if one wants to actually have a more in-depth view of the effect of certain policies, it's difficult to estimate those things. On the other hand, there are some low-hanging fruits, which I think are a matter of, in a sense, organizing potentially known resources into a much more systematic kind of access. So I would say, in an ideal world, always, you say, well, if we could get all of these things together, is better, but that should not preclude from actually a more, in a sense, informed view to some of these aspects that are, let's say, less anecdotal and more based on data that is becoming more available, really. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, I think that's definitely one thing to...
And super deductions?
Yes. I also wanted to briefly comment on the previous comments around, on one hand, it's data about what skills are missing. On the other hand, do we have the capabilities in local authorities and other places to actually take on these new policies and apply AI and make the most of it? I think we're underestimating here the value of what I would call meta skills. So I don't think it does make sense for us to try and predict at super granularity what skills we're going to need in the future. The skill we need is for people to be curious and to be able to learn and to be adaptable. And if they have those skills, they will deal with whatever technology comes their way. In the local authorities, we don't have enough of those fundamental skills, because if you're curious, you can already use AI to tell you everything you need to know about how to go about transforming your processes. I now use ChatGPT as my IT call center all the time. It's much better than any other, IT service center. It's faster, it's free of charge. And yesterday, for example, I had to install a new printer, and it was just like a dream, because it told me exactly what to do when with this precise printer and what to expect. And I in that same way, if you're unsure about what AI can do for you, ask it, and it'll tell you. And 97% of the time, it's actually right. And so we need to instill I think, a culture of curiosity and just kind of do it attitude. On the super deduction, yes, I'm in favor of making the incentives much more significant for businesses to invest more in capabilities and skills. But we need to do it in a way that we actually evaluate whether it worked. I'm starting to worry when we looked at other kinds of business support schemes that it's not about the carrots, because people respond to carrots 4 times less intensively as they respond to threats, right? And so we may need other things as well as just an incentive. We already have an incentive in the sense of people would make more money if they actually trained their workforce, and they're not doing it. So it doesn't seem to be enough to necessarily push us to the level that we actually need in the future.
Thank you. Chris?
There's a question here.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Hi, Louise Marston, Director of Ventures at the Resolution Foundation. I was at an investor breakfast last week discussing future of work investments, and the experience relayed in the room was lots of startups and scale-ups offering AI solutions to companies and finding that the barrier was knowing that they would need to replan their workforce, that they would need to redesign the jobs and the roles, but didn't really know how to go about doing that. And so didn't want to adopt tools now that then were going to quickly be out of date when that process happens. How can we improve the knowledge diffusion about what works for those kind of jobs and redesigns, that strategic thinking that companies need to learn about in order to deploy these tools effectively and then build the skills?
Should they be reading the report?
So I think maybe connect the third part of your question with this question, which is the institutional part. Because I do think this really goes to the core of the remark I made earlier that our knowledge diffusion system is not in a good place. It largely benefits just, the companies that are already at the frontier. A lot of this kind of institutional work, the best example that we always look at, but it's still a good example, is look at the Fraunhofer structure in the case of Germany, where it works very deeply with small, medium-sized business across the country to try to do exactly that, to guide companies through what are your needs in terms of skills when you try these kind of technologies. What's coming around the corner next? Is this something that you should invest in now? Or would it actually be better in your case to wait a little because the next application may come around that might work much better for you? These also create platforms where companies talk to each other and learn from each other, quite often indeed, again, at the local level where I do these kind of things. So I think that's exactly where we need to have much more. And again, that doesn't necessarily, in my view, have to cost a lot of money. It's just a matter of joining up these various institutions and giving them a little bit more of a long life, so that they become kind of part of the furniture in a regional ecosystem, so that companies know where to go and what they can rely on. Let's not forget, very important number. It's been thrown around quite a lot. May not be quite up to date. Only 30% of small and medium-sized enterprises know to find access to business support programs. Only 30%. The rest hasn't heard of it, doesn't think they need it, doesn't think it's quite the right thing for them, or they know there's too little money anyway, it's not worth the trouble, too much administration and bureaucracy and so on and so forth. So there's a lot of work there to do in order to do much better.
Hi, I'm Josh Hillman. I'm Director of Education at the Nuffield Foundation. You've talked a lot about specialism in quite narrow geographic areas, in very localised areas. And one thing that we haven't talked about much is geographic mobility between where people grow up, where they undertake their post-compulsory education and training, where they end up working and raising families. And that's obviously, it's an important issue here, but it's also open for government intervention, as they've done with public subsidy of residential higher education, but not further education. I just wonder what the panel think about that area as a policy issue.
Chris, do you want to come in on that?
Yeah, I mean that one is. You see, if you encourage mobility now of the best people to go where the good jobs and all that, then everyone will come to London, and it's already land prices. You only have to look at land prices to see that it's overcrowded in relation to the rest of the country. I think when I was talking about localized areas was to encourage the investment going there and the companies that will attract people to stay there and prosper there as much as here. And then the difference in land prices would act as an incentive both for businesses to establish there and also residential price of land. So the key driver is the investment. Once the investment is there in high tech, people will stay. You cannot really force or dictate to people where they should go. It should be free movement is a basic human right to live where you want within the country at least. So that's the key, I think. Now, perhaps surprisingly, I don't think we know enough about migration currently. I mean, I said in my remarks at the beginning that given what we see, there must be migration of say, top graduates or graduates in high-tech subjects coming down here to the southeast. But I don't think we know enough. In fact, economic geographers, some of them listening behind there, are in disagreement as to how much migration there is. And I mean, there's no doubt that the majority of graduates stay where they graduated, but it's not big numbers that you want to look at. It's more the ones with the high-tech skills that will push forward the companies. I think that's a good area of study, actually.
So one for further. I think we're going to wrap it up there because we're going to rejoin the satellites. So thank you so much to the panel, and thank you for the excellent questions. Thank you.
So we're now going to have a kind of virtual plenary with joining from people from the satellites as well for the last part of this panel. So to get that kind of national flavour. So hopefully they will now be beamed in to us.
Can we see them? There, over there. Hi. Okay. So we're rejoined by Manchester, Cornwall, Cardiff and Edinburgh. I think we can Chris and I can see you there. And I think we're going to perhaps revisit the question we asked before you left, which I will just refresh myself on, which is what are the the key policy gaps to support thriving national and regional innovation in ecosystems, and how do we address productivity and national and regional skill gaps. So something of what we've been discussing here, but coming from you in the region. So I'm going to start off by asking Professor Philip McCann in Manchester to give us your thoughts.
Can you hear me nice and clear?
Yeah, we can. Thank you.
Great. Well, thank you very much, and congratulations on putting the event on. It's terrific, and we've had a very good discussion the last 30 or 40 minutes here. So to pick up on some of the things that Chris was referring to right at the beginning. Here at the Productivity Institute in Manchester, we've been examining exactly these issues that you're raising, and we're actually using AI tools to do those examinations. So we're not just talking about the story, we're actually trying to walk the walk as well. So a couple of things that have just been published today on the TPI website are analyses by the TPI Data Lab. One is the indices of digitalization for the mayoral combined authorities. And we've published another index, which is index of innovation, also the level of the mayoral combined authorities. And these have been done using AI techniques, scraping company websites, and not job adverts, but the details of websites. And we've also published a Regional Productivity Forum Northwest Regional Insights paper. Again, the team have been using machine learning techniques, building on data from the Data City up in Leeds, to examine these kind of inter-regional differences in these technologies and skills profiles, and also intra-regional. There are big differences within regions as well, so trying to unpick that. Kind of things that we've been finding that these digital technologies are heavily concentrated in the densely populated areas primarily. But this kind of intra-regional variability, there's big differences within London, for example, even also big differences within Manchester. So the granularity point that Tara raised, actually these technologies are very good for helping us to try to understand that. And the Productivity Institute is publishing exactly at the same time as this conference on these types of issues. The kind of policy issues that we're thinking about that this raises, also a lot of our team members and also some of the external visitors who've joined us, who are out in the field talking to businesses and organizations. Firstly, that there's a lot of reticence on behalf of many businesses. There's a kind of a fear, a lack of understanding, a lack of knowing as to what these technologies might look like. People get lost very quickly in a lot of the terminology and the publicity about these issues. So there's a kind of a reticence. At the same time, there are also cultural differences, responsiveness. So particularly these kind of new technologies, the issues around health and well-being, which of course the Pissarides review has been heavily documenting. What we found actually, our colleagues have actually found that there's more openness to these issues in some of the economically weaker areas. So particularly a lot of evidence from the northwest of England. And so our presumption is possibly there's greater acceptance to start to think about these issues more seriously, precisely because of the adverse economic shocks that these places have repeatedly experienced. So a little bit of the opposite of a lot of the stereotypes. Blue collar, don't want to talk about these things. Actually, the experience out in the field has been very much the opposite. At the same time, also, while we're focusing on the kind of new skills, younger generations who are adept at picking up these new technological disruption changes, there's also a lot of the question of what about the existing workforce, the people who aren't coming through those pipelines in terms of new technologies. They still represent the majority of the workforce. How do we adapt these new transitions for those kinds of people? Obviously, the agglomeration story is the kind of buzz agglomeration is part of the way forward, but that doesn't answer the needs of many places, particularly outside of the southeast of England, and particularly in things like advanced manufacturing, a large shares of which are not in big cities. Most of our advanced manufacturing, which is trying to adapt to these and incorporate these new technologies, is not in those buzz places. It's in smaller towns with a lot of engineering and manufacturing skills. And our final point on the policy thing comes back to the question again that Chris raised quite early on, is how do we solve the problem of the access to finance? The finance for these technologies is so heavily skewed to certain parts of the country, exactly as the the Pissarides review reports have been documenting. How do we build out a kind of a system where finance and the infrastructures needed for these new technologies, in a sense, are co-provided to overcome what Andy Haldane calls an economy, which is a hub with no spokes? How do we do that in these technologies? And in terms of the top sectoral approach, which is being used in the industrial strategy, how is that going to happen given a top sectoral approach? We're not clear about that at all. We can see that things can go in different directions. So what are the kind of building blocks that have been put in here to try to generate those diffusion effects to different places, different types of firms, different skills profiles, different employment cohorts? Those are the questions that we're raising. But we find the discussion really very vibrant this morning. So thank you very much indeed.
Thank you for your input. That's great. We're going to go to Cornwall now. I think Harry, who we've met before.
Hello. Can you hear me all right?
Yep.
Good. All right. So we discussed, we set off discussing the tension maybe on the previous panel between, I'm not sure if it was tangible in the room, between Bart and Tara's comments about different scales at which productivity is understandable and can be addressed. That we've got absolutely howling wind here outside. I'm not sure if you can hear it, but it feels like everything's going to fall over. So between the kind of idea of a 6-mile radius being the relevant scale, and then between those kind of broader agglomeration effects, and in Cornwall, we're kind of living out this I guess this discussion daily. We're thinking about centralisation, decentralisation, devolution, and the potential shape that might take. For Cornwall, there is a sense that a lot of support is quite centralised, and famously the UK has one of the most centralised economies, and also one of the economies dealing with the most challenges around productivity. In Cornwall, there's been a lively debate over the past couple of weeks about potential devolution deals, and the way that a lot of that support at the moment is talked about, whether it be around skills or industrial strategy, does tend to focus upon mayoral combined authorities and city regions, which don't necessarily fit the reality or the sentiment on the ground in Cornwall. Cornwall doesn't necessarily fit neatly kind of within that kind of system. And that came out in our discussion. Another feature here that has previously been the anchor on which a lot of support around skills has been offered is structural funding, formerly from the European Union and then subsequently by the Shared Prosperity Fund. In its current iteration, that hasn't always been in place long enough to allow those projects to really start following through on the difference they can make to people's lives and to the availability of skills in the economy. And any question, in terms of funding in the future, is that it needs to be much more long-term and durable to allow projects to really follow themselves through in offering that support, including from some of the organisations in the room here. More generally, there's a need for Cornwall to maybe reduce its reliance on always needing to have that type of handout mentality, because Cornwall, its economy, its distinctive economy, based upon natural advantages today, really kind of leads the way in the green transition, and actually, rather than being in a kind of ickle-wickle Cornwall needs support type of sense, is actually the breadbasket for a lot of the transitions that these islands as a whole will be going through. And that puts us in a position to be able to grow the volume and the scale of some of the companies in Cornwall, and to grow up the economy in a way that government takes us seriously as somewhere to invest in, based upon our own efforts, as opposed to asking for that in advance. And I guess that kind of reframes the way that we think about centre and periphery a little bit, and some of those geographies that are implied in ideas of agglomeration. Cornwall might be on the edge, but it's also on the leading edge of things, and that doesn't necessarily put it in an inferior position. But actually, if you think about the wind, the minerals, the clear skies, the waves, the sun, all of those things give it advantages which require investment from a position of strength and power, as opposed to one of needing to solve a deficit, and that being the basis upon which investment in skills and other policies should be proceeding with reference to Cornwall's relationship to the UK as a whole. Thanks.
Thank you. We're going to move to Cardiff and Calvin Jones.
Okay, at least I'm here.
Stay there. Strike tension from me. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Yeah, continue the scores from Cardiff then. So everything what was said about Cornwall, Wales but better. That's the wind and the wave need for investment. And the getting out of the dependency culture, all that obviously is just as true as us. And I don't want to use the fact we have possibly the least occupationally and industrially diverse economy in the UK. It's not a great place to start, and no local ownership of any of these technologies. But in terms of what the room was saying, something that came out very clearly was the need for coherence in policy. And this is a very Cymraeg spin on this, because we already have, for example, a definition of decent jobs. We don't need another one. We already have an integrated tertiary education structure called MEDU. So the extent to which Skills England fits across that is also an interesting one. We have legislation, Future Generations Act, the Environment Act, New Social Partnership Act, which will guide the way we think about how artificial intelligence is embedded into the public sector, for example, with our new Managing Technology that Manages People programme, and the way in which we guide private sector to do this, inverted commas, properly. So an additional job in Wales, I think, to look at the review and find out what it means for us and where we have, if you like, I think in some ways been ahead of the UK curve in thinking about how we holistically change systems to be more well-being oriented and hopefully more climate oriented and so on as well. So interesting stuff around that, I think, as well. Wales is also a very micro-enterprise oriented economy, so a lot of the stuff that we talked about was that just basically lack of engagement or headroom or ability to strategize in very small firms and small organizations, and how, what Phil said about coming back to how we understand the openness of our different organizations to the AI and technology kind of space. The need, therefore, to have a vision which is an integrated and holistic Welsh vision for what technology is for. We talk a lot about how to do growth polls or how to do growth. We spend less time thinking about why we do those things, and I think we are, here more concentrated maybe than other places on those sorts of why questions and what we really mean by inclusive growth and where have we ever seen it. And we were coming back to the decentralization issue and how far we can or should be pushing technological cutting edges into, for example, rural places, or thinking about the ways in which we take the resources that emerge and the surpluses that emerge from AI and technology and spread those across more, inverted commas, needy places. I think, the other thing that came out of the room was the need to make sure that AI legislation is co-created. We're not just consulted at. I mean that by that people, not just academia and organisations and quangos, but how people are genuinely engaged in creating how we think about a newly technologically enabled economy. And I think, Phil's point, going right back at the start, what we see from the UK government is a very sectoral approach to how we, and very growth pole oriented approach to how we do the national economy. That, to me, does not necessarily sit very easily with the way in which we understand how opportunity spreads across places, and particularly poorer places, like poorer urban areas as well as rural areas in that, and how far we make sure that technology and AI just doesn't reproduce existing power structures and moves to a new place. Thank you very much. It's been a great discussion this morning.
Thank you. And lastly, we're going to go to Eleni Papagiannaki in Edinburgh.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me well?
Yep.
Yes, so nice. Thank you. We had a very rich discussion here in Scotland. We firstly started with a more epistemological question. You can have a view of the future, but how can you have a review of the future of work? Then we discussed the difference between automation exposure versus adoption. highlighting that there is indeed too much technology, so much AI coming almost on a weekly basis. But in workplaces, it's not evident that we're using it that much. So one question is, how do you measure the adoption? And I think the report does a good job on that. But in practice, it seems like there is a gap between the adoption and the exposure and all technologies that are out there. Another issue we covered was whether these low adoption rates that we experience, and I understand that this contradicts with the report where you surveyed like around 1,000 businesses and 80% of them admitted they adopt some AI, but here we don't necessarily feel that. Whether this low adoption rate is a good thing, because so far it saves some jobs, but on the other hand, it's an impediment for competitive businesses. So there's a contradiction. How can we secure jobs, but at the same time have competitive businesses? And of course, how can we secure workers' rights and well-being, but at the same time have economy progressing? We also critiqued some techno-deterministic narratives. For instance, we are focusing too much on skill. For instance, we say we need to code, we need to learn this skill, we need to learn, I don't know, whatever else. But what about the other professions that are necessary in society but do not require, for instance, coding or this sort of upskilling? So policy should start that AI will not solve everything, and in fact, policy should solve everything. I agree with previous speakers. Engaging stakeholders, local stakeholders. And there was another critique here in the room focusing that, we should move from this horizontal measurements, these horizontal initiatives that individual employees should learn or individual businesses should do, and then move to a more vertical kind of plan about the economy or policies that encourage upskilling in the parts of the economy is needed. We also discussed the global versus local, because there was a feeling that a lot of the contributions were focusing probably more on the industries that are located in London rather than the rural area of Scotland or the more widespread or where the businesses are spread around Scotland, for instance. But at the same time, despite being local, there is a global element to it. For instance, we discussed how many IT workers are located in Glasgow, but work in London or even Silicon Valley, and vice versa, workers around the globe with their jobs being in Edinburgh or Glasgow at the same time. So how can we detect, first of all, these pockets of workers, as a colleague here said? And I think we have to speak about the global AI workforce, so measurements that don't tackle only the local or the national, but also the global AI workforce. Sustainability penetrated our discussion, both in terms of how energy consuming AI is, but also in how AI can be used to promote sustainable solutions. We discussed that the composition of Scottish economy is heavily relying on SMEs, and SMEs we identified they cannot always do R&D, and therefore they need either funding or lowering the threshold, the financial threshold for SMEs entering the technological race. And again, as many other speakers emphasized previously, funding and finance system or infrastructure is what was highlighted the most in this discussion here. Like, we see universities and research centers doing the applied and applicable things, but where is the money? And for us not to do horizontal and spread initiatives, but something more focused, more vertical, and to tackle, the real issues. And it was emphasized also that Scotland has capabilities compared to the funding it receives. And yes, pretty much this summarizes what we covered. I've tried to make your points just.
Thanks so much to everybody. There were some common themes that came out there, Chris. Do you want to sort of address some of them? Some of the kind of the rural aspect of the places that are away from the conurbations.
Yes. I mean, what I'd say about the rural is that although we've been emphasizing, and I still think it's a good idea to, if we're going to spread the technology, if there's going to be more diffusion, more research, then we should start with the heavily urban areas, because that's what we know from the data, which rural areas have sort of technology hubs and inventions and everything else. But the other thing I was saying, even when it comes to diffusion, it's not one size doesn't fit all. I don't think it would be a good idea for Cornwall, for example, to become a high-tech area, to try and become a high-tech area. In fact, what we know about other research in labor economics that I'm familiar with is that the time people have for leisure activities will increase, and it has been increasing. And the countries that have most leisure, in Europe at least, excluding the United States, are the ones that are the most productive. If we succeed in raising productivity here, we're going to get a lot more time off. I think we're going to get 4-day week more and more. Well, we need areas of the country that will specialize in providing those services. And the way to do it is to use the technology in that sector, but it's not a technology-heavy sector. It's mainly human-to-human services, as the minister was saying, and as we know, okay, you might employ some robots taking bottles of water to rooms or something, but good social services, good leisure services are provided by humans. And I'd say that I hope we haven't misled Cornwall and other rural areas of the country that you should all robotize yourself and move with AI, because there will be many jobs that well-trained humans, especially in communication, in the provision of other person-to-person services, will be highly paid.
So
and
the well-being part of the report
exactly.
is huge for these rural areas.
Yes. Now, how you provide the finance, and Britain is, I don't know, the financial sector, we consider two hubs of the financial sector from up here. I do think it's shameful how we've got by far the most developed financial sector in Europe, and yet it's not capable of supporting these new technologies the way that the Americans are supporting their financial sectors. Like London financial sector is almost as good as the New York one, but compare how much finance is going into startups in the States and here, and there's no comparison. We need to work more on that. I don't know what government can do. There are endless books and articles writing how we can open up our financial sector more, but it doesn't seem to work. And I think opening it up would start from the demand side rather than the supply. Once you have the hub that will provide good investment opportunities in new technologies, and hopefully both financial institutions and other wealthy angel investors will come along. Whereas now I don't know where wealthy Brits go and put your money really. I know they put lots of money in failed football clubs, like what happens in Manchester, but with the wealthiest man in Britain, I think it was.
Isabel, could we ask Cornwall give a chance to respond?
Yeah, I was just going to say, Harry, do you want to come back?
Well, we marched on London before, we might do it again. Well, I think that there's a lot of anger in the room, really, hearing that. It's not just the presence of an AI sector; it's also the presence of other industries that are increasingly born digital or reborn digital in a way that also depend upon contracting AI services. So, Chris's company Hertzian works with Cornish Lithium. They're at the cutting edge of extraction of lithium, or Cornwall. They're working with a cutting-edge AI company in Cornwall. So there's other advantages there that aren't necessarily just decoded through looking at things through the frame of digital industries in a place like Cornwall. And I mean, Chris is going to come in on one of the panels later, but Pissarides have been recognised as a cutting-edge AI company within Cornwall, but part of their power comes from working with the other industries that are growing up in a place like Cornwall due to our rural location. It's not an accident that they're here. The fact we have renewables, minerals, and other industries such as that, or ship repair or whatever, they're because of where we are rather than in spite of it. And the AI sector in Cornwall is growing around that. So, in a way, there's an agglomeration there of sorts, even though it's a highly dispersed one, partly because we're having innovations in other sectors which aren't picked up if you only look at it through the frame of there being an AI sector or an AI cluster in a place like Cornwall. So I'd say that these innovative industries feed off one another in a way that isn't necessarily picked up through the frame that Chris, with all due respect, was viewing it. But I would say that because I'm proud and defensive of Cornwall, but I think it rings true, especially here in the room, where we're all commonly up in arms.
Yeah, but you've got AI and well-being. You've got everything then.
If I could.
Go on. Chris is going to reply.
Maybe I express it well. I mean, the hospitality industry is a very respectable, important industry, and it's going to become more important when people ask me, what sectors of the economy will grow, especially in employment. There are just two that we know that there's almost widespread agreement that they will grow and that we need better ways of operating those industries. That's health, because of aging populations and populations getting richer, and hospitality, because populations are getting richer and aging. So who is going to provide the sort of high-end hospitality services, if you like? Is it going to be Manchester and Birmingham?
No. So we've just got a couple of minutes left. Chris, I just wanted to address the point that I think everybody made about SMEs and the very dispersed nature of the workforce. How and the call for coherence, which came from lots of people. Just to sum up, how can we spread the benefits of better work for everybody?
I was just thinking of Manchester and Birmingham in hospitality, and I didn't listen to everything you said. How do we spread the benefits of...
In a dispersed or rural or poor, an environment that everybody spoke about where there's no coherence, really, especially for SMEs?
Well, it's the quality of service that will show you, that will determine the good work and vice versa. And whatever services are provided in rural areas, they will need to satisfy those criteria of good work that I mentioned. There would be small companies. I mean, the criteria actually on paper, they're very simple. There's good communication, so there's no uncertainty. In fact, uncertainties about new technologies and where jobs are going are mentioned. They've been mentioned a number of times. I think it's terrible that you still might pick up a newspaper or listen to radio, TV or something and saying, so many jobs would be lost in AI can't do anything now. I think that's completely wrong. I mean, most major economies now, including the UK, have a shortage of workers, not a shortage of jobs. So I hope they take more jobs, these new technologies, especially the boring ones. So we'll be left with the interesting jobs. What I was trying to say about health and hospitality, which are going to be the two growth sectors for sure, is that conditions could improve and they could become good jobs with some effort of the way you run it, like the people providing the services become stakeholders to the small companies. You communicate well, you give them time flexibility, you provide good residential services to wherever they want to live, and that's how it works. In fact, Britain actually is doing much better in rural than the rest of Europe. I mean, have you driven through European villages to see what life is like?
So that we could end on that very positive note.
Yeah.
Chris, thank you so much. Thank you to everybody. Thank you to our panellists, Tara, Mauricio, and Bart. Thank you so much.
thank you to everyone in satellites around the country as well. I think we all need a strong coffee now. So we'll go and get one of those quickly, and we're going to focus from the system level down to the firm and AI governance level for our next introductory bit of the panel before we have lunch. All right, thanks so much. Hello. Thanks all. We are ready to begin again. Apologies to those around the country who may not have had such a queue for coffee. So we are at this stage focusing down at the next Zoom level onto from systems, that ecosystem, down to the kind of structure of firms. And I'm delighted to have a fantastic panel here, led by our co-director, Abby, who I will ask to introduce those on the panel, and also James, who's helped lead the firm level research. And then we'll have short introduction onto this, discussions, then lunch, and then the virtual plenary after lunch. Abby, thank you.
Hello. So thank you for coming back and joining us after the coffee break. It is incredibly exciting to introduce this session and the work that's been conducted by notably Professor James Hayton, who I'm joined with on the stage, and acting in disguise with a camera, also Dr. Hong Lui, who you'll see taking pictures, because the whole of this particular part of the team and all of the other parts of the team are incredibly multi-talented, and very generously Hong has also offered to take photos today. So in addition to Professor James Hayton of Warwick Business School, I have with me here Kate Bell, Assistant General Secretary of the TUC, and Bomi Okuyaga, from the Head of Analysis at AC. So we're really looking forward to a rich discussion. So to kick us off, it would be great to hear a little bit more from James about the findings of the excellent work in this firm level work stream.
Thank you, Abby. I teach MBA classes in this very room, and this reminds me very much of trying to get the students back in after a lunch break or a coffee break, but we'll press on regardless. So I've got 4 minutes, so I'll be very brief. We were looking at when employers decide to invest in automation technologies and what are the factors that influence that. These aren't new topics. We've been studying these topics for a century now, trying to understand the adoption of innovation. And the major drivers have already been well established, which is what's the relative advantage from the new technology? How complex is it? Can I understand it? And does it fit into our current ways of working? These are the three primary drivers, and that was reinforced in our research. But what we add to that is that the way you manage your people correlates to how you perceive the technology. Because those three things are your beliefs as a decision maker. They're not objective facts. They're what you believe about the technology. And that's the mistake that I think a lot of folks are making when it comes to technology and its impact. There's an assumption that there's a deterministic relationship between an objective thing and an outcome. But that isn't an objective thing. It's something that gets interpreted and created and co-created. So what we're adding is that the way you manage people matters. And what happens here is when you make investments in people, when you involve your employees in decision making, and when you consult with them about technology decisions, we find that you're more likely to report positive perceptions of the technology's relative advantage, complexity, and fit to the organization. So the people in organizations frequently understand the technological opportunities and can help to shape and integrate them into the organization. And this relates very closely to the frictions-based view, because when you fail to consult and involve employees in your decisions, you reduce the amount of information that's available to you as a decision maker. It's an information friction that's being created. When you don't involve employees in those decisions, it becomes difficult to integrate those technologies, in part because they're likely to resist those decisions. They're not going to help, which is another form of friction. And when you don't invest in training, your employees lack the capacity to adapt, which is, of course, a skills-based friction. So we're seeing at the firm level the creation of, or hopefully mitigation of, these frictions in practice. So the first lesson that we have is that when you make high investments and have a high involvement approach to management, that helps the identification and adoption and implementation of new technologies. But we also looked at what the impacts of the technologies are. So how do they affect the creation or destruction of jobs and skills, and how do they impact the quality of work that remains? And what we found was actually a net positive impact, but the finding is quite nuanced. Two things influence whether you see a positive or a negative impact of new technologies. The first is your HR practices, high investment, high involvement management practices. So those are going to positively influence your outcomes. But importantly, the environment in which the organization operates matters significantly, and we see differences across geographies in the impacts of technology on work and work-related outcomes. So what happens here is when the workforce is better equipped, we measured this, of course, using the disruption index data on readiness. When you had higher levels of readiness, you also tended to see better outcomes in terms of job creation, skills demand, and the quality of work that was created. And when you had low levels of readiness, you actually had either a neutral effect or even a negative effect. We saw a negative effect on job quality, for example. So there was low job creation, but also the job creation that there was, you saw a negative impact on job quality. So basically, the decision makers are operating in a rational fashion, which is what are the resources that are available to us if we want to adopt technology, and in what strategy should we then take to adopt that technology? Should we substitute labour, or should we augment it? It makes no sense to substitute labour when you're making a high investment in your people. But when you're not making that high investment in people, then that becomes a target for substitution. And there's a correlation between that and where you're operating, and of course the workforce that you have available to you. Is that a good summary for you?
Great.
Sure.
Thank you, James. So really interesting findings there from the review about the relationship between place and then the managerial strategies in terms of whether or not roles are deleted, their quality is transformed, or even their skills composition. So we're really, I suppose, seeing more of this earlier story about the importance of place in thinking about transition. So to come next and maybe draw on some of the findings from the brilliant individual level survey rather than the managerial survey that James has just spoken to, and some of the findings particularly there around the fact that when looking at representative structures and workers' access to different types of representative structures of varying levels of formality, there's better outcomes through technology adoption for quality of life, capabilities, which we'll hear a bit more about what that means in the context of the review later, but fundamental sense of freedom and agency in the world might be one way to summarise it, and also well-being. But we also found that when looking at specifically unions, so I suppose those kinds of structures that have teeth, and then also different types of representative structures that don't, that the importance of unions is further enforced when filtering from those two types of representative structure. So when we're thinking about this innovation journey and how to get it right and what firms need to do that, and in light of those findings, Kate, what are your thoughts?
Thanks, Abigail. Thanks for inviting me. Nice to see lots of people I know here, if always slightly intimidating. I was just thinking about what James said actually about look at the structures for decision makers. And I think the key thing we're trying to aim for here is to make sure that workers are part of those decision makers, basically. So the people who will be implementing artificial intelligence or other technologies in the workplace, the people who will affect, are part of those decision-making processes. So I think kind of three areas where I think we could do more to make sure that those voices are heard about the implementation of technology and to ensure that technology is used to drive productivity, to improve working life, and to mitigate some of the harms. So first, I think it is really important to talk about whose voices are heard in the boardroom. It is a very long-standing TUC policy position that we should have workers on company boards. But I think when it comes to the adoption of technology, when it comes to thinking about what investment in training, when it comes to thinking about what human resource techniques you are going to be using, actually the decision-making arena of the boardroom is one where workers' voices really need to be heard. And I think as we kind of go through technological developments, that is going to be even more important. Secondly, I think we need a set of processes which are specific to thinking about technology and which guide us through that decision making with some standardised tools. Now, Gina Neff co-led our work on artificial intelligence and employment draft bill, and one of the key proposals we had in that was for a form of standardised risk assessment for the introduction of new technologies into the workplace. We said this should apply to high-risk decision-making, but this was really to make decision-makers go through a process of saying, when you introduce a new technology into the workplace, what's its impact on safety? What's its impact on equality? What's its impact on worker voice? And to have a process whereby you consult workers in the establishment of that risk assessment. So if you're introducing a new technology, a new chemical substance into the workplace, you might go through a similar process of risk assessing it. We're saying with high-risk technologies, this standardised process is going to help you to do that. I was really interested to hear Lord Vallance talk this morning about standardisation and the importance of that. One of the other protections we talked about was around protection against discrimination in the workplace and stronger rules around that. We said that we thought that companies should have a defence against discrimination in the workplace if they had audited the technology that they were introducing. And that really leads you to thinking, what can I buy off the shelf that I know is going to deliver for my workplace, but I know will have been designed in a way that has those outcomes, that human-centred outcome in mind. And I think, again, when we're thinking about both what are the structures of decision-making and also how do we make those decisions easier, that standardisation is a really important part of this picture. Lastly, just the context into which these decisions are being made and whether workers feel able to raise their voice. As you talked about, in unionised environments, they do have more agency. Again, I was really happy to hear the Minister talk about Make Work Pay in this context, because that is about a process of strengthening individual and collective rights, which goes across the board in the workplace, whether that's strengthening your rights at work as a 0 hours contracts worker, ending unreasonable fire and rehire, so that if you raise your voice against, you say, do you know what, this process doesn't work, it's delivering discriminatory results, you're not thinking that you might be subject to a personalised consequence of that, so strengthening rights in that situation, but also increasing the amount of collective representation in our economy, because we know that it's people on the front line who know how the technology is going to impact them. They're most likely to know how it can be productivity enhancing, how it can really help make work safer and more rewarding, which is what we're all aiming for here. So enabling stronger consultation rights, stronger bargaining rights, including over new technology, we think is a critical part of changing that decision-making structure into which the technology is introduced.
Amazing. Thank you, Kate. And Bomi, how has your work and the work of the AI Safety Institute, or what can we learn from kind of AI safety approaches in relation to these kind of themes? Do these connect?
I thought it might be helpful to just first give a bit of an overview of the AI Safety Institute and what we do. So I currently work at the UK's AI Safety Institute, so we're a body based in DSIT, testing the... Is the mic working? No. Maybe it's not. Sorry, so to start again, so I thought I'd give an overview of the AI Safety Institute and the work we do, and then showing how that relates to a lot how you can think about the future capabilities of models. So the AI Safety Institute, or AC, is based in DSIT, and so it's a body looking at the capabilities of AI systems and what risks they might pose. And while at first it might seem that looking at the risks of AI, it might not be immediately important to firms in terms of like whether they decide to adopt the technology, but actually a lot of it is looking at what are the capabilities of systems, what can they do, and a lot of that is really relevant in terms of deciding how should those be adopted within companies, how actually is the capability changing, and how can we look and really be forward-leaning in terms of where AI is likely to go in 1 year, sort of 2 years, 5 years in future. So a lot of the discussion that's taken place this morning, there's been a lot of focus on generative AI, and that is what AC focuses on. And actually a thing that I think really can be gleaned from the approach that AC takes, which is very empirical. It looks at testing the models directly and thinking what capabilities they have, how might they be deployed in different settings and in different workplaces. And actually it's really about looking at how the technology might change. So the fact that there's a lot of discussion today in terms of how AI is going to become more agentic in future, whereas actually a lot of the research at the moment, you might be thinking how we interact with, let's say, ChatGPT, a lot of it is text-based, should we putting a prompt in and discuss it and wanting to know, oh, what's an answer to this question? But actually a lot of the money that's being poured into AI, particularly over the next year and at the moment, is thinking actually how can it become more autonomous? And actually that's really relevant in terms of thinking about firm impacts in the long run, where we don't want to be sort of left behind and thinking, oh, AI systems, they might just be limited sort of text-based approaches, but actually there are there's going to be so much change in the technology, and actually really the way to make the most informed discussion about it is thinking, where's the capability going, where's the investment going, and actually if a lot more of it is going into sort of that agentic and really autonomous approaches to AI, then it really does change the conclusion over, well, what type of jobs may be affected, how might things move, like what sort of planning and what sort of governance might there need to be. And I think another thing is to think through, if you want to think through in 5 years, 10 years time, and start planning for those scenarios as opposed to just focusing today on probably particularly things like text-based models, where we've seen a few studies at the moment. When AC does testing on the systems, a lot of the discussion is focused on where it might be in terms of text-based, but actually there'll be a lot of change in terms of looking through what's that empirical understanding of models that can be more autonomous and can be more robotic in their sense as well.
Thank you. So I suppose we've heard a little bit from yourself, Kate, about the role of technical standards. And obviously there's international precedent for the way that this can be sort of pre-release of different tools and different models for the extent to which firms are then able to challenge and be involved in this. But I suppose maybe thinking for both Bomi and also yourself, what are the kind of approaches that we need post-deployment or within firms to make sure that the implementation of these technologies are successful? And then also to bring James in there as well, if so desired. So maybe thinking Bomi first.
I think it's worth understanding that actually a lot of the impacts of AI sort of in the world and once they're deployed in companies are very likely to be uneven. It will really depend on the type of role, the person, the skill at play. And so in terms of that, it is really important to not just think in advance of how might AI impact the workplace, but actually a lot of this is about continuous testing, continuous understanding, and really, whether it's firms or really at a national level, focusing on, what impacts are we seeing after these systems are in place. And we know AI is going to be widely used, and actually one of the things about AI safety is it is such a new and nascent science. Like a lot of this testing hasn't been done before, and day by day it really is about thinking, what types of new studies, what types of new conclusions can we be making. And I think for just AI more broadly as well, it is the fact that we may not know exactly what the conclusion may be, but the most important way to see that is to think about what are the strategies that we can monitor it, what outputs can we look at, how can we compare, let's say in a workplace setting, how a decision may have been made in the absence of AI, whereas now with AI being deployed as a technology in that firm as well. So it's really about, I think just taking very much a monitoring approach and really putting as a priority, like we need to see and understand what has happened as a result of the deployment of this technology. And a lot of studies talk about how AI is used in the wild, for example, and I think a lot of this should also focus on worker well-being and how is it that people are feeling once they've used AI systems. There was a study, I think it was out of MIT, someone called Aidan Toner Rogers, and so they looked at how AI was used by research scientists and kind of the expected conclusions of, it really did improve their productivity and really help them make new discoveries. However, I think a really interesting part of the report is they looked at the well-being of those researchers, and they actually said, most of them said, they didn't really enjoy the activities that they were doing anymore as a result of the shift of using AI. So I think, across many industries and many sort of skills, looking at those more sort of individual and sort of well-being metrics, as well as the technical capability and how productivity is changing, I think will be really important to understanding what exactly happens after the AI system is deployed and lots of firms start adopting this technology.
Thank you. Kate?
So we had this concept of this workplace AI risk assessment, which is at the point of introduction, and the company's asked to go through and think about how is this technology going to be used and then the impacts. But I think you also need to think about the feedback mechanisms, and that's where those rights to consultation are really important, and broadly where collective bargaining comes in. Basically, that is a feedback mechanism for what's going on in your workplace. I had a sort of couple of examples in my head I was thinking about, kind of on my way here. You'll have seen the reporting in The Guardian probably about lack of transparency in algorithms for gig economy delivery drivers. And I was thinking through, well, which of these techniques is going to make that, is going to clarify things for them so they understand when they're getting work, why they've been logged off an app, why a job is paying them £1 more an hour at certain types of day. And we suggested there's a requirement for algorithmic transparency and the right to access that data. hard, I think. You know, we've talked to colleagues in Spain. The Spanish unions have got that right. I think it's been a while for them to think about how can we actually use that right. We've got access to this data. How can we understand what it actually means? So I think there is a bit of thinking about what observability and transparency means. The other example I was thinking about was I went to visit a warehouse which they're automating recently. It's a distribution centre. And a really kind of interesting example of technology not quite fitting together. So they're automising one end of the warehouse. Everybody who works there wears a wearable technology monitor, which monitors, you know, what your pick rate is per hour, and your pay depends on your pick rate. So at the moment, when the robots break down, it doesn't tell the wearable technology that the robot has broken down, so your pay's being docked. Now, I went to visit a unionised workplace, and they were able to feed that back. But if they hadn't been able to feed that back, you know, they quite liked the automisation. It was okay. You had to walk a bit further, but you know, they could see some advantages to it. But you needed that feedback mechanism, and they had it through their collective bargaining mechanism to say, hang on, this technology doesn't talk to this technology, and it's affecting our pay. So I think it's useful to try and think about use cases as well as the kind of structures and new tools we need.
That's really interesting. And I suppose we're seeing there an immediate way that poor performance would impact the material and sort of social well-being of workers in that instance. And I think from some of the case studies that were conducted by Hong and James, we all can also see how there are productivity harms of poorly performing systems, which then can equally act back and impact poor worker well-being, highlighting this sort of need for both technical assurance and workplace kind of approaches. But thinking about that in relation to kind of what would make innovation work well in firms, James, and this kind of life cycle of a technology and what we need to do to make sure that innovation works. What's your perspective?
So I think we tend, in these discussions, we tend to overemphasize the creation of new technologies and underemphasize the adoption and implementation of those technologies. In fact, by far the biggest opportunity nationwide is going to be the successful selection and adoption and implementation of technologies. And actually there's some steps in there that get glossed over. It seems to be, oh, I've seen that over there, I'm going to make the decision and buy the technology, bang, it's going to be brilliant. And we saw in the case studies that's rarely the case. There's all sorts of interesting negative outcomes that can come from the rapid adoption without thinking and without engaging key stakeholders in the process. There's a step in there between identifying and selecting your sort of candidates for adoption and implementing, which is you've got to test. And this is actually a key point, and that we have to, this is going to be the sort of the fulcrum around which we have challenges, because actually the risk of, so consultation is really important and worker voice is essential. We've got to be careful because sometimes those very processes are inhibiting for managers to adopt technologies because they add, you've got to almost say, we're going to do it this way, we're going to decide what the impact is going to be, and now we're going to inform workers before we've even had a chance to explore whether it's going to be successful, right? So the risk is, I'm not saying that always occurs, but if you create big hurdles, then the risk is that you'll either put off making those decisions or then leap in without having thoroughly tested those decisions. And what we want is a situation where actually workers, whether collectively organized or not, are involved in the planning and in understanding the risks and the governance, especially because these are highly uncertain. We've never seen anything like it before, I think, where executives are saying, I just don't know where this is going and what the possibilities are. And if they're facing that, everybody else in the organization is likely to be. So involving people, we know in strategy, involving people in that process improves the outcome. Involving people in the technology adoption process improves the outcome, not just for productivity and effectiveness, but also for well-being, because it adapts better to what the workforce realities are. So we need a world in which we have very collaborative employee relations, again, whether collectively organized or not. In fact, we know that union management relationships become better with stronger unions, become more collaborative and more effective if you look across the institutions around the world. So stronger unions better in that respect. But we have to build in the opportunity to test and experiment, as well as regulate to protect, and find that space where firms and the workforce can do that.
That's really interesting, James. So I suppose before we hand, I think we're going to have the focus in the room for the next half an hour and also allow our hubs to then focus their own conversations. But it might be worth highlighting before we do that, that this, one of the recommendations that we make in the report relates to this kind of, I suppose, nexus point between pre-deployment technical audits and assurance, which ensure that systems have reasonable performance and that firms can know that before they go on to adopt them and then maybe get locked into failing models. But equally, also supporting this kind of impact assessments, which should be ex ante but span their kind of implementation and governance through the workplace. But what you're talking about is this kind of meaningful pilots, which is also something that we focus on in the policy discussion, but also, and this is of relevance, I think, to the regional conversations, why those kinds of piloting architectures and meaningful piloting architectures need to be embedded within place-based hubs that are also thinking about how that relates to regulation and different types of regulation and how that will interact with the regional economy, reflecting these really important findings from the intersection between James's work stream and the great work of Berta, that ultimately place is shaping what the nature of job quality impacts already. So we need to bring those kind of architectures together. Okay, so focusing maybe here on those in the room, I'll open to questions very shortly, but maybe one more point for potential discussion among the panelists. We found in some of the case studies where there was an adoption of ChatGPT that the kind of the conversation about personal data, which is really wonderful, obviously, to hear earlier. So, Patrick Vallance talking about a reinforcement of powers of the ICO and also resources of the ICO, which I'm sure many will be glad to hear about. But that there are questions beginning to kind of arise about the use of data that's more than personal data. So this has been labelled in kind of other polities and jurisdictions as kind of industrial data, more of an interest in the value of the data that can be collected in workplaces that's more than that which immediately acts back on individuals by informing decisions about them and so on. So this has already been touched on slightly by yourself, Kate, but I was wondering, what are the kind of avenues to thinking about governance of this sort of data in the future? Are we thinking about what firms should be thinking about in this way? And what are the kind of tools in the governance box to resolve that?
Shall I have a go? I don't know is the real answer, but I think, you know, we have talked about collective access to data and unions having access to that data. I think it's interesting to kind of think, like, where else can we locate that discussion? So normally in the union movement, we go round the kind of conversation about that data is value. Basically, it's value produced in the workplace by people. Should we have an additional route to accessing that source of value? And normally that conversation comes back to saying, well, we should have stronger collective bargaining so we can capture that value through wages, basically. But I think it is interesting to think, you know, is that data a different type of knowledge to intellectual property that you might have in the workplace, or product knowledge, or other forms of innovation? And what's been effective in the past at ensuring that there is a fair distribution of the value, basically, of those other forms of innovation? And so far the best we've come up with is collective bargaining to regulate the distribution of wages. But so I'm interested in kind of how different that value is, but I've got an open mind on that, so I'm really interested in what the room think and what other people think.
Okay, so this isn't my area of expertise, but it strikes me that the value of that data, if we sort of characterize it, is in better organisation, right? The value for the organisation is in better deployment of its human resources. Naturally, there must be a concern over personal data and safety and so on. But if we're assuming it's being used in an appropriate way to improve efficiency, then surely the best way for that to be monetized is through, yes, employees having a share in the success of the business. So I'm particularly keen on the domain of employee ownership as one vehicle through which you can ensure, and you'll see that in many not just tech firms, but lots of other forms of organization that are very successful, because actually ownership goes very nicely with voice, and you get a much better effect of giving employees voice when you couple it with some form of economic share. And it can be ownership, it can be profit sharing, it can be different forms of, they've got an economic stake. And when you put those two things together, the evidence is very clear, they multiply together. And it seems to me, in addition to controlling for fair use of the data, that ensuring some stake. I wouldn't go with salaries personally. I'd say this year we performed really well. Here's your share of that. But yeah, that would be my take on it.
I think bringing the conversation, maybe not just focusing on personal data, but more broader on how do you make sure an AI system is fit for purpose, really suit to your business needs, and that can be fit for purpose both in terms of are the outputs correct, is this what you want, but then also in terms of security as well. And one of the things to do with security is protecting personal data and making sure firms are using systems that are safe and secure and that won't cause any business risk. And I kind of like to make the parallel in terms, so I'm just going to go back to what Minister Valence mentioned earlier about DSIT having a focus on sort of an AI assurance framework and that being announced part of the AI Opportunities Plan. Like to make the parallel to the cybersecurity industry, for example, where, as we become more reliant on IT, digital services, it is very clear for firms that, they must have a cybersecurity strategy, and that's both a way to make sure the systems are safe and secure and that they are fit for purpose. And I think it's very clear that there's going to be an opportunity there of AI as well, and overall, more broadly, AI assurance. And that will both be about impact assessment, thinking, is this the right AI system to deploy in my business? But then also, yes, in terms of, is it fit for purpose? Is it safe? Is it secure? Has it been deployed correctly? And I think that actually does bring up about an economic opportunity for the UK. Cybersecurity is a massive industry in its own right, even beyond sort of, digital and IT more generally. And actually here, as AI grows and as more firms adopt it, there's going to be a parallel opportunity in terms of who is making sure those systems are safe and secure, who is looking at both, before it's deployed in your organization and then also after it's deployed in your organization, which systems are fit for purpose, which one should be adopted. So I actually think in terms of, not just personal data, but actually more broadly the overall security and safety of those systems, there really is an opportunity here as something that's been the department is thinking about in terms of what are those parallel industries that will need to be there to also support the general AI industry and the general deployment of this technology as well.
Thank you, Bami. That's really interesting. And I suppose what that captures in the UK firms needing to develop these kinds of technical or have these access to these technical standards and assurance techniques that allow them to ensure that the value of that additional data can still be held by them is the ability to then have that dividend back to workers that you were talking about, Kate, if they can find ways to monetize that themselves, noting that obviously the majority of firms are adopting third-party tools and that value might be leached if there aren't these kind of critical thinking about it. Okay, so we've got some time left for discussion in the room. Is anyone wanting to ask a question? At the back.
Yeah. Thank you. Van Alding from the Department for Work and Pension. Thank you so much. It's been really refreshing, this session, to start to hear about the potential cost around AI adoption. And part of the morning has been focused on the benefit rather than looking at what are the wider costs that any organization, both in the private and the public sectors, needs to consider when thinking about adoption. And there was a good point about HR adoption and the need of engaging with the people to ensure the benefit of adopting technology and the importance of test and trialing. And that involves a huge cost that not always are taken into account. The focus is just on the potential benefit, but even to prove the benefit, it needs investment, and you need to do proper evaluation to understand the impact of the adoption of AI. It's actually doing what you intended to do. And there is also wider cost that not always are taking into account. And I wonder what the question is, whether there is a role for the government in terms of policy, both for the private sector or the public sector organization in supporting this additional investment, or acknowledging or measuring this additional investment needs to be done.
Thank you very much. James?
Yeah, happy to. So, I mean, the cost issue is interesting. I think another thing that gets left out of the conversation that is now quite well understood is the impact on productivity. For example, it tends to follow a J curve, meaning there's a dip in productivity before there's a raise. And we've seen this in our case studies as some examples where you've got to train people, you've got to reorganize. You may or may not be effective in the short run. You've got to learn how to do the new processes before you eventually become productive. And I think, you know, we see lots of announcements about AI and its tremendous benefits. We've seen them every week. But nobody has actually said, by the way, there's going to be some pain before we get some gain. And I think we have to be realistic about that. With respect to the core question on policy, so I'm viewing this from how do you influence organizational decision makers to, I guess, make the right decision, whatever that might be, or to do it in the right way. And when we look at any behavior, there are three things that you have to look at. One is their ability, one is their motivation, and the third is their opportunity for engaging in that behavior. And I think policy can impact all of those in different ways, right? From the ability perspective, for managers and decision makers, it's actually in a sort of more advanced approach to managing, which is inclusive and involving employees. And that's not as obvious, or it may seem obvious, but it's not as common as you would expect. It's very hard, and we have measured that in a previous study. In terms of motivation, well, what incentives are we providing to executives and managers to make decisions that involve people? Are there actually ways in which to incentivize better approaches to management? Perhaps riskily through the tax system or other ways. We've tried this for years, actually. There's been lots of emphasis to promote better human resource management practices through carrots. Not really any sticks that I've seen, but really that common knowledge hasn't been widely picked up yet. But there's also the opportunity to do the right thing. And sometimes this is where I worry about the consultation as it currently stands, because I see in practice managers basically resisting being open because of the risk that it opens a consultation process, the outcome of which they don't yet know. And so I think we need to look at the ways in which we give decision makers an opportunity to engage in experimenting and testing in a collaborative fashion, and re-examining our labour relations and the consultation regulations with that specifically in mind. How do we get people to work together and take away that obstacle that might be existing?
I can't not interject here before reopening to the panel that it's nice when a panel aligns with or when the conversation is aligning with a recommendation. And I think from the question as well, this kind of the creation of ability, we've heard that 67% of executives think that AI ethics is important, but fewer than 20% strongly agree that they're able to realise this. Clearly there's a need to develop the ability of firms in the UK to understand what these considerations are, but then building these place-based kind of institutes as architectures to allow for that support, which builds their capacity to do that, shapes their behaviours in doing so, but then also thinks through what the opportunities are for them, and then ensuring that knowledge and learning is disseminated more widely within the regulatory ecosystem through connecting that up with sandboxes. Kate, what are your thoughts on this?
I suppose just a brief response to James on how can you have innovation if you've put structures in place. I think, it's about building trust. That is the situation if you have a high trust working environment, and we think that the kind of formal, the formal process of collective bargaining, some actually of that formal process of consultation is what builds that high trust environment in which innovation can take place. Just reflecting a bit on the conversation at the back, I think it goes to a sort of broader frustration I sometimes have with some of these conversations, or some of the conversations about AI policy, which is we seem to start from what should we do about AI rather than from what is the problem we are trying to solve, and how could AI help us do it? And so when you're having a conversation, really good points about what are the trade-offs involved in introducing this policy. Well, that depends what you're trying to achieve. If you're trying to achieve, I don't know, better health outcomes, you may think having fewer people delivering them is an acceptable trade-off. I don't think that's likely to be the outcome. I'm not saying that's what we would say was an acceptable trade-off, but you could have a discussion about what does it take to achieve better health outcomes. Likewise, if you're trying to increase the productivity of your manufacturing system, you can have a discussion about what are the sensible trade-offs. But I don't think you can talk about trade-offs if you're just saying, how should we introduce AI, because the purpose isn't clear. So I think having a bit more discussion about the purpose would help us talk about what are the trade-offs we're prepared to accept and what are the framework we're introducing it into.
Can I bring in one question from Slido? So what role should professional standards and professional registrations have in management and AI governance? And that's from Dan at BCS. So really about professional standards, but I think it's professional regulations and managing AI and management and AI governance.
I think I can sort of attempt to take this one. I think probably to say, as I mentioned, the department is really thinking about what an AI assurance framework could look like, and obviously can't go into the detail of precisely what that will result in. But I think you've seen in other industries where there is professional certification, there is sort of professional governance, and I think we've seen before that is a method that really works. And there was a part of the conversation mentioned earlier around sort of the standards of sort of AI assurance and AI impact testing, and I think those standards will become more and more important as you just have more and more industries and different use cases that are using this technology, where it will be important to have consistency in terms of what are the outcomes that you want, what sort of is defined as fit for purpose, and also firms being the ones who are buying this technology and adopting it. Obviously, those firms are not necessarily AI experts. They might, try and hire as many people in who do understand the technology. But at the end of the day, if you're the one on the buyer side and then there's a seller on the other side, it is the case that you will have information asymmetries, and firms, really just may not have the expertise to know that they are buying the right thing and that it is fit for purpose. And so actually standards and those professional standards can really help in terms of them knowing, well, if this person is registered, there is sort of that reputability behind it. So I think it probably does help in terms of leveling the playing field, in terms of who should firms be seeking out when they're adopting this technology, knowing if there is that professional certification behind, means they don't have to do sort of much more extra work to find out, is this sort of legitimate sort of route of this technology being adopted in my firm. But not to go into, whether it definitely is the right route, but I think just we can say that we've seen before where it has helped in practice. And I think particularly talking about firms in this conversation, it is something that can help them in terms of transparency and, understanding, sort of the professionalization of the person that they're talking to and where they're buying the systems from.
Thank you, Bonnie. So I suppose to return to the audience, but maybe also provide a provocation question to those who I know might be here. The Minister already mentioned earlier that one of the ways that the government will look to kind of ensure that there's effective management of a particular technical issue, which is bias in new technologies, is by advancing the skills market rather than focusing on regulation. Then we've also heard a bit about professional accreditation as another strategy to kind of ensure that assurance is meaningful. Charles, can I ask you for your comment on this, having worked with some of the kind of pioneering companies who are thinking about getting AI governance right, and then also having done so well internally as a firm, or having to think about it a lot. Is it something you'd be happy to give a little comment on?
Yeah, sure. Hi, I'm Giles Pavey. I head up the AI Centre at Unilever, but I probably will speak in a personal viewpoint. So what we did on AI assurance, we started on AI ethics about 4 years ago. So how could we, to give a bit of context, Unilever, like so many other, well, the majority of companies, it doesn't build all of its own AI. It brings it in, from suppliers, various ones. How can we be sure that that is ethical? Because obviously we want it not to be biased. But as soon as we start to look at it, we realise this other point that Bhumi and Patrick Valence made. How can you even be sure that it works? And that's, I think, probably super important, that in order for AI to really have the benefits that we all want it to have, you have to be sure that it's not just promising good things, it's actually delivering them. And that's really where the business has got behind it. And it's a bit of a tagline, but it's a tagline that we believe is true, is that because now, so we're over 200 of our AI systems have now been assured by an expert company called Holistic AI, based here in London. And we definitely believe that it's enabled us to go faster with our AI innovation because the AI has been looked at impartially, and we've looked at both the bias, but as I said, incredibly importantly, just the efficacy of it, and that's really helped.
Thank you. Any other questions from the floor? We still have 10 minutes before, about 8 minutes before lunch.
Hello, my name is Bruce Robin. I'm from Unison Public Services Trade Union. So with the discussions around the role of worker representatives, one of the things that I find quite interesting is that there's relatively few employer associations. So with trade unions, we will often work together, particularly in the public sector, where we will work with other public sector employers to understand how new technologies are going to be rolled out. Whereas in the private sector, it's a bit less evolved. It's, I guess, fewer opportunities to discuss with regular people on the employer side. And I just wonder whether the panel think there might be more employer associations developing to try and combat the need to work collaboratively when trying to figure out these problems.
Kate, you look the most immediately enthusiastic about responding to
I
that.
mean, I obviously agree with Bruce. I do think it's interesting, though, sometimes like the UK economy is described as being really disorganised, and one of those things is the lack of employer associations. So you do have, Make UK representing manufacturers, you've got the British Retail Consortium, but I think it's interesting to think, where is the space where, I don't know, mid-sized estate agents are coming together and thinking about how could we really use this technology in a way that is, this is not a market I know well, I don't know why I've picked mid-sized estate agents, a terrible example, but some form, there are a real lack of sector organisations in the UK focused on sharing knowledge, but also focused on being a place where if you're employers or representatives in that sector, you can have those conversations on a sectoral level, because the dilemmas that one business is facing are likely to be shared right across their sector, and we don't have a good structured way to talk about that in the UK.
It's not something I have any data on, but it makes sense that, employers, I would think, this isn't sort of the global employer to employer. There's people at decision-making level who need to network with other people at decision-making level who can learn from them. And I think there's a lot of sort of things popping up regionally around those questions, but it's not employer associations. I'm not sure whether you need the former to get the latter.
Could I add a comment, please?
Chris, of course. Only if you have a microphone.
I'll come first and then...
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. Well, I am from an employer organisation, so I can possibly help on that. So I'm the Chief Economist at the Institute of Directors, and I have worked at the CBI as well. So those employer organisations absolutely do exist, and there are quite a lot of trade unions, sorry, not trade unions, that's because I'm looking at you, thinking trade unions. Employer organisations representing quite small sectors as well, like Federation of Master Bakers. There's every sector you could possibly imagine, and subsector has its own employer representative. And of course, something of what we do is try and bring our networks together to try and address some of these issues. So the intent and those networks definitely exist, but of course, with this being a relatively new area, the AI opportunity specifically, not the adoption of technology, it is a big challenge for all companies. The other thing as well, of course, is these employer organisations are voluntary. So they are, the organisations who join them are the organisations who are already interested in networking with similar people and learning from them. So really the challenge is, how do you get into the section of the business community, which is going to be the tail which drives the poor productivity in the UK, get into them and get them to be interested? And I think that is a big challenge, and I would love to know the answer as well.
In that case, we could go to Chris to respond.
I was just going to offer a comment in response to this, that, I mean, we said before, and I sort of did my introductory remarks and later, that communication is absolutely essential in the exchange of information on the basis of whatever data we have. Now, I mean, in studies that I've seen and read, so, MIT and other Americans, the Americans they're much less well organized even than us, although we might complain, and yet there is much better information flow at the company level. And when you look at how it happens, is that companies themselves, especially the larger ones, just have meetings with their workers and they treat them more as stakeholders than we do here, which might sound surprising, but they just give them information. They talk about what they know, what plans they have, where are they going, getting views and all that. Now, I read a short piece from the CPI when I was still at the CPI, in fact, I think the Royal Economic Society, the Royal Society of Arts, a piece with Haldane, and the person who was writing on behalf of the CPI said, of course we know that's what's needed, and of course we know whom we should talk to, but it's not as easy as you might think. So we don't do any. Why is that? I made a comment in the remarks that it seems British managers seem to be perplexed by how you do that. What do you put it down to with your experiences of employers and work? How can it change?
A final roundup line of comments in response to that last provocation from Chris then before lunch.
Chris, I got to do a project actually directly because of John Van Reen and Nick Bloom's work around the various differences in productivity. And then it was Bayes, when it was then, said, well, yeah, that's fine, but what's causing that? What's causing those differences in the adoption? Because those are actually, those productivity driving management practices, by the way, were mostly HR related, right? There's target setting and so on, and communication. And we've known that for 3 decades before their study. They got a lot of fame and fortune from a very brilliantly designed study, of course. But what I found when I did this, we looked at 3,000 firms, and it's skills, and it's self-reported skills. When you talk to the top management teams, they will say, actually, I don't know much about that. And that predicts whether or not you'll adopt good management practices. So both human resource management and strategic management practices is the basic leadership and management skills that you possess as an individual. Those are entirely predictive. Now, how are we innately poor, impoverished for these skills in this population versus India's ahead of us, and of course the United States is ahead of us. In fact, so many countries are ahead of us on that metric of good management practices. The argument is somewhat, are we not teaching the right thing at school? Because this isn't, it's not whether you've got a degree or not that predicts whether you've got those skills, by the way. And even a business degree, I shouldn't say that, but it doesn't differentiate. There's just some individuals report more skills than not, and it's not their education level or type that predicts it. But these are trainable. These are entirely trainable. This is information that is out there. We should be, is there something else than the ability? And I suspect there is. I think there's something in addition to the ability that's causing us not to adopt those better practices in this country. And probably putting some great emphasis on how you communicate it and the context in which you adopt those practices, the basic training of the very basic skills trust. Is it class? Maybe it's class. Maybe it's a horrible class system that means that we actually have to have a hierarchy and we can't have a flat, collaborative working environment. So I'm dangerously getting into a rant now. But yeah, I mean, we've studied it.
Cambridge, where they all go, is too close.
But these are guys, they're not all running the 3,000 companies across the country that we talk to. I mean, but no way.
Thank you, James.
Sorry.
Kate.
I am very, very happy for the conclusion of this panel to be dismantle the British class system. That is fine. I also think, however, that incentives matter, right? So if you have the incentives and the structures in place where you have to listen to the people you employ, you are more likely to take them seriously. And that's why we've argued for a long time to have workers' voices on company boards so they're taken seriously. There is evidence that you've had even less kind of HR directors on company boards because people were not considered as important over time. But, have a real voice there, have the structures where you have to talk to your workers about their pay, about their working conditions. We always say companies get the unions they deserve, and you can see some of the best managed, most productive companies in this country are those which are highly unionised and have those feedback mechanisms where somebody says, do you know what, my manager is terrible. This is leading to absence, it's leading to disciplinaries, it's leading to problems all over the place. Do you know what, everyone is unhappy because they didn't get a decent pay rise this year. It's not that difficult. Other countries are able to do it. We've got a plan to try and drive up standards in that way now. Let's hopefully, we can see if I'm going to be proved right, but I don't think it's quite such a mystery as is sometimes kind of made of this, why is the UK so bad at management? We don't value people and we don't have the structures in place to reward them.
Well, I think we will go to lunch, not least because, Bomi, I don't want to burden you with addressing whether or not we should have class war as a government representative on this panel. So we'll rejoin to have a conversation with Cornwall, Manchester and Edinburgh, unfortunately not Cardiff, shortly. So yeah, please help yourself to sandwiches.
Thank you. Yeah, the vegetarian and vegan stuff is further towards there, and the other stuff is further down here. So thank you so much to our panel. Fantastic. Burn the class system and Cornwall stay in tourism. Amazing. It's never going to be so contentious. Sorry, is there any chance we could get a copy? I hope you've enjoyed a little bit of good lunch and chat. We are going to be joined now by those from around the country. Cardiff, sadly, have got another meeting they had to attend to say, yeah, there's going to be 3 satellites now in, but we'll be meeting with them, working with them. It's just when Wales said they were the best ever, like, you know, we had to drop them out, I'm sorry. And Cornwall I can see approaching on a train now with various things to come and storm us, yeah. Get in once, yeah. Yeah, so I'll hand back to Abby and James, who will then be joined by those around the country. Thank you.
Great stuff. So first of all, we'd be really interested to hear from Raquel Ortega Aguiles from the Productivity Institute. We can.
Can you hear me?
I think we can hear you. Yeah.
Perfect. We have had a very lively discussion with many different, let's say, feedback from the people here in the room. So I'm going to try to do my best in summarizing some of the things we have been discussing. As a general comment, I think that it was clear from the discussion, it was that there is a big sectoral kind of disparities between the adoption and the deployment of these technologies across sectors. The same applies for the size, firm size disparities, with small firms sometimes being seen as more agile, being able to try different options, with more large firms and large institutions maybe having to take very strong decisions in where to go with these big technologies, and therefore the cost will be higher. There was a discussion about the perception of technology adoption as being sometimes a cost rather than an investment, in particular in how the process of adopting these technologies should be taken. No? So it's quite a large process of devoting people to trial different technologies, but also thinking about the cost of maybe losing some people or maybe having to hire other people. So also the fact that the process of adopting these technologies for some specific sectors. So we have had the examples on healthcare. This seems to be very relevant to deal also with the stakeholders, but also with the end users of these technologies, and being a process that it should also be monitored in order to have a process of improving and steering, and also thinking about how these technologies should be adopted in the medium term and long term, and the returns that they will be associated to them. So we were thinking about actions maybe, so specific comments about how to support adoption of these technologies in different firms. So maybe when we are communicating the knowledge acquired in the implementation of those technologies, make it a bit more codified, maybe having a battery or a collection or a library of best practices that they seem to work in particular sectors or in particular type of firms. Also, it was quite a lot of discussion about how to improve in the managerial skills and the digital skills. So sometimes the managers won't be able to take those choices and those decisions by themselves. So maybe they have to, hire additional members of the staff, but they are more knowledgeable. They have more knowledge about the deployment of these technologies. So maybe the idea of developing place-based hubs, but also introducing brokers that they can put people together, different type of firms with different type of technical skills together. We were talking about the boundary spanners as well as a possibility, so these are actors that they work in different kind of environments and they can facilitate the knowledge passing. And finally, 2 points on policy. So we have been discussing about the potential, incremental need for regulation to ensure that there are no monopolistic forces behind the adoption of AI or different technologies. And when we are talking about, for instance, firms deciding to move between Google or Microsoft or any other kind of platforms. So maybe regulation can help in reducing these monopolistic forces. And the other one, it was a discussion about accreditation, as it has been an accreditation process for sustainable transition, maybe accreditation process that offers firms to be accredited because they have followed a transparent process in the use of AI, more associated with the prestige rather than simplification of tasks, but also the way that AI is being used by these companies as a way of somehow objectively, ensuring that companies at the end, they ensure this safety, equality, and the voice of workers that the panelists were talking about. So this is coming from Manchester. I hope you enjoy the comments from us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Raquel. James, did you want to respond to any of those points before we go somewhere else?
Lots of really interesting points. I just want to highlight the issue around disparities, particularly in size, was surprising in the research that we did, because you do expect, from the perspective of theory, large firms will adopt before small firms, which was true for automation for physical tasks, so robotics and cobots and those kind of things. But for AI, we didn't see any effect of size. And this is, initially it's surprising because that's not what theory says, but in practice you think actually it's so pervasive and so relatively easy to adopt basic AI. I mean, if you've got Microsoft, you've got AI. If you've got Adobe, you've got AI. And so that's the size effect is going away, which is kind of intriguing. There were differences across sectors, although they were not particularly predictable differences. But yeah, I've got some other comments, but I'm sure you looking for you to direct me.
Okay, maybe we'll come back together at the end to discuss some other, but some really interesting thoughts and reflections there, Raquel, particularly on market concentration, which is also something that we think about within the context of policy. Chris from Cornwall, Chris Weevil.
Thanks, Abigail. Sorry, we were just muted. And for the panel for the interesting discussion points. We had a very vibrant and varied discussion around all the topics around AI, staff, people, and creative. Just to add on to James's point you made there, it's interesting to see in Cornwall, majority of business is made up of SMEs at 89% roughly. And there's a lot of adoption on AI technologies in Cornwall to that degree, so it kind of correlates with what you said there. We had a vibrant discussion around the creative sector in Cornwall and how the creative sector is a bedrock for AI development. When we talk about AI applications and we talk about the skill sets required for it, one of the items we discussed in detail was that actually you need to understand where that technology is going to go and how it's going to be best used for that specific domain. So you need people with that domain knowledge and that experience and expertise in that sector specifically. It might not be technical or commercial, but actually have a lot of creative flair to understand where the true benefits or the true commercialization could come from using these AI applications. And actually, Cornwall was really good at that because we have a lot in manufacturing, minerals, renewable energies, a lot in shipping, and we have a lot of creative sectors down here. So it's a good foundation to deploy a lot of AI applications because we have a lot of that varied and diverse domain expertise. And then when we look at examples between AI applications, we have a lot of different examples across those different domains for text applications, image recognition, and also physical robotics for AI tooling as well, which I think for us further exemplifies that the creative component of AI is really important. And then we spoke a bit about the skill sets that are required for the implementation of these technologies. And there's a lot of work going on with the colleges and universities here to try and develop training programs and digital skill sets to allow for the adoption of those technologies as well. So it's encouraging to see that places like Cornwall Council have already started to adopt Pilot and various other technologies. So the investment in AI application is happening. And then moving towards unions and people, we need to make sure that management and the leadership understand benefits of AI across the workforce. So when we talk about sustainable workforces, there was a lot of discussion around how can we convince management and leadership to implement these tools from a top level down, so staff don't feel discouraged or embarrassed even to use AI applications meaningfully in their work, so they can improve their productivity and augment their work, not replace them. So there was a lot of discussion around ensuring that from a policy perspective, leadership, executive leadership and senior leadership and management were actually feeding that down and encouraging workforces to utilize these technologies meaningfully. Someone in the group coined artificial intelligence as assisted intelligence, to take note of the fact we're looking at augmenting work, not replacing. We also looked at neurodiverse staff and how AI is also helping staff in the workplace with neurodiversity and improving productivity. So it's not just a tool for products, also it can be a tool for other use cases as well. That's something that we discussed here about not just looking at commercializing product, but how those tools can be used internally to help individuals that might have learning difficulties. And then moving forward again, talking about the implementation of the technologies, we spoke about, similar to how we're talking about Cornwall being decentralized and its own area in the bottom of the country, in corporate structures, looking at a decentralized method for decision making in companies for AI as well. So when we're looking at the voice of the staff and the voice of leadership, when we think about things at board level, how can employees, how can colleagues be encouraged to have a safe space to raise their opinions and raise their thoughts on how to implement AI across the organisation without fear of kind of having issues or maybe even being able to give anonymous surveys internally, all that stuff. So principally the areas that I think we were focusing on is that creativity is a really good thing for development and implementation of AI. It's not just the technical skill sets which we normally talk about. Build on the use cases around having education in companies as well for AI to make sure that both leadership and staff have it. And look at one of the personal points for me as a owner for an AI company is that when we're talking about productization and talking about growing businesses in the AI sector, how global regulation actually affects business, because we've got local policy and regulations, but for businesses to properly commercialize and grow, they're also affected about international regulations as well, especially if their client base is international. So there's a whole host of considerations around the AI tooling that they're using or developing and how these tools can be turned on and off at a whim by the owners of them, whether that might be Microsoft or OpenAI. We talk a lot about dependencies in business, but actually if a business becomes too dependent on an AI tool, it could be fundamentally collapse the entire business if the entire business operates off a single AI application. And I think that just about summarizes everything we spoke about. So that's our contribution from Cornwall. Thank you.
Amazing. Really interesting stuff. Thank you, Chris. And maybe before we come back to discussion, just to make sure we get everyone in, I'll pass to Lucy, and because we're excited to hear from you, Edinburgh, obviously that is also a component of it. Luciana Blaha from Edinburgh.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear us okay?
Yeah, perfectly.
Okay, perfect. So we have quite a few points that are in agreement with our colleagues in Cornwall, and we've separated our points into 5 themes, which I will cover very briefly. But I would like to start with perhaps our strongest message at the moment, which is that the productivity and well-being puzzle will not be solved by simply looking at AI as it is, but by looking at the context in which it is embedded, and that involves both the skills and the conditions that the businesses and the unions of workers face. So the other points that we're making are really in relation to that. So the second theme that we're looking at in that case is that businesses would thrive in a trusted market that has regulation which is informed not just by the research that we do in the UK, but also by looking at the insights that we can derive from people, for instance, developing the EU AI Act, or from other countries such as the Nordic countries or Taiwan. We're looking at avoiding blind governance, and avoiding other scandals such as the post office scandal that we can learn a lot from. Another theme that was being mentioned in relation to this one was the theme of connection and coordination and avoiding collusion. So within this trusted market that we can learn to develop, we can strengthen the assurance and the clear communication of procurement and regulations around activity. So for instance, we were looking at the growth of the AI assurance market. It might be important to learn from some of the scandals, such as the Post Office, Palantir working with NHS, to ensure that we regulate the suppliers and AI companies entering our market. The third theme revolves around the sector-specific place-based pilot funding, which was rightly covered in the panel earlier. We are seeing indeed regional shortcomings in this area, and one of the things we're noticing in Scotland is that we have many companies taking advantage of existing resources, such as the Scottish AI Alliance, to learn some of the basic skills. But there are a lot of sectors where this is not directly applicable, or where there is a gap between, let's say, level 1 and 2 and level 6 learning, which is not available very readily. This creates a bit of a vulnerability to hype, and it relates to our vision on management and the applications of algorithmic management. We have senior management and businesses that have to deal with AI, but at the moment the definition of AI is unclear, and for most people means generative AI. Before it meant robots, but really it means machine learning, deep learning, natural language processing, and all the terms that aren't really available for people to learn at the moment. So when we're talking about digital champions and senior management in companies, we also need digital translators to help bring that innovation and that knowledge into the company. This relates to one of our biggest themes and the final one, which is about looking at the upskilling, again, not purely in terms of AI, in terms of technical skills, but creating a workforce that is able to discern, to provide feedback, to share experiences when algorithmic management creates issues. So for instance, being able to feedback when there are issues related to the trialing of a new algorithmic product or an application of AI that is perhaps discriminating or simply not applicable to other areas of the organization. Also, we need to upskill or create clearer information for businesses on the impact that they have within their sector, but also the transferable skills and capabilities that they can develop so that they can collaborate with other sectors and that the workforce can move between different sectors in order to benefit from AI. This includes information and capability development around data management, individual rights in the face of AI, data storage, risk understanding and management. I think that summarizes what we covered in Edinburgh. Nods from the room, do you agree? Yes, okay, thank you very much.
Wonderful, thank you. James, any further comments?
Yeah, I think I can weave together two of the themes that came out in particular just now around the decentralization of decision making and the types of skills. And it's really interesting. So I always say with business and management, there's nothing new under the sun. We may have repackaged things, but actually we're talking about the same issues we were talking about 100 years ago and 50 years ago and 30 years ago. Right now, this reminds me of the discussion around advanced manufacturing and flexible manufacturing in the 80s and really 90s. That pushed companies, I'm thinking in the US in particular, they were doing a few things. One was they migrated south to get away from unions. And then they tried to have decentralized decision-making in some of these situations, some more extreme than others. Saturn Autos was an example. Part of GM was unionized. They needed to decentralize because they needed to actually quickly learn and improve their products as they're on the line, right? So they had they were building in quality as they were building these products. That whole process placed huge burdens on management as well as employees. One of the things that made that system not work very well was when you got down, and no offense to anyone from Tennessee or wherever I'm going to pick on, but they couldn't find, in the rural towns where they set up their companies, they weren't able to access the educated workforce they needed to engage in the various statistical process control kind of work, the methodologies which required people to help make decisions on the shop floor. the point I'm making here is twofold. One is decentralization has been a recurring theme when you want to adapt and respond quickly, and there's no reason it will be any different with the adoption of AI. This enables you to potentially experiment and move very fast. But doing that places a burden on your entire workforce. They have to be more equipped and educated, but that's not only technical skills, that's basic communication and collaboration skills for it to work. And managers, yes, technical skills matter to some degree, but actually it's really management. It's really the ability to share control and then to marshal communication and understand, you know, what the proposals are and to adapt and so forth. So I think both, maybe all groups have said the same thing, which is it's not just technical skills. Technical skills is a part of it, but actually a big part of it is that ability to learn, an ability to accumulate new knowledge, and then creating organizations that are flatter, in which people have more opportunity for voice, which, by the way, is a challenge also in labor management relationships. One of the reasons the Saturn plant broke down was actually in part because of the United Auto Workers not being happy with the system, not just General Motors directors. So I see echoes of the past in all of this, and I think we face the same fundamental challenges over and over again. Anyway, I think it's a very interesting challenge to try to sort out.
Well, that's good news, as we are all hoping that you continue to work with us on it, James, as we know you are.
Just remembered, I've got another note. Sorry, one more point. The very first point Luciana made was the need to look at context in which AI is embedded. And again, this echoes back to something that's also in the report, which is that's what socio-technical systems theory is. Right? The idea that the adoption of technology can't be understood and successfully achieved if you don't look at the social context within and beyond the organization. Again, this goes back to studies in the British mines in the 1930s, the socio-technical systems theory. But it is a core idea around which the report is written as well. And we do need to absolutely understand the context. So this idea of contextualizing our response and localizing it that's come up throughout the conversations this morning, I think is really, really salient.
Thank you, James. So we have a few moments left of the session, and I suppose just to reflect on some of what I thought was really interesting from the satellites' contributions as well, to draw us to a conclusion. So firstly, I think it was both Raquel and Chris that mentioned this need for sort of good augmentation. And one of the things that we've done in the course of the review is kind of unpack the different types of automation that are possible when adopting new cognitive technologies. So thinking about the fact that there might always be some substitution of tasks, but which tasks in a role and what does that mean for the impact on job quality? So do have a look to find out more about how we classify different types of automation impact, not only to think about what that might mean for job quality, but also because that can potentially be used as this kind of initial linchpin to think about problem definition. So when firms are adopting, often what we found in initial pilots of good work algorithmic impact assessment, which is one of the frameworks that we also champion as a kind of an architecture and a process that can mediate these kinds of worker involvement practices. What we found in initial pilots of that is that where you provide workers with information about, both ask firms to reflect on what types of value capture are you looking for in the course of this adoption. You're encouraging them to think more sharply about what their route to productivity can be, of the many different ways that you can change roles, but you're also giving workers the kind of information that they need that isn't necessarily rich technical information to then undertake that process, think about changes to job quality, think about the kind of mitigations that might be needed and at play. Chris mentioned the kind of role of global regulation in shaping business practices, and I think that this has prescience in relation to the conversation we were having about AI assurance in the discussion that we had here. And I think someone in the audience earlier mentioned that SaaS companies often set up here but then travel to California to kind of grow and scale. And of course, Trump's decision to remove DEI laws and the requirement to conform to them could lead to a collapse in parts of that assurance market that have relied on US growth, which I suppose is another signifier that legislation is important to back the development of some of these new assurance markets in different contexts. And then excellent contributions from Luciana around data management, risk and storage, which is also something that we're thinking about quite deeply. To some extent, we reflect on this in the information frictions chapter in the report, but also think about quite a lot as an institute. And I think this links to the points that were raised by Raquel around a different way of conceiving of the challenge by the CMA. And there's also a discussion in the report about the need for good work to be centred as a kind of objective within the competition debate. Obviously, as platforms become infrastructural in our everyday life, the kind of limits to a consumer pricing-based approach to understanding the consequences of that become stretched and limited. So thank you to all of the panellists and those that have departed, and also to the satellites for a really rich discussion.
Thank you so much. Absolutely fantastic. And we're zooming down even further now to look at the individual level. And that, strangely, includes the widest scope of things: skills, capabilities, health, well-being, all of that stuff. So we're going to have our first part of that panel led by Dr. Johnny Clark, who has done a lot of the skills work for the Pissarides review with Imperial College, and also Dr. Magda Sofia, who's going to be speaking, who has led part of that work stream. We're delighted to have, surprisingly, Jolene here, who, my mistake, I thought was in Thailand. This is a good opportunity while they mic up to tell you the mistakes I made. I've given you all a random company on your badges, I think, so that was just to kind of spice things up a little bit. But Jolene, who kind of led the work on the work stream on this, is going to be joining the panel a bit later. So let's welcome them to the stage, Johnny and others, to talk about well-being. So thank you so much, Johnny. Thank you. Have you got, take that microphone?
Okay, hello everyone. First of all, can you hear me? No. No, it's not on. Is it working? Okay, how about that? Better? Good, okay. So, thank you very much. So, as you heard, I'm Johnny Clark. I'm a principal data analyst at the Health Foundation and also a co-investigator in the Pissarides review into the future of work and wellbeing. And I'm delighted that you can join us all this afternoon for the third panel of this wonderful all-day conference. And the aim of this third panel is to go in from the idea of looking at systems in the first panel through to looking at firms in the second, and then really honing in on the individual perspective here for this third session. And as you'd expect with that relationship to the individual perspective, we're concentrating perhaps most on the notion of well-being and the relationship between work and well-being in this changing labour market that we've heard a lot about already. And as part of that, we've been challenged with what I think is quite an interesting exam question, which is this idea of how we build a future of work that is good for people as well as productivity. And I think some of the discussions we've had already today have alluded to those challenges. And to talk through that, I'm delighted to be joined by a wonderful panel with tremendous expertise and experience in what is a very broad topic that we're going to be talking about this afternoon. And so I was wondering if perhaps we could introduce ourselves individually.
Hi, can you hear me? Yes, good. So I'm Jennifer Dixon and I'm the Chief Executive of the Health Foundation.
Richard Laird, London School of Economics. Sorry, Richard Laird, London School of Economics.
I'm Magdalena Sofia, a principal sociologist at the Institute for the Future of Work.
I'm Jan Deneuve, Professor of Economics and Behavioural Science at the University of Oxford and leading the Wellbeing Research Centre.
Thank you very much. So, as we
as we begin talking about the relationship between the changing world of work and individual well-being, I think we're going to start off perhaps with, Magdalena, your reflections on the capabilities approach that has been so widely used across the individual component of the review, and what that means in practice, and also particularly thinking about the notion of how it can empower workers to thrive in this changing labour market. So I think we've got a few minutes hearing from you there.
Thank you, Johnny. Yes, so the capabilities approach. The capabilities has become a kind of a buzzword throughout the day, and it's been at the core of the Pissarides review into the future of work and well-being. So it's perhaps too ambitious to try to simplify and summarize what the capabilities approach we're using here means. But at the core of it is the idea that this inspiring idea that the realization that the same amount of financial material resources is not always translated into the same amount of utilities for people, and that it's kind of calls for a shift towards, from more narrow indicators like GDP or perhaps sometimes job satisfaction, skills levels, which kind of fail to capture whether people and workers, in this case, have the freedoms to make meaningful choices about their working lives. So in the labour market, outcomes like employment rates and earnings are we would say, are insufficient, just insufficient. So it's not a call to replace these kinds of indicators, but more to complement those with other kinds of evidence and information. So why we brought the capabilities approach into the review? Because the key question guiding this review is how are workers individually experiencing this technological transition? How is it impacting on the daily jobs and the daily job working experiences? How it's impacting their overall quality of life? And we know, as from a capabilities perspective would have predicted, we know that these benefits or outcomes of growing technological resources are not necessarily equally distributed across the population. So we wanted to find out a little bit more about that. We measured correlations and associations between exposure to different types of technology, like the more wide established digital ICTs, but also newer types of systems like wearables and robotics, AI software, etc., and how this is correlated with individuals' quality of life as measured by multidimensional indices, so looking into mental health, physical health, but also having a deeper look into how is impacting the quality of jobs. So also, again, looking into multidimensional indicators of working conditions. And we got different lessons from that research. So we observed that, in general, we would say digital ICTs, which are quite more spread, are overall correlated with improvements in quality of life. We know that they are kind of affecting changes in increasing opportunities to learn new things and the sense of mastery, and that you become more efficient in your work. So there are clear mechanisms there working, but we didn't find the same rosy picture with newer technologies. So we saw that overall these are correlated negatively with quality of life. And when you try to look into what's happening at the job level, you realize that actually not all changes are positive. So there are lots of good things that these new technologies bring, but there are also an increase in the sense of surveillance and being monitored, an increase in routinization and repetition, an increase in work intensity and workload. So and also job insecurity. So it could be that these things are leading those overall results in quality of life. And then I guess just a final remark is that we further looked into how capabilities are distributed in the workforce, because we've throughout the review we've argued that capabilities and fostering capabilities could be a good avenue to make the workforce more resilient to these technological changes, which sometimes can be more disruptive. So it's all about focusing on agency and improving discretion at job level. So in a way, it's not just, as like Anna said before, it's not just about managing to get a good match, but a good match. So not just people coping and surviving and going with the flow of technological innovation, but actually trying to get them thrive and feel fulfilled in their professional and working lives. So,
thank you very much. Thank you. And with that wonderful introduction, I think what we'll now do is move on to hear a little from Jan, particularly thinking about how these new technologies that are emerging and scaling up within the workplace are affecting worker well-being positively and negatively, and then perhaps moving into how that relates to productivity.
Thank you, Jonathan, and thank you, Magdalena. Thank you, everybody, and especially the Nuffield Foundation for making it all possible. This is such a big question. There's no way we can do this justice in a minute or two. And the answer, of course, is one that's very familiar to economists. It depends. And it depends, on the one hand, on the kinds of drivers that are being positively impacted, such as flexibility, such as learning opportunities, a sense of agency, and the freedom to choose, potentially, in certain cases. Then it gets balanced by, on the other hand, the types of drivers that are being put under increased pressure because of new technologies of all kinds, whether it's machine automation or ML and AI. And there, the ones are notions such as a sense of belonging, the social element. If your employer becomes an algorithmic platform, which is the case in certain cases, or the trend, then that becomes more difficult to have a human element in the workplace. If pay becomes even further polarized, because it's very much a skill-based future, where further polarization on that front will put pressure on further polarization of earnings, then pay as a whole, which is an important element, of course, of job quality, gets put under pressure as well. So I think if you take the pros and cons and the drivers of workplace well-being, as we perceive them, some of them are being positively impacted, some are being negatively impacted. And the way to try and get sort of an on-balance, is it going to go more negative or more positive, is probably then to get a sense of, well, which one of these drivers is relatively most important in driving job quality. So we've mentioned flexibility, we've mentioned learning, we've mentioned pay, we've mentioned belonging, 4 amongst a whole series of things that matter for how people experience quality of life or workplace well-being more generally. Well, our research seems to suggest that a sense of belonging, the social capital in the workplace, and pay are even more important, relatively speaking, than drivers such as flexibility and learning typically are. Not that they're not important, but they're relatively less important. So on balance, and Jonathan, you seem to hint in that direction already, I'm very worried. But then again, classic economist style, there's heterogeneity there too. So the real challenge, which was the opening question, is there will be winners, there will be losers. So there will be further polarization generally as a result of these increases in use of technology. The big challenge, of course, is how can we take the people, essentially not leave anybody behind. If you will permit me, Jonathan, and I think you've allowed me to, just 1 minute. The question overarching this particular panel is sort of the links between productivity and workplace well-being. And typically, that gets viewed, these links, as, okay, let's try and improve productivity without harming job quality all too much. And my own research and my team for the past decade has really, I believe, been able to advance the research frontier in showing that you can also put this on its head, in the sense that if you focus on workplace well-being, job quality, resulting people meaningfully experiencing the workplace better through job satisfaction measures and other measures, then you will see pickup in productivity. Measured in the hardest of hardest ways. We published last year in Management Science a paper that took us 10 years in collaboration with British Telecom to show in sales data and other hard data that improving, in this case, one standard deviation change in how people felt from 1 week to another in the call centers around the United Kingdom had a 12% increase in weekly sales. So 1 standard deviation positive change in how they felt from 1 week to another, 12% increase. Very important to note and relevant to the future of work in the Pissarides review is that 12% was an average treatment effect, if you will, of the natural experiment that we were able to come up with, which, Britain being Britain, happened to be the weather. and weather differences in bad weather across the UK, is that 12% was very much an average treatment effect. The kinds of jobs that these people were doing, we split them into the most basic jobs, which were order taking, requiring no social emotional intelligence. There, how you felt had very little, actually no impact on how people produced and were productive. But the kinds of jobs that require more social and emotional intelligence, such as dealing with a disgruntled customer coming in, retaining their business, upselling them, the effectiveness there was highly contingent on how they felt in the first place. We're talking 25, 30% impact. And so when we talk about the productivity puzzle and trying to resolve it and improving productivity, one, I would argue, under-investigated angle is actually through the job quality one, rather than just seeing that as sort of an appendix and trying to mitigate the impacts on job quality. It could very, very, very well be an angle in and of itself onto improving productivity. Thank you, Jonathan.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Covered a lot of ground there and lots more to discuss. So just one of the things, as we move to thinking about well-being and a focus on well-being, I don't think we can neglect the idea of health as part of that and also separate from it. And I know the Health Foundation has been doing a lot of work over recent years looking at the relationship between health and work and also well-being. And I wonder, Jennifer, if you'd be able to talk about that and anything else that you feel would be appropriate to this part of the discussion.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. And just to say congratulations to Anna and the team and to Chris and to the Nuffield Foundation for their vision to produce this, fund this type of work. And for those of you who are busy reading the voluminous report, just to say ChatGPT-4 does a very good summary of each chapter as well. So I'd highly recommend. So sorry, on to the exam questions. So I think we all know we've got a health problem in this country. We have stalling life expectancy. We have huge inequalities, particularly in the northeast of England, I would say. And we also have 6 million of the working age population who have work-limiting health conditions. Some of those are in work and quite a lot of those are economically inactive. A large chunk of that illness is mental health problems, largely anxiety, not being able to cope with routinized behavior and so on. And so I think that kind of polarization that was just mentioned is absolutely critical. The polarization of, in one sense, technologies that can liberate us, and I suspect us meaning people like us in this room, and for those others, technology actually punishing us in some senses through excessive surveillance and forcing us into more automated, sort of routinized, isolated forms of behavior. And I was involved in the summer in a project with Alan Milburn, actually, and others, looking at economic inactivity and health up in Barnsley. And what was absolutely true was a lot of people there could just cope with, who were economically inactive, smaller, sort of more forgiving places of work, the cafe, for example, or some smaller sort of businesses. But when it came to the other thing that was on offer, the big employer, which was a large warehouse, packet or sorting factory, no way could they have coped with this type of thing. So anyway, so I think that polarization is absolutely true. We also know that some types of jobs are worse than having no job for health. And there's sorts of jobs with low autonomy, low job security, low pay, low satisfaction, and low well-being. Those are the ones that make you sick. So whatever technology does, we have to address those sorts of things, particularly at that end of the workers' market. And the people most injured, it seems, are those who are older, female, deprived areas, no qualifications, and there's some ethnicity element as well. So those are the high-risk people. So I think that's quite important. So that's point one. Point number two is every time when I was reading the report, just to step back into a macro view, the words just transition came to mind looking at it. And I've spent the last few months looking at the lack of a just transition with coal mining and steel and shipbuilding, as you all know, in the north of England. How do we do it better this time? How do we plan? How do we foster resilience? How do we think about it more? And there, one thing that hasn't been mentioned today is the crucial element of national politics, which was a malign, one could argue, quite a malign force in the previous transition, particularly around coal mining. So how do we do this better? Again, some of the conversations this morning about relations with the unions, very important. And the third thing I was going to say, I'm jumping around a bit, of course, is about the National Health Service itself, which, although I described it this morning as Britain's biggest industry, in Western Europe's biggest industry, it's actually a federated sort of form of organisation, not one industry. And there's a couple of points I want to make that haven't been brought out. One is the technology agenda is often focused on the agenda to foster GDP growth. And that's fine, and we need it, don't we? But there is also another agenda which that objective could be in opposition to, which is sustainability of the National Health Service as a social model for the future. The kinds of innovations that grow GDP may not be the highest priority ones to sustain the productivity and the access and all the rest of it. So I think that's something that we have to recognise in this agenda. And also the other thing is, I think the National Health Service itself, because it is distributed everywhere in England, in the UK, it's full of skills, particularly on the shop floor. It is full of data. It isn't capital rich, unfortunately, but it could be quite an artery to progress this technological agenda, particularly as staff stay in there for a long time, for life. We could use it as an example if we had the ambition. So I think that's the final point I would make, lots to say on that. And finally, after this report finishes, I do think we need to keep a grip of this agenda, don't we, in its multifaceted, multi-level complexity, so we're not tripped up. So how this is done, I think, is another important thing for us all, particularly those of us from foundations, to consider. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And finally, so we have in our exam question, we're thinking towards the future, and we're thinking towards the opportunity to create a future of good work and productivity simultaneously. And I think that brings us to something that you wanted to talk about, particularly, Richard, about the idea of the skills and training and opportunities for the youngest people that are entering the labour market and those in the years that will follow as well. And I'll pass you the microphone in order to do that.
Right. Well, if you're trying to explain our low productivity compared with competitor countries, obviously low levels of physical capital are important, that's been talked about. But the other really important thing is low levels of human capital, and especially low skills amongst people who didn't go to university. And I think this is one of the biggest and most neglected of our national problems. I would say it's one of our 6 biggest national problems. So let me start with 2 facts. The first fact is that 1/3 of our young people get no education or training beyond the age of 17. It's amazing how few people know this. I find that extraordinarily few of the civil servants in the Department of Education know this, although it's one of their annual surveys, which I strongly commend people to look at. 1 in 3 18-year-olds are not in education or training. That includes, obviously, the NEET group that the government talks about a lot, but it includes 20% of people who are working in jobs without training, and that is an absolute national disaster. So what's the cause of this? The cause of it is quite simply the lack of places for apprenticeships. So let me come on to my second fact. The number of apprenticeships in Britain, since the apprenticeship levy was introduced nearly 10 years ago, has halved for young people. It has halved. I mean, one of the most astonishingly successful policies ever introduced, which was meant to promote apprenticeships among young people, got hijacked by employers. They were told it was their money. They spent it on things that they previously spent their own money on, namely upskilling and retraining people in continuous professional development. And the young people got left out because employers would rather spend their money on people they already know and are kind of captive than on people who might leave, etc., etc. So this is an extraordinary situation. And if you think what is the job of the state, the apprenticeship levy is actually taxpayers' money. It's not firms' money. It's taxpayers' money. And the job of the state, the prime job of the state, is to get people off to a proper start in life. Retraining should, in many cases, perhaps most cases, be paid for by the employer. But we're moving in the opposite direction at the moment, As you probably know, employers are asking to have even more flexibility in the way they spend it. So it's going to be about £4.5 billion, the apprenticeship levy, within a few years' time. They're asking to spend more and more of it on their own, however they want to spend it, not on apprenticeships to young people. This is a very dangerous situation. The Labour manifesto said that they would try and reorient apprenticeship levy to young people. But the pressure from employers is so intense that they are having a lot of angst about even discharging that obligation. Skills England, that's been set up, produced a report about what to do about skills. No mention of young people. No mention of who are the people who we should be developing in particular to fill these skill shortages. And the assumption is, of course, that it's the employers who will train the people they want to, who are the people they already know. So we're heading for a major national disaster with huge numbers of very low-skilled people in low pay or in inactivity. What's the solution? In 1929, an act was passed by the previous Labour government that would oblige the government to ensure that there were enough apprenticeship places for all qualified applicants. That's what we need. I'm going to be pushing for that with hopefully support from all of you. The cost of it would be a third of the apprenticeship levy. It would have to be ring-fenced. There is no way that that money is going to be spent on young people unless that money is ring-fenced. We have to make sure that happens in the spending review. We also, of course, have to put an obligation on the combined authorities and local authorities to act as agents of the central government in securing these places. We have to develop a cadre of apprenticeship promoters financed from the centre to make sure this happens. That's one thing I wanted to talk about. The second thing I wanted to talk about was mental health. As you've said, crucial for productivity, for absenteeism, and for inactivity. What we need, obviously, is a mentally healthy workforce, which means managers who are trained to deal with mental health problems. They're trained to notice if something funny is going on with somebody. They're trained to say, "Are you okay?" And they're trained to feel comfortable about discussing what can be done, what kind of help the person can get, either from employee assistance or from the NHS. And they're comfortable about discussing how to modify their work arrangements in the process of recovery. In this process, of course, the NHS is crucial because employee assistance is not going to be there for most SMEs in any kind of adequate form, and that's the majority of employees. We have now, for anxiety and depression, NHS talking therapies, which I hope everybody here knows about and can refer people to. We are trying to get out of this spending review a parallel service for people suffering from addiction and personality disorder who have lower employment rates, but a lot of them are in employment, causing a lot of trouble around the place. They are all meant to, according to NICE, have the offer of psychological therapy. 2% get it at the moment. Unbelievable. NICE recommended treatments are simply not available for mental health as they are for physical health. So finally, I want to say that the spending review that's coming up is an extraordinary opportunity to rectify many of these problems of skills and mental health. The case has got to be made in terms of value for money. This is where you can find it, our report. And I do think that the way to think about the relation between this and growth. What is growth? Growth is not an objective, it's a means. On the one hand, it raises the benefits of households who receive higher incomes. That's the numerator of the benefit cost ratio. On the other side, it reduces public sector costs by getting people to pay taxes and come off benefits. That is the way this whole discussion should be conducted in terms of benefit cost ratios. So please take that away. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Richard. Thank you. And so now that we've heard from all of our panellists, I just wanted to briefly ask Magda if you had any reflections on what we've heard so far and how that sits within the work of the review, just for a couple of minutes.
Yes, thank you. And also to, horrible omission. I'm here just representing an amazing team of researchers led by Professor Julian Scordis, who's hopefully going to join us later, and Rolando, who's also around there, Shinsu and Shuti and Paola, who've been gathering all this data, survey data and focus group data. I wanted to what you said, Rich, about this imperative of upskilling and investing on human capital really echoes with what we've been finding in the review. So the first is that the realization that we've seen that automation not necessarily leads to upskilling. It's not there's not any determinism in there. It really depends on the context, as we've said. It depends on the type of technology. It depends on the kind of worker, and it depends on the kinds of tasks that are replaced or automated. So we've seen there are some of these technologies actually leading towards not getting rid of the dirty, dull jobs, but making them more repetitive, because you have to digitalize everything. You have to, especially, become very frustrating when systems don't work as they're expected, and they end up adding to your workload. So not necessarily improving your working conditions and your overall satisfaction with the job. So first is that realization that automation is not necessarily leads to upskilling. We need to be careful of that. And then is the broader provocation from a capabilities approach, which is we should maybe shift from that focus on upskilling as if we just need to kind of pour more human capital into the labor market to satisfy a demand, which so far it's been mostly informed by one side, which is the employers and businesses. What do businesses need nowadays? What kind of skills they need? What kind of workforce they need to remain competitive, to remain growing, to keep growing, to catch up with productivity. But there's no question about, okay, what these workers need to want to do, in what areas they want to upskill, what areas they want to develop, what kinds of career they want to follow and progress on. So a focus a shift from this skills imperative towards more of a capabilities imperative. How can we foster capabilities? Agency is a kind of a concept that transcends your skill level. So you can be afforded lots of, you could be having a lot of investment in human capital, but if you're not allowed to exert a minimum level of discretion, if you're not allowed to feedback, then there's no use to it. And then we also observed, we also got very robust evidence about the importance of training, and not any kind of training, as you say. Actually, in the beginning, when we started analyzing, so people would report they would have gone through different training in general. It could be employer-provided training, or more kind of actively pursue informal training, like self-taught, etc. And we observed no significant associations with improvement in quality of life or changes caused by the interaction with different technologies. But when you split those different types of training, you start seeing the results. And it was completely different and opposite. You could see that employer-led and employer-provided training was strongly associated with improvements in quality of life and improvements in job quality, and with higher scores in capabilities. But you didn't find the same with informal training, and we could mirror that with evidence and what the workers told us during the focus groups. It's just sometimes they feel this pressure, which is also adapts to the mental health. They feel this pressure that they need to keep up with their skills, otherwise they just are left behind. But they need to do it on their own time, which adds to their workload, adds to their intensity. So it's actually causing the opposite effect of what we want. So.
Thank you very much for that. And I'm conscious of time.
Yes,
We're
sorry.
already a whole minute over, and Kester gave me very clear instructions to stick as much to time as we possibly can. So with that, should we quickly remind the satellites of the questions that we're asking of them?
Yes, and then actually we're going to have a short tea break and then the further panel discussion, but if you can quickly remind the satellites what they'll be focusing on, and then we'll have a short break and then back for the rest of the part of the discussion. Yeah.
Lovely. Thank you very much. So for the satellites, we've set you some questions to consider. I'm sure you have plenty of your own. The first one being, what are the key challenges for workers to be resilient during this time of technological transformation? And as a secondary question there, what do regions and firms need to achieve this? And with that, have a good break, and we'll see you in 10 minutes' time.
Thanks all. A break, thank you. Who are we waiting for? Jennifer? Brilliant. Oh, no, you are in this bit. Yeah, sorry, that was their mistake.
Oh, I see.
Yes, yeah. If you go and get the mic back, we'll get you back in. No, it's the next bit that's not.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Hey, good to see you, Mark.
Yes. Yeah. So, yeah, if you can get one more mic for... thank you very much, and over to Johnny again, and we'll be doing some more kind of discursive audience Q&A stuff too before we bring back the satellites. Thank you.
Is this one working this time? Yeah. Oh, amazing. It's a good opportunity to get this fixed in the break. So thank you all very much and welcome back. And so what we have now is 20 minutes or so of general discussion between the members of the panel, followed by 10 minutes or so of questions, both from the room and then also from Slido. And I think I'm filling time, hopefully, in the case that Jan is going to join us as well, so we can get cracking. So I'd like to perhaps just start us off with the idea of we've lots of hope that well-being can be improved for workers over the course of the years to come. But what do we think about the ways in which we can go about measuring this effectively in the workplace in such a way that we can understand what's working and what isn't? And I'll perhaps direct that to start off with. Would you like to take that, Jan?
Yeah, happy to, because we are currently running the world's largest study on measuring workplace well-being.
I'm glad I asked.
We do this I'm not doing this by myself, so I'm not tapping on people's doors around all the major firms around the world, but we do this in partnership with Indeed, which is the world's largest job search platform. So a lot of people go on there. In fact, 250 million people a month go on there, a fraction of whom we get to ask questions around, well, are you satisfied with your job? Are you happy at work, finding it stressful, or finding it meaningful and purposeful? And then a bunch of items around what might be driving this, and I think this is where you'll be heading it towards to. And we have over 25 million people and counting who've told us how they feel at work and why. And we know where they work, their current employer or past employer, and have these detailed workplace well-being data. So that gives us sort of a global picture of how people are feeling at work, trends within it, differences between organizations and industries at a scale never seen before, and on a like-for-like basis, because there's a lot of measurement going on, but these surveys, whether it's the Gallup Q12 engagement or whatever measure they're using, tends to say very much internal and never is made public. And so this is quite unusual. So there's a lot of work on this. It circulates. And we've leveraged it for a number of things, such as understanding what actually correlates most strongly with workplace well-being. And what we find there, I hinted at this earlier, is really elements of a sense of belonging, the human element. Pay matters obviously as well, flexibility, and others. Everything matters, but to differing degrees. And then really the most important thing, which I didn't get to talk about in the first half, is but we got to speak a little bit about it in the break, which is the link to not just individual productivity, but firm performance, organizational performance as a whole. So here what we've done is we've literally mapped onto the financial performance of listed companies, where we've got financial performance on a quarter-to-quarter-to-quarter basis in a systematic way, how people are feeling in their organization to these financial performance reports. Finding a strong positive correlation. And then we also want to go one step further to see whether it's a leading indicator of future performance. So is workplace well-being in quarter one a predictor of financial performance in a subsequent quarter or subsequent year? And we also do this by way of looking at stock market performance. So if you look at the listed companies that we have data for, about 1,800 in the US alone, and then you rank order them by the best place to work according to crowdsourced surveys, so not the HR manager telling me or anyone, this is a good place to work. No, the people themselves behind the back of the HR manager. And rank order these companies, and then whatever cut you want to take, top 50, top 100, whatever, make an index simulating an index and invest based on good workplaces. Lo and behold, it pays. And this has now been independently verified, et cetera. So there's exciting evidence that that workplace well-being is a leading indicator, not just of individual productivity, as shown causally with the BT experiments, but also at the organizational level shows up. And that happens through the productivity angle, happens through retention, it happens through becoming more of an attractive employer. So productivity, recruitment, and retention are the three pathways to firm performance, if you will, from workplace wellbeing onwards.
Which sounds like exciting work and something that I look forward to seeing more of. So I think just thinking about this idea that well-being in the workplace and productivity are so closely linked and potentially influence one another. If we're thinking from the perspective of inequalities across the country and thinking about the idea that there are still really quite sticky inequalities in healthy life expectancy and in subjective well-being between, for example, the northeast and the southeast, does the change in the world of work as a consequence of technologies offer hope there or offer a threat that those inequalities could widen further?
I think it can offer hope. I think the biggest issue, though, in places that you mentioned, like the northeast, parts of the northwest, west central Scotland, are actually the biggest worry are people who are out of work, the working age population, and in particular the prime age working age population who are dying early because of drugs. So I think this is the bigger issue, I think, than the world of employment, because as we heard earlier, any job, almost any job is better than no job when it comes to health, with the exception of the very lowest quality jobs. So I think that's the biggest issue. And just going back to Barnsley, I think the figures there were that the levels of economic inactivity in terms of numbers of people was 6 times higher than the level of unemployment in a hotspot like that. So it depends how far we're going to need labour in future. But given the demography, given immigration policy, given certainly in the public sector, the rise in demands and challenges upon that, the tsunami of morbidity coming from the ageing population, we will have to do something about the health of those who are of working age. So the question there is, can technologies help? Whether they are technologies extended out from supporting agencies like the public sector, or whether they are direct-to-person technologies of the type we're now beginning to see with generative AI. Not quite ready to make your own self-diagnosis yet, but that won't be far away, I'm guessing. So how can those be extended to the kinds of populations we're talking about, and actually for particularly injurious wider determinants such as drugs, I think, which is decimating the northeast of England, 25 to 49-year-old males in particular, and certainly of west central Scotland, so which is also horrible in terms of drug deaths. So that's the kind of phenomenon. The other issue, one other issue which is obvious and in the news a lot, is the impact of social media on the mental health of younger people, because that's the other big area that's injuring the nation, polluting the nation's health. And as yet, we know in broad terms what issues are, but it's so multifaceted. But again, technology has got to be able to help us here, and even if it's just stopping some aspects of social media injuring, I don't think, well, we'll see if more countries go the way of Australia in terms of banning, but that's another area. Those are just some comments. So I think the out-of-work population, the economically inactive, are a much bigger issue than those in work on the health side.
Thank you very much. And Richard, in terms of thinking about what role well-being should play in terms of driving how organisations implement new technologies, do you have any reflections on where you see the direction going in the years to come?
Well, I do think that if you treasure it, you measure it, or put it the other way around, if you measure it, you're more likely to treasure it. And there's a huge amount to be said for getting measurement of well-being in every workplace and in every school. I mean, in the workplace, Jan has done this wonderful work with S&P in getting them to encourage firms that want to be rated for their ESG performance to measure workplace well-being and to measure it in a consistent way using 4 questions that Jan has developed based on the ONS 4 questions. That's incredibly important. I would like to mention schools because we are having a bit of a campaign in the next month to get measurement of well-being in schools. You might know the organisation called Be Well, which has been measuring well-being of schools in the whole of Greater Manchester, and I think also now in most of Hampshire. And they have actually sponsored, or a group of people have sponsored an amendment that's being put down to the Children's Bill, I think this very week in the Commons, to require the government to do at least what is done in South Australia, which is that the government has an instrument which is available to schools, and if the schools use it, the government will do the processing and all of that, so it's very user-friendly. And the majority of schools will opt in because that's what parents want and what increasingly school teachers want to know. How are we doing on well-being? On schools, I must just mention, since it came up in conversation, we found, using the ALSPAC data, to explain the variance in well-being of children and the variance in attainment of children, that the school made as much difference to the well-being of children as it did to the attainment of children, and it did as much difference to the well-being of children as the parents, everything measurable about the parents, including their mental health, did. So measurement will change the whole scene if we get that done.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So I'm conscious that we've got maybe to move over to questions from the audience and also from Slido shortly. But before we do that, Mag, did you have any immediate reflections on what we've talked about here?
Immediate reflections. Well, it's exciting to see that there's a lot of what my co-panelists are saying is mirroring the evidence we've found. Perhaps I was I was more struck by the fact that this idea that capabilities don't happen in a vacuum. So they are context dependent. They are not equally distributed. They are regional and national inequalities. We do observe when we think about capabilities levels, which actually I should have started saying what are we measuring when we say capabilities. We use an index of capabilities called the ICE Cup, which basically measures whether people are able to feel attached and secure, so that's stability, whether they feel they have love and friendship and support, so the social aspects of well-being, whether they feel they can be independent in lots of areas of their lives or just in a tiny part of their life, whether they feel progress and achievement, and also enjoyment and pleasure. So it's a five item indicator of capabilities. And when we measured this, we found a set of occupational, demographic, but also some hints of geographical inequalities as well, with the East Midlands and North West also lagging behind other regions. I think more research is needed as well to look into more granular differences across regions, but there are some striking inequalities as well. So when it's interesting when you observe the level of capabilities in the general population, you find that older workers generally enjoy kind of a capability premium, which could be because of more stability, more experience. But when you looked more in detail into contexts where workers are highly or frequently exposed to newer technologies, so wearables and remote sensing technologies or AI software, robotics, etc., that capability premium of the older generation completely disappears. So that extra stability or security, kind of the world is completely shaken. So it's interesting how to see how technology is actually shaking that daily working experiences. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And so with that, even in the brief moments that we've had talking about the individual well-being implications of the changing world of work, you can see it's very, very wide-ranging, and we've barely scratched the surface, I think, of a lot of really important issues. And with that, I'd love to open the floor to questions. I think we've got 10 minutes or so, is that right, Kester? So I think we have a roving mic as well, so Mark, first of all.
Thank you. I just wanted to return to the concept of information frictions, because we've heard that employers benefit if workers are healthy and happy and highly skilled, and obviously employees benefit if they go to an employer that prioritises those things. And so is there more that can be done to improve the flows of information to both employers and employees that would help with this agenda? And I know Jan is working with the data set that tries to do exactly that, but I was interested in that, but also any other examples or thoughts from the panel in terms of how those information frictions might be addressed.
Jan, would you like to take that?
Happy to, but I'm also very pleased to hear from everybody else in the room why it is that essentially, if I hear you right, Mark, while it seems so obvious, given it's good for workers, it's good for the employee and employer, why isn't it being picked up as much? And I think one little fact I only learned recently, and Richard, that will help frame that with a bit more empirics. Richard is right. So S&P Global have adopted our survey and asked, I think, the 13,000 largest corporates around the world to give back feedback on, are you measuring workplace well-being? And if so, job satisfaction, happiness, stress, and purpose. As it turns out, measure what you treasure. Sadly, only 30% of the big corporates actually have measures for job satisfaction. Only 20% measure purpose and happiness, and only 10% measure stress. And I found this in speaking with them as well. So the negative emotions, they're very sort of careful not to wade into that, because then it could backfire. And so I think, Mark, that is sort of a first semi-answer, is that it's not yet pervasive enough, I think, in the mind of HR and the chief executives, that this actually matters. So the kind of research that you've kindly funded and that is being done in the report here, tying productivity and well-being, showing it's not a trade-off, but it's synergistic, is hopefully, and I mean, that's what we're all doing here, sort of increasing the number of people taking it seriously, measuring it, and then hopefully treasuring it. So that's sort of my first gut instinct. Curious to know what others think.
I mean, if we're looking at ways into this problem, I mean, health and safety is the most available route into this problem. I mean, it could become the case that health and safety required you as an employer to measure the well-being of your workforce. And all these international bodies that monitor standards are interested in this as a direction for future development.
Yes, and you see regulation developing. So the European Commission in particular is about to come out with essentially forcing companies to measure this and report back transparently, not so transparently. So that's developing. Obviously, the United States is going in the opposite direction.
Just to say, the NHS has a patient and staff survey every year, 100,000 people take part. It's very well curated. I've got a lapel. Thank you. And yet it's one of the most burned out workforces in the country, because it's in healthcare, and actually it's no different to the workforces in healthcare in Germany, France, Netherlands, equally burned out, it seems, post-pandemic. So measurement doesn't necessarily mean treasuring or acting, but at least it's a first step, I would say. But it really is only first step.
Please do.
Yes, if I could add something. Information frictions, so going back to that concept, I think it's important to look at it into different stages. So one, we've observed and we measured this, but it's in an upcoming report. It's been prepared. It's not. It didn't make it to the final report yet. It's an ongoing research, but we measured that sort of information frictions, whether employees who are searching for new jobs or new roles how confident they feel they have enough information about not just the pay level and the salary, the kind of extrinsic working conditions of the job they're applying to, but what's the well-being return of that? What are the quality job quality aspects of that job? There's very little information that prospects, workers, and prospective employees manage in that level, which I think we could focus on overcoming. And there's within the job, there's also the type of information friction which is completely preventable, and we've observed how pervasive and damaging it could be. So even if new technologies overall are associated to increases in pay, for instance, and salary, also because increases on more technical skills and career progression, there's a pervasive negative effect in the sense of job insecurity. So that subjective feeling that you might lose your job in the next 6 months or whatever. And that effect can be so pervasive that it even cancels out the gains that you can get in salary. And we think that that also can be preventable in terms of improving information flows. So workers, when you speak with them, employees from across the country, different sectors, different occupations, they're not at all rejecting technological innovation in their companies, in the business. They're very welcoming of it. And they like to feel part of businesses and working with employers that are investing in new technologies, because that makes them more competitive. But they feel sometimes left behind, where not all the information is provided. Like, why are we implementing this new system? Is this supposed to just improve profit, productivity? But what about how it's impacting me? And I'm allowed to feedback my employer in that regard. So how to improve those information flows, I think it could directly mitigate that job insecurity that we see so pervasive. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And hopefully we've got time for one more question. Gentleman at the back.
Thank you very much. Francis Green from UCL. And I wanted to ask a question about the effect of well-being on productivity and so on. I feel that the way you're talking about it as if it's kind of a homogeneous effect, that it's true everywhere. And my skeptical economics hat says that it's likely to be a heterogeneous effect, that there will be some areas of industry where, frankly, it's not worth a company spending a large amount on its employee welfare, just in terms of its profitability analysis. I remember reading a while ago an interesting study of mining back in the 1920s, not in Britain, it wasn't, where, crucially, they found that by spending less money on known accident prevention stuff in the mines, the mine owners made more money. And you can conceive of situations where that's happening. So for me, the interesting thing is, where do you get these win-win situations, and where is there conflict? Because it seems to me that the policy implications are different for the different situations. I'd be interested to know if your empirical evidence shows that.
Thank you very much. So very brief reflections from you.
The very short, direct answer is, the more the task or the job or the industry relies on social and emotional intelligence to perform well, the more well-being will have an impact on productivity. In the BT study I referred to, we divvied up the kinds of tasks people were doing, and the mindless tasks, order taking with calls coming in, no impact of how you felt. So perversely, you could say no point investing in workplace well-being for those kinds of tasks. But those are precisely the tasks that the future of work will take out, luckily to some extent. The future of work where we as humans will still have a competitive advantage is thanks to our social and emotional intelligence, which are precisely the tasks where if you feel good yourself, your social and emotional intelligence will be activated more. And then we see the link. The 12% was an average treatment effect. Then you see it's jumped to 25-30% impact. So how you feel then in a task that requires social and emotional intelligence has a strong impact on how well you perform.
Thank you so much. We're going to welcome our satellites back in now, and thank you to those on the panel as well. Thank you so much. Cheers. We'll have the satellites coming back in now.
So, thank you very much. I'd like you to show your appreciation for our panel members. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thanks so much. Thank you.
I'm in the way of that screen.
Okay, so in the third part of this afternoon panel, we are going to be welcoming panels from Manchester, Cornwall, and Edinburgh to come and feedback on what they've been talking about in our absence. And we're also joined by Professor Jolene Scordis, who can hopefully introduce yourself, but I can just go in advance of that by saying that you are pivotal to a lot of the work that we've been talking about in this panel this afternoon. It's great that you can join us now.
Thank you very much. Yes, I had the pleasure of designing this work stream together with Chris from the outset of the project, and it's been a real privilege to work with Magda, Rolando, Shingsu, and others, as well as the wider team at IFOW, and you, Johnny, over the course of the years in finalising this work. So thank you. I'm not sure what else you need from this section. I think I'm really keen to hear what's happening at the satellites, so thank you.
Very much so. Thank you very much. Okay, so purely in the order that I've got things written down, I had that we were going to hear from Manchester first, where we got Marianne Sensier and Kate Penny. Is that correct?
Yep. Can you hear us?
Yes, very well.
Good. Hi, I'm Marianne. I'll go first. So we've been discussing these issues in the room, and we've obviously been talking about how resilient regions need to be for this transformation, the transition, and how essentially post-industrial areas are already relatively resilient to change. But there's a number of kind of trade-offs that you need to think about in terms of how are these inequalities going to be exacerbated further. Either it will be low-skilled regions will fall further behind because they haven't got the skills to keep up with the AI and the new technology, or professions could lose their kind of advantage. For example, the law profession, AI is coming in more and more into the processes. It'll affect the way they charge for services, and will affect, pay structure within those services. There was also an example of GPs, how you could maybe get your diagnosis online and wouldn't necessarily need to go to the GP as much, so their pay may be downgraded. So then there may even be more of a level playing field then with the unskilled and skilled.
Yeah, I'll build on that one a little bit. So we're quite interested in this link with social capital. And one of the sort of questions we discussed was if we at the moment have a very strong sense of particular sectors where that might take a sort of hit of the social capital aspect, and if that was something that could merit further investigation. We also discussed the sort of the changing notion of firms themselves, and the fact that the boundaries across firms and who's within the value chain could change. So in terms of work well-being, it could be that firms need to not only think about the well-being of their immediate organisation, but all aspects of the supply chain that could be affected. And we will also discuss the fact there could be tensions within that between customer expectations, worker expectations, and things like shareholder expectations. So how to reconcile some of those things.
And in terms of AI, which obviously speeds up tasks for workers, there could be more pressure to get things done because people are expected to do more, to be more efficient. And this then may impact on well-being and could change, may eventually change the working practice. So 4-day weeks may be more acceptable. But we did also discuss how important environmental and social governance law was, how some companies were early adopters of sustainability practice, and having essentially laws to regulate AI and AI within companies are vital. So you have essentially people who aren't left behind in different or regions that aren't left behind. So you're strengthening the regulation, and I think Sir Patrick Vallance mentioned this with the AI assurance agency that's coming along. Was there anything else?
Social capital.
Yeah, we briefly spoke about social capital. Do you want me to say anything more about that? Well, in terms of flexibility.
Yeah, just one final thing we picked up on was in terms of well-being, the issue of social capital is important, both within the organisations and between organisations in the supply chain. So people's kind of esteem within individual companies or groups of firms. You have communities of practice, people with certain types of worker roles, certain types of seniority, and esteem and comparative esteem is an important principle in terms of working life, recognition, people having a sense that what they do is valued by their peers and the communities that they operate and live in. And one of the concerns that was raised was the idea that some of those social capital elements could be under threat, where certain types of jobs can very rapidly be replaced, or in some cases actually the quality and the status of those roles can be reduced quite rapidly. We saw this with manufacturing, for example. In the 1980s, 1990s, many jobs that within the organizations and those kind of civic clusters where cities or towns were specialized in certain fields, people who had real status within those communities that, also brought a lot of aspirations with them. People wanted to take on those roles because it gave them status and recognition within the working environment, but also more generally in their communities. They played important roles. Those jobs can get wiped away very quickly. And this was one of the issues that was of concern to us as well, that we need to think about that because that can have societal consequences that go well beyond the kind of technical side or even the individual well-being, but the kind of political shocks, community level shocks. That was the other area.
Brilliant. Well, thank you very much. Lots of wide-ranging thoughts there, and many which map onto some of the things that we've been thinking about across the years that we've been working on this review. And I don't know, Julian, if you had any immediate reflections on one of those areas in particular.
I think the one that really stood out for me is the concerns about work intensification.
Yeah.
And so what I'm, of course, for the clarity of communication, we want a nice, simple message, right? Well-being is great, productivity will go up, technology is good. But actually what we find is a really deeply nuanced picture where some types of technology can make your life easier, but it can also make the expectation that you will do multiple roles simultaneously and much faster a widespread expectation. And so that work intensification, we have found, absolutely increases workplace anxiety. And if you then have the double whammy of working in a role where it matters if you drop a ball. So if you are responsible for safety on a factory line, if you're a doctor responsible for the outcomes of your patient, and you're having to do more, faster, and trust the machine. I was really interested in the question earlier about whether the technology is actually saying the right thing and giving the right advice. You're now having to take that advice with very little time to process. That intensification is not just a well-being issue. It's a productivity, outcomes, effectiveness issue, as well as a well-being and health issues. So I think these are all really important points. The other is the inequalities issue. I think we focused a little less on the replacement of jobs by machines because actually, for the most part, that doesn't seem to be the direction of travel in the evidence. The direction of travel is how our work will be changed by the technologies with which we work. And that loss of status is a key issue. A lot of our research, both the qualitative and quantitative, touched on the risk of people becoming machine minders. That doesn't carry any status. That's somebody being a machine babysitter. So how do we make sure that people have agency in what those machines are doing and what their role is with respect to the technology that they're adopting? And this is why we started off taking this capabilities approach, is because it's about the freedom to choose something you value. You would value a role that has some ethos, some status with it. You probably wouldn't value a role that you didn't choose and that has resulted in you working intensive hours, watching a machine to make sure that it doesn't make a mistake. So I think these are really widespread national concerns, and I just want to thank them for picking up on it, really.
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Manchester, for your great perspectives. And I think in deviating from the order in which I had things down on my list, I think I'm going to go to Edinburgh next, just because I can see who I hope is Cillian Gallagher standing at a lectern. Is that correct?
Hi there. Yes, it is. So I'll try and draw together some of what we were discussing. And a lot of that echoes what we've just heard from the colleague in London. We started discussing how unnatural it is, or how unnatural it feels to be working at the pace of new machines. And that obviously is not new to this set of machines that are being introduced, but it does affect us psychologically, it affects us physically, and that capacity it brings for constant monitoring as well as I think the time in front of the monitor as being part of the necessary kind of day-to-day of work, and the slight contradiction of people being asked back into the workplace to then be on a monitor and be monitored with technology that might monitor them elsewhere and spend a lot of time on online calls anyway. It kind of all needs to catch up a bit. So that physical and psychological context in which we can think about well-being, not as a pathological issue, but in terms of what it would be to create the context in the workplace that is psychologically healthy, as being, I guess, a challenge for workers and organisations. We then had a bit of a conversation about kind of first principles, being valued, fairness and choice. And I think just valued quite simply in the sense of being paid properly mustn't leave the picture here. Being trusted is core to that as well, and that means technology not necessarily monitoring you all the time so that you can just get on with the job. And critically as well, value comes from being heard through speaking, through communicating, and through the processes and structures being in place for that. So in that context, then, fairness can be procedural, open, transparent contexts. And distributive fairness means people getting outcomes that make sense to them and are equal, and information fairness too. All of that sounds pretty good alongside choice about what you do, and it then raises the question, I think, what are the conditions under which and structures through which that can be secured for all workers? And obviously there are many workers for whom access to information is denied, for whom access to transparent pay is unclear, and so on. So building resilience means building the structures and capacities to communicate and address some of these things. And that's more and more challenging in places where maybe more prone to the introduction of rapid technology. We finished with quite an interesting discussion, again connecting to what a colleague was saying about the difference between productivity and intensification, and an economist in the group pointing out that quite often the two aren't distinguished properly in the data. So we can be all in favour of increasing productivity, but not if that simply means increasing intensification, which we know has the knock-on effect in terms of well-being. So if productivity is intensification, then surely there's a bit of an issue about making productivity the goal here. So how do we make a transition to fair, productive context? And I think it contains a bit of a contradiction that just needs to be resolved through people coming together and figuring out the structures and connections that will allow them to articulate a voice in that context.
Lovely. Yeah, thank you very much. And I echo the applause from Edinburgh.
Johnny, do you mind if I pick up one of the issues that's come up in both of these? Thank you. And throughout the morning, there's been so much discussion about the role of trade unions And I think, again, that's become a shorthand for we need to speak to our workers. It doesn't necessarily mean trade unions are the only way to go, and if you don't have a trade union, nothing's going to work. But it's come out really strongly that we need mechanisms for engaging between the shop floor and the people who are making decisions about which technology to adopt, the front line of service delivery and the back office accounting department that may be looking at what is being sold, maximised on that shop floor. And I think we really need to have a very clear policy discussion about what those mechanisms are, how we can give them some structure, some formal structure. It doesn't spell a return necessarily to trade unions. There are other ways of having inclusive HR practices. And I think I want to just make sure that the nuance comes into that discussion too, because it's been just, trade unions have become slightly a shorthand for, yeah, it's great if we can make sure that employees have power. Yes, we do need to, but there's more than one way to, it's a terrible saying, skin that cat, right? So we need to make sure that we can get that employee voice into almost all processes of adoption. It was James who in the earlier session said, we do need an emphasis on innovation, but we need an emphasis on innovation in the process of adoption. And that's really where we need to look very, very carefully. So thank you. And I think that's come out quite clearly from Edinburgh as well. So thank you again to them.
You've said the core of it, I think, but maybe to complement, I was left thinking, what structures do we need? So you've mentioned representative structures, give workers voice. I was thinking how we can standardize that more as well, and not just leave it to the preferences of employees or agency of employees, but how can we make businesses a bit more accountable? And I remember, like, about 7 years ago, 6 years ago, following the Stevenson Pharma review and Thriving at Work, there was a recommendation of this framework of voluntarily reporting systems on mental health and well-being from employers. It was voluntary reporting system. Can we make that not voluntary but compulsory? We need to share more data on how and monitor how our employees and workers are doing in terms of job quality and workplace well-being. Yes.
I just want to say SMEs. A lot of this discussion assumes large corporates with trade union bodies and the ability to collect data on a regular basis. We use the NHS Workforce Survey. It's fantastic. But what about the company that I know of in Cornwall, that's not in fact in tourism actually, but is a wonderful bakery that employs 40 local people that has no capacity. I mean, they can, their objective is to bake as much bread and get it out there as possible. They're doing a fantastic job. They are using technology. How do we make sure that their employees have a voice? What structures can we create that support both the engine of UK growth, which is really small and medium-sized enterprises, as well as working across larger corporates who have been around for a long time? They are our bedrock. How do we make sure that we've got mechanisms that work across different size industries?
Thank you very much. And finally, Cornwall, thank you very much for your patience. I was expecting Jessie Lee. Is that right? Are you there, Jessie? Wonderful.
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you so much.
Can you hear me all right?
We can hear you very well.
Brilliant. And thank you so much for conducting this with the regional satellites. It's a brilliant approach, and I hope many more conferences are conducted in this way. And I'll endeavour to do justice to the conversation in the room with five key points. We started off on the theme of empowerment and autonomy and agency for places as well as for people, if we're to really tackle the geographic as well as the demographic disparities in productivity. And I think we sort of wanted to name something we've seen but hasn't explicitly been named in the debate so far, which is prejudice. As a part in that. So earlier there was a little bit of outcry, you might have noticed here, after some of the observations around the importance of addressing regional and ethnic and gender disparities, with the astonishing lack of self-awareness and then the caricaturing of a place like Cornwall as the playground and retirement home for city dwellers, rather than a place where people live and work and produce in communities. And, you know, we do not want to see the brain drain of the people that we have skilled and trained here out to cities to come back to retire. So that prejudice obviously also works on the individual level. You know, we can see that, for example, when we hear some of the language used to describe older workers or people with health conditions or people from different diversity groups. So I suppose the question, and moving on to a kind of second point that came out of our conversation here, the question around what's good for people does pose a question of which people. And so we were really pleased to hear the panel reflect on people with health barriers to work. Cornwall is one of 15 regions chosen to pilot Work Well as new ways of tackling the rising economic inactivity due to ill health, which is really important. It's growing on current trends at 8% a year, and people who fall out due to ill health are 3 times less likely to ever return into the labour market as people leaving for other reasons. So I think we felt that was a kind of example of why the traditional focuses on skills and qualifications and CVs and interview writing and training programs is inadequate, and we need more of a focus on readiness for work and also readiness for learning, so including health barriers, lack of social capital, confidence, other resources that are not the same as technical skills, but foundational for that. And that for us really applied also to the conversation that we heard from the panel around young people not in education, employment or training. So many of you will probably already know that the growth in the NEET population is also has health underlying it. So 50% of young people who are NEET have health barriers to engagement in learning, and that's up from a much lower level a few decades ago. So that is really important, that readiness for learning and work that is not just about skills and qualifications. And we also had some great examples of how AI can help with some of those challenges. So one of the public sector leaders in the room shared how they're using AI to support neurodiverse workers with their productivity and reducing their stress and burnout levels as a result. But that really needs conscious thought and application to achieve those benefits. And building on from that conversation, our kind of third key point, I suppose, was that it's not enough when we're thinking about learning and apprenticeships and training and qualifications to think just about young people. It must be person-centred for all the reasons we've described, but it also needs to be a whole life approach, so that we are reskilling and upskilling and enabling people who might need to move sectors, because we're expecting people to work until they are well into the age where we will have at least one work-limiting health condition, and they might need to change up what they do. So that felt really important for us in the whole debate around apprenticeships that we heard about from the panel. We did feel, as in so many subjects, we can get lost in questions of structure and believe that they are the answer, when actually we all know from our day-to-day experience it's culture and relationships and behaviours that make structures work. So there was a healthy scepticism about well-being washing, and a sort of acknowledgement that those business leaders in the room who have put in place some really great sounding actually systems, digital systems for monitoring and tracking employee well-being, whether that was smiley faces or weather warnings on a daily basis. When they had tried to share those with other companies, they did not work, because it's not the system or the process that they've implemented, it's the culture of trust and psychological safety around sharing honestly how you are doing. And that's very often lacking in the workplace. And so for us in how we're delivering work well in Cornwall, that's really a large part of why we're doing that through a voluntary and community sector partnership. Because whilst it would be brilliant if all managers were trained mental health coaches, it's unrealistic to expect that every worker is going to feel safe, or indeed actually is safe, to declare their health condition or their emotional challenges to their employer. So I think we cannot rely on workplace interventions only. And we really need a focus within those workplaces on building trust, the true ability to trust and be psychologically safe in those spaces. And then I suppose finally, you pose us a really big question. How do we do it all? How do we? We don't have the answer, but we did feel that the answer must be one that is about systemic change at all levels, and that has a focus on truly closing those disparities that are both geographic and demographic. And that can't be done solely through workplace or firm-led interventions. This is a question of our whole wider social systems that lead to some groups having less readiness, less access to the things that will enable flourishing on a personal and a place level. So. No silver bullets from Cornwall, but I hope those observations are useful in some way to the conversation.
Thank you so much, Jessie, and the rest of the Cornwall team. Those fantastic reflections that were nicely in contrast with some of the reflections from the other cities. Really valuable. And I think I'm just looking at the clock there. Kester, do we have time for anything brief here, or should we move on to the next session?
I think we'll probably shift on to the next session. Sorry, it's 25 years in teaching. I'm really still on timings. But I wanted to say, first of all, huge thanks to everyone in the satellites who have done so much, gathering really brilliant networks of people. We've not been able to hear from everybody there, but superb networks of people there. And thanks to everyone who's supported locally. It's been really, really an important part of that widening access thing that we've been trying to do. So thank you very much for your participation and engagement. I hope you will stick around as we move to the last session, and can also quickly take the opportunity to say huge thanks to First Sight tech team who have done a brilliant job of making everything run really smoothly on that front. So we will now move on to the very last session, which is thank you to all our team in this session, the very last session, which is the workstream leads from the Pissarides review, reflecting on that, along with David from the ONS, who's going to help us think about all the data we might be able to collect to do that. So you're staying there, Gillian. So Chris, Anna, James, Maurizio, Gillian, thank you. Oh, yeah, use that one. Use that one. Yeah. Use that one.
You're bossing it, aren't you? Yeah, it's in the middle. What? All the bosses have sat in the middle so far. No, you're the boss. Who's the boss? No, you're the boss.
I spoke to you on the phone some time ago. Were you in charge of labour market data? I've been in charge of labour market data for the last 8 years.
Well, Mauricio, we can't count.
Higher unemployment or something like that. Yeah, it's one of those days that Today program was going to interview me. I carried it and they said, statistics will be released at 7 in the morning, so speak to him before.
So the wrap up. This is the wrap up session, and we have everybody, nearly everybody, not Abby, who not only is Programme Director, but also ran the Institutions and Information Friction stream, but she's there for questions and comments in that area. Thank you very much for staying with us. First of all, warm-up questions. We've done an unusual thing with the Pissarides review and combined disciplines, I think, in an unusual way. What have you all learned about multidisciplinary working, about three-tier working? What have you learned, I should say, to avoid warts and all, about automation and tech transformation that we wouldn't otherwise have done if we hadn't been very bold and put everyone together in the way we have? Chris?
Yes. I've learned a lot, actually, an awful lot, on problems that was wondering what work's been done. We heard a lot of things from other people. I learned that Cornwall has a high-tech industry. Although it must have been after we collected our data, because on our list of technological disruption, I think they're very low, so I don't know why. It's one of the things we should look into at our data. And on well-being, things of the last panel, I thought were very interesting. The studies they're doing relating well-being with productivity, because if we manage to find a link between well-being and productivity, then at least we might be able to get on the sort of Trump camp in favor as well, which would be important, of course. But the difficulty, as Jesse from Cornwall actually just pointed out, is how do we put this into practice? And I think that's the one that we need to focus on, post-funding. But as university people, of course, can give our own time. I don't know if I thought that we can do it, and that's certainly something that will occupy me at least for a long time to come. I still think, just to focus and say something about the national level, what some of you call systems level, but I don't know why systems. National. We have nations in the UK. At the national level, how do we work to reduce inequalities? First, actually, I mentioned it before as well, but just in case we think that the problem in the UK is that the Southeast takes it all and doesn't leave anything for anyone else. Despite the fact that what Patrick Vallas was saying, that we're third in the creation of startups, investment is very, very low, venture capital investment. The United States accounts for about 60% of investments in AI technologies worldwide. And then if you take into account the GDP of the country and the population size and all that, is way behind Sweden, Singapore, even China with its massive population. So what we need to do is to find ways of increasing overall investment, not take from the Southeast and give it to the other major cities that we were saying before. In fact, I was struck by something Paul Hudson of Sanofi said in Davos, although it's not quite with respect to regions, but it is with respect to AI investments in the UK. He said, we live in a race of turtles, and the Southeast is the leading turtle. So the question is, how can we get more turtles to speed up their pace a bit? And that's the difficult part. And I think the idea that
of having small concentrations of high-tech establishments that will create the incentive for new investors to move in. I think it will have effect. Of course, taxation, tax incentives matter and all that, but what matters ultimately is how big are you going to be at the end of it. I mean, you know, tax is a small thing compared with the potential gains. Then what else I should say? I mean, the other thing that explains the success of America in this is the entrepreneurial spirit that James talked about a bit before as well. I don't know what it is. I thought it was because of the way business schools work there and the CEOs, but in fact, some quite interesting work by Asimoglu and others on the effectiveness of business school graduates in the States, and they were completely ineffective. Oh, so you're sitting there. I was looking for you out there. And
are you questionable methodology for that?
Are you familiar?
Time,
oh, yeah, yes, but it made nice reading.
Yes, good for the FT.
That the biggest impact that someone from a top graduate school in the States, the biggest impact that he has on the business if they take over is to take from the workers and put it into their bank account. It's basically a shift from wages to management compensation without any impact on the way that the company works. That's basically it, isn't it? Finally, that's that's really what we need to do is to find ways of motivating or incentivizing, I should say, since we're talking about America, companies to invest more in to attract more investments and invest more in AI. We desperately need it because otherwise we're going to rely on in the direction that other countries take AI, which is not always the one that we want. You know, like just think of how much how many AI-driven products come out of China, for example. You know, Huawei, Tencent, and all that, and America. We in Britain, like the rest of Europe, have gone completely the American ways that we want the future to be. I hope not the way America is going anyway.
Thank you.
I think we're going to move on. Political speech, did you?
No. Well, we've got a wealth of recommendations in that area on how to encourage business to do that, and including suggesting a review of certain kinds of approach to incentive and inviting the government to look at earmarking perhaps 5% of funds, such as pension funds or family foundations, for social innovation, including work. But I won't. So do read the report. Just on that point of multidisciplinary working, Jolene or Mauricio, do either of you want to come in?
I've spent a lifetime working in a multidisciplinary way, and I think it's the only way you can answer complex questions. I think thinking in silos is never going to give you an answer. And one of the, I think the biggest learning for me, I don't know if you feel the same, Maurizio, is I learned it's very hard to hit a super fast moving target. So that AI was barely a glimmer in ChatGPT's eye when we started this process. And we were talking about automation, and we were already talking about the fourth industrial revolution. But I don't think we really knew what we were going to be in for by the end of it. So it's been a super fast ride. And only with mathematicians, we had health specialists, business specialists, economists, and Chris and I are very different animals when it comes to economics. He's a macroeconomist, I'm a microeconomist, he's a Nobel Prize winning laureate. I'm never going to get one of those. So you know, we are very different animals. And in the middle, Anna keeping us to the politics, and Abby and Magda bringing in sociology, reminding us of the ethicist concepts and the philosophies. Absolutely fascinating. I'm going to say we weren't multidisciplinary enough. I'm going to say really what we need is we needed more psychology. We need to understand how technology and humans will interface as a single system. We need to start moving towards defining workplace engagement in a way that is transferable across different kinds of workplaces. We need to think really carefully about which are the workplace capabilities that people actually value. You know, our work was one of the first studies that measured capabilities in this way in the workplace, but we didn't step back and actually ask people, which capability, which freedoms do you value in the workplace, and how can we make sure that automation processes support those freedoms and that you have the agency to choose those outcomes? We didn't have the time, the budget, hint, to be looking at that, but we absolutely should be, because otherwise those widening inequalities that people have already talked about will widen. And as Chris has said, we will be adopters of other people's technology instead of developers of our own. Can I have a quick plug for the university sector, Anna, before you move me on?
By all means.
Okay, university sector. Google DeepMind is a spin-out of UCL. We cannot underestimate the role of our knowledge economy, our universities, which were once world-leading. And I say it in the past tense because I'm afraid it ain't going to be for long, right? And it's the question nobody wants to talk about. But if we want to be leading in a highly skilled, knowledge-based sector, what do you think we should invest in, guys? I don't think this is necessarily going to win me any prizes for saying it, but isn't it obvious?
Thanks. In response to Google Mind, UCL, do you know that Google Mind, you and I have something in common?
Do we?
We all have Cypriot DNA.
Well, okay, so what we also need is more Greeks.
There you go.
Well, there you go. It's a closed shop.
From big to small scale. And this is why we have David Friedman from the ONS, Head of Labour Market Statistics in the ONS. One of our recommendations is that we need to think more closely about integrating work and wellbeing data, and think about ways of capturing tech transformation, learning from what we've learned about the relationship between tasks and skills and technology. I wondered if you would tell us where you're at with that, what happens next, and how this may help.
Well, firstly, thank you very much for inviting me along. It's great to be part of it. It's been great to hear the conversation. My mind's been whirring all day around what does this mean for data collection. I think what Jolene just said about the pace of change, I think, is one of the real big challenges here. That the world is evolving very quickly. And some of the things the way we collect data quite often doesn't. I think Magda made a very good point earlier about the focus on macro estimations, so things like the unemployment rate, employment rate, earnings. That's all very important, and those are things that we do need to do. But I think what's highlighted today is where we need to be perhaps trying to get a bit more agile, trying to measure some of these emerging themes and things like well-being. And I was thinking earlier about some of the challenges here. I think there's probably two challenges and an opportunity as I was thinking of it. There's a challenge of trying to define what it is you want to measure and can collect, and what are the metrics you want around these. And quite often these things do cut across some of our classification systems. I'm thinking in terms of the quality of work that we did, I think, well before COVID, things like green jobs and the creative economy, which don't quite fit into any of the boxes we've currently got in our classification scheme. So I think there's a challenge there. And there's a challenge about how you collect the data as well. I think when we looked at quality of work, probably back in like 2017 as part of the Taylor Review, one of the avenues we were thinking of was, well, we'll put it on the labour force survey, because you get lots of information around people's characteristics, people's employment, and then if you get these other data as well alongside that, that's great. And I think that's one route. But certainly what we've learned over the past few years with COVID and some of the issues we've had with labour force survey is that adding questions on, making surveys longer and longer, actually reduces people's willingness to engage with them. So I think we've got to sort of counterbalance that and think, can we be a bit more creative with how we approach this? And that's perhaps where the opportunity is, in perhaps two ways. Probably the obvious way is taking availability of some of the big data sources that are currently coming online. It's something we've been working on for a few years to get hold of administrative data like tax data, benefits data, at a level of granularity and with enough information on that we can map to our survey data, because that means you can take people's earnings or what benefits they're on and match them to things that we're getting through the survey, like what their wellbeing measure is, or perhaps some of the things around how they feel about automation or AI. So we're still early days there, and we're sort of working at the methodology and doing some tests at the moment, but I think that's a brilliant way of moving forward and going beyond admin data into things like online vacancies. A few people have mentioned that today, and being able to use that, and we've had some work done where people can take online vacancies and pull out skills in job adverts where you can actually see emerging skills and changes in the labour market much quicker than perhaps you would pick it up through any surveys. And I think the other opportunity is moving to online data collection. It's something we've been working on for a while, is trying to move the labour force survey from an interviewer-led survey to an online first survey. And that's the advantage is it's much cheaper to do it that way, so you have a much bigger sample. And so can we leverage that to, say, sub-sample, so you can find out some information from people around their role in the labour market, and then you can follow that up with a small sample of them to pick up some of the issues we've been picking up today. So I think that's where I think we are at the moment.
Fantastic. And Mauricio, on this is one of our sort of cross-cutting themes, the access to information. And thinking about information and knowledge in this area, including impacts and including risks, or things that allow people to understand what's happening and what options there are, is a running theme. We've made recommendations on seeing this as a public good, on data observatories at different levels, on different ways to think about creating knowledge pipelines, and potentially looking at access to big data sets via, for example, the HMRC and banks. Would you like to tell us about your experience, what you would like next in terms of data access?
So I'm not going to be very bold about this because I think this is a very difficult subject. I can put forward a few kind of like wishes that perhaps would be interesting from our perspective. First of all, the ONS does a job that cannot be interrupted. It's incredibly important that there is consistency in data. Historical data has to be kept, and this is a major issue. So that's beyond any sort of like statements that go now. Okay, so you have mentioned alternative sources of information and how changing perhaps some of the practices on how things are collected. That's where perhaps some things could be changed. I think you are doing that already, as far as we know, from our interactions with you. And I think that's something that will enrich heavily the way we approach certain things. You have mentioned a couple of things. One is the speed of reaction to changes. And I think that's an important thing. So as the same as I would say, you have to keep your regular surveys the way you have done them because they are incredibly important to keep the history. There are certain other aspects that perhaps, could benefit from, faster response. The second thing is this issue about the motivation of, people giving data. And I think the way that society is moving also, perhaps, your populations of samples, are based on a more traditional, you are in our sort of like cohort, and, maybe you will keep, filling your surveys the same way you have done for the last few years. And people have a different set of incentives now. So things that are online or things in which people give their kind of data almost, should I say, knowing, are of course ways of accessing, these sort of multi-dimensional characterization of these issues, which I think in a sense is well, you know this very well. I would say it is this kind of multidimensional set of data that can perhaps help understand some of the issues at play. You asked, Anna, at the beginning, what I learned about this. I mean, I was not surprised. Like Jolene, I've been working with applications of math in many different domains. So I was not surprised by the diversity of approaches. I was not surprised by the big effort in actually mapping, having a language barrier that has to be broken. That always is the case. And what hit us in a way is that, we put this proposal together probably, 6 years ago, I would say. 5 years ago, we started writing it, not the research itself, right? In these 6 years, our problem has changed completely. And I think what we saw today was a concentration on AI. AI, I don't think, appeared probably in our original proposal, right? It was our future of work. It's all fine because, you have to basically deal with what is important, right? And clearly, this has changed completely the perception and the focus, right? You mentioned we need more psychologists. I would advocate that we need more, not mathematicians, but computer scientists. I think we need to understand, perhaps a bit more in depth, the changes that AI are really going to bring to the workforce. I heard a lot of interesting things, but I don't think we have seen some of the things that will happen. But I'm not a computer scientist.
One of the most interesting things to me from your research was the increasing importance and need for both socio and technical skills together, even within high-tech jobs. And transitional skills. So the way of thinking about skills was equally a way of learning about job change with new granularity. For those that haven't managed quite yet to read the report.
Well, one of the conversations that was going on during the breaks, Anna, was about the need for a new set of skills to be taught that aren't at the moment. So, we think of sort of computer science in a silo, and there might be social psychology or management science in a silo. But actually, we need something that's much more about a sort of, it's not a computer literacy, it's a digital set of skills that incorporates the human and the machine in a workplace environment, and I don't know anywhere that's teaching that.
I think that's right, and I think some people actually mentioned it I think it was in one of the satellites. This is not about coding, really.
No.
I mean, coding is going to become less important, that's my opinion. So, computers are going to code for you. What you will have to do is ask for them to solve a task. That's where we are going. That has incredible potential, but in a sense, what we have to do is imagine where this is taking us. Because the set of tasks that will be able to be solved is potentially very large. But on the other hand, and it will be relatively hidden, it will be a kind of like under the hood kind of thing. If you know how to ask, things could be done. A second point I wanted to make about data, I'm abusing my slot, sorry Anna, but I will abuse it slightly, is, what we call data is kind of like passive data in a way. I think the big boundary now is in collection of data that is active data from people doing things. So not how you respond to a survey. So how are, cars being learn how to drive? They effectively learn by seeing how people drive. So I don't think this is well appreciated. So how would computers, learn how to do jobs in a factory? Probably by collecting how people do things. So there is, in a sense, knowledge and value in all the experience that has been collected in how jobs are done, but this is going to be extracted. So data infrastructure is more than just pulling together different sources. I think there is. Well, this is happening now, and things are going to happen very quickly.
This sounds very like what Abby was saying about sort of industrial data and data about process and methods, as well as personal data. This isn't quite going as I intended, but the
sounds like a meeting of Pissarides.
but sticking with cross-cutting themes, but moving to another something else that we've heard again and again through each work stream, participation, and also thinking about it from a firm level perspective. I'm thinking about the different purposes that it solves, including surfacing information, and then utilize, knowledge and applying information that we may know about what's happening and what future options are. Can you, what's the key thing from your point of view that you've learned from that, and which of our recommendations do you prefer from incentives to sort of to governance, and also things like fast tracking SMEs to procurement in circumstances that they demonstrate certain standards?
Boy, that's just huge. I mean, so I'm going to answer.
It's a choice. It's
I'm going to answer a slightly different question, I suppose. But I came into this. So first of all, I just want to say this. I think we've done interdisciplinary, not multidisciplinary research, in the sense that we've tried to come up with something that's an integrated whole. I'm not sure how well we've done that. We've tried, and it's been tremendously difficult and interesting and challenging and rewarding. And I've got new respect. We have a Centre for Interdisciplinary Methodologies, and that's what they do. And they are, they're working on a degree that's arts, science, and technology. So doing exactly this kind of in this space. And so I totally agree. For answering big questions like this and others, including questions around sustainability or how we use data. Art, science, and society, social sciences, arts, and technology should be going together. Having said that, I came into this with a view that hasn't entirely been changed, I'm afraid, which is we've seen this all before. When there was a conversation earlier, and I think it was Philip McCandless said, talked about the importance of social capital and what happens when technology breaks down social capital. Well, that's exactly what happened in the coal mines in the 1930s when they went from a hand-got process of carving out, they had some teams working together, carving out the coal by hand and working together collaboratively and being a community, part of a mining community. When we mechanized those mines, we broke down those relationships and destroyed that both the meaning and the social capital, and it didn't work. That was the root of what we now call socio-technical systems theory. And that body of work from the 1940s on basically said, you've got to give people meaning. It's the roots of good work, by the way, and job quality. But you've got to get people participating in decision-making because you'll get better quality decisions about productivity that lead to better productivity. And there'll be a positive work experience at the same time as having better outcomes. So I stick by my feeling that we can learn about the future of work by looking at the past, but we can do the best job of that when you've got, yes, economists, mathematicians, lawyers. We need some philosophers, all right? We from across the sciences and social sciences, and that's going to be really tough to do. And to do quickly.
Replace the lawyers with the philosophers.
So it's in a sense there are things that have happened before, but there also seem to be features that we've identified that are at least arguably different in terms of complexity and pervasiveness and access and possibly even speed. I'm going to loop.
Sorry, but I think that's a feature of we're looking backwards at those changes. When they were looking forwards and not knowing what mechanization or automation was going to do, they didn't know. So the things that were written about robots and about automation in the 1930s, 40s, and 50s were equally unknowing what's going to happen in the future. But we look back now and say, oh, well, that wasn't quite such a dramatic change. It wasn't quite so disruptive. But from this side of the mirror, it's very disruptive. We don't know what's happening. So I think that's a trick of the light.
It's quite, it's quite striking, actually, the colleague example, because it reminds me of one of your special studies in the West Midlands Hospital, Magda, isn't that what's happening with
robotizing operations, that it breaks down this social relation between nurses and doctors.
It does, and it illustrates
in
it happens
theatre.
differently for different, shall we say, classes of worker,
Yes,
different
exactly.
professions, different occupations.
Exactly, yeah.
So,
because I was struck by how nurses were finding it very boring because they couldn't talk to surgeons anymore because surgeons were focused on the screen, guiding the robots, and they were just standing there watching robots doing mechanical operations.
And yet we never learn.
No, well, the thing is, how do you deal with it though? Like if you're going to mechanize operations, how do you do it?
Well,
otherwise.
So I mean, I think the question before was about policy. I mean, the trouble is, I think voluntarism is king, because you can't reliably force a behaviour like this without getting unintended consequences. I think it's very difficult to act without developing the human capital.
Yes, the kind
good
of
practice, knowledge,
collateral damage, to use that Americanism.
I mean, one of the striking findings is in relation to the AI aspects from Magda's survey, the individual level survey, is that that there are these positive and negative impacts, but it's hugely various, and we have to be aware and build systems, I suppose, to be able to identify them and infrastructures, in order to be able to understand those and think about trade-offs and a longer-term approach more closely. Looping back to good work and well-being, which is why we're here. In a sense, it proves our original hypothesis about the importance of good work, the review, but it also has added sort of different dimensions and purposes, perhaps, of thinking and focusing on good work through transition, in terms of its sort of particular importance through transitions and transformation, and it being a shorthand to think about implementing a sort of human-centred approach aimed at human flourishing. Chris, do you want to say anything more about your high-level recommendation about us aiming for a new social and economic paradigm founded on good work and good jobs, which I think is a good place to end?
No, I think that's the key recommendation really that's coming out of this. It's good that there are empirical studies with data looking at the impact of good work on things like productivity in the company. In other words, on things other than how the worker is feeling about it, because it becomes even more important in the sense that we should aim for it, because everything that we seem to be discovering is positive about good work. I mean, there is obviously more work to do in how you succeed in those components of good work, if you like, because we've been updating the IFOW good work monitor with other things, like adding things like the communication time flexibility and so on. And the sympathetic attitude of the employer towards time off work for family reasons, better balance between work and family. It's not, I mean, those are easy to say sitting in a panel here, but when it comes down to working with deadlines in some work environment with many people involved, you can't always take one individual and say, oh, I have to go, my God, I got a phone call from home and all that, and everyone's saying, of course, go, and then stop works if it's one link of a chain. So those things that we need to work more about in collaboration with management practices, of course, and consultation with the workers. But I think that's the thing, that if everyone leaves thinking that there is something called good work that will improve social welfare and economic performance, and treat this report as a start.
Abby, is there anything that you want to add at this point, or shall I I think with the time, I think we've got 5 minutes left. Is that right?
No, 2.
2? Okay, in that case, okay.
Yes, 2.
Okay, very quick headlines then.
Thank you all.
Thank you all. Thank you all for coming with us on this journey, and a few comments perhaps about themes and policies that have stood out today. It's both very complex, and in a sense we've tried to make it very simple by thinking about good work and well-being in these ways, and as a route, as a mediator for thinking about different types of impact and focusing us on how we can align interests to support better outcomes. And that, we think, is the definition, really, of human-centred automation, and that we can, in a sense, that avoids both well-being washing and human-centred automation washing too. The systematic long-term approach through both research, development and policy is outstanding, as is the importance of organising information in an accessible, usable way. Work is ongoing on that, and there are a number of important working papers coming up. The importance of innovation and thinking about innovation alongside governance is hugely important in terms of participation, assessing impacts and setting up systems for monitoring. And the importance of taking risks, uncertainty and inequalities extremely seriously as early as possible is also something that we've come to in our research and policy recommendations too. I think I'll end up just by reminding everybody what Lord Valence said at the beginning, and that's that we should always remember that an aim of AI should be to increase the amount of time available for the things that only humans can do, meaning human tech and human-human interaction. It should not simply be to displace the humans, but rather to enhance the role that they can play. And with that thought, thank you very much again. Work is ongoing, but done for today.
Thank you so much. Thank you all for being with us today. Thank you so much to Warwick for lending us the space, and to the tech team and the caterers, and for everyone in all the satellites. Talking of human-human interaction, there's a pub called the Market Porter where some of us will adjourn for some human-human interaction. In particular, many thanks to Nuffield for funding this research. It's been a huge opportunity for us to be able to do that, and thank you so much for that. And once more, thanks to all the team. Thank you. Thanks a lot. If you can leave your little plastic badges by reception, that'd be really helpful, please. Thank you so much. Cheers.